do this? What are we doing? Well, never mind. It's not that bad, and I must say I'm pretty shocked about that. Actually, it's pretty insane. Look at it! Isn't that nice? It's just swishing by here. I bet the materials per second has slightly increased a little bit, but it's only 15 materials per second when just chilling here. Oh, doesn't it have? Ooh, this thing might have some no, not jet. What are they called? Steam electric generators that I kind of forgot to calculate with here. Okay, so when we're moving, we're clocking in at 18 materials per second. I haven't checked this for ages. 20. Okay, so it's gonna burn a lot of materials when it's moving, of course. But it's also 1 million ships, so I mean, I guess that's to be expected. But I just thought it to be pretty interesting when we're checking efficiency of stuff anyways. 54 meters per second is pretty decent too, I think, for a ship this size flying around. And just generally existing to look cool. So yeah. So ish around 50 materials per second when it's moving, but well, we didn't calculate that. But then we also have the slight fact that we might have some stuff I've forgotten about. I don't know if it has steam electric. It was pretty long time since I built this thing, so I can't say I quite remember, but it doesn't seem to have them, and I can't remember putting them there because when I built this thing, I had absolutely no clue on how to make a decently efficient steam electric generator. So because I didn't know that, I just didn't. Look, another screensaver. Army of GMODIST screensaver. Okay, press screen print now and get your personalized AOG screensaver today. Breaks over, so shotgun darts. No, shotguns dart. Yeah, that's right. So here we go. What do we have here? Ooh, this one is pretty pricey too. So we have 5 from custom jet engines, and then we have fuel engines taking 4. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new second worst in terms of passive pollution. Ooh, this one also need a shield switch. Look at that. It needs a shield switch. Look, it's using 1200 power all the time. Do we need an instant tutorial on how to do a shield switch? Or like a decoy switch and stuff like that? Is that something people don't know to do, maybe? It's really simple with ACBs, but maybe I should do a tutorial about it. And if you want that, please tell me that in the comments and I shall add it to my instant tutorials to-do list. Well, at least we're not slow. Clocking in at 129 meters per second, 28 meters per second. It's 29. Scuvimation is next. So here we have this beautiful thing. The three wall, which is not a narwhal because it has 3 horns. Yes. It's only using 2 material per second standing by, so it's pretty decent. A little bit in the higher end, but still acceptable. We've taken some notes on how much firepower it has in order, well, compared to how much it costs to build this thing. And I'll just need to measure its speeds here. So we are cruising at 61 meters per second, so we should write that down. Half the speed of the previous thing, but this is many times more efficient when it comes to using materials per second when just standing by. So that's one thing. You can see, just wanna see. Cool. 6 plus 7, 13, 1.3, no? Yes, that's 1.3 materials per second then. Together with this number. So that's pretty, that's in the kind of good range here. That's efficient metrics. Very nice. We already got a number for firepower per materials spent. No, let's see here.
Moving out.
Here. And now we should measure how fast we are going towards the waypoint. We are smoking our way there at a nice 40 meters per second. Next up we have American's bomber plane, so let's check the values here. And it actually has the same firepower per cost values. It's pretty funny, like the previous one, which was Scubimation's second submission, if I didn't say that. 1 material per second is the answer, very nice. We're cruising at a nice 52 meters per second. Here we have another easy fix that is annoying, we can't fix until this is concluded. Adding this thing. Oh my god. Oh, how crazy. There is actually a supercharger here. It's just hidden accidentally with Mimic. Who would have thought? It seems to be averaging at 2.5 materials per second. So a little pricey in terms of that, but not too bad. We are ever cruising on at a very beautiful flight. This, am I right or am I right? This is another beautiful screenshot. Look at that. Well, in any case, the answer is 70 for cruising speeds. I'm getting a 2.6 materials per second here. For Cringe's second submission. Ooh. We're closing in on the end of these submissions here, so that's interesting. Wow, 95. That's pretty quick. That's one of the quicker ones. 95 meters per second when cruising. And you may think that I should measure the materials per second when cruising too, but I feel that's like the main reason I'm not doing that is because I'm lazy. And the other reason I'm not doing that is because it's more relevant what they spend when they're standing by, because realistically bomber planes will be spending more time on the ground / just chilling about than they will spend time actually doing something. So that's the other reason, beyond laziness. So now we have Commissioned Officer Captain Wise bomber. So let's see what we got. Materials here. 76 plus 76, that's ish 081.6. Together should be 1.6, yeah. We got a nice value there for firepower per material spent. This is, I believe, the cheapest one of them all. And a real masterpiece. It looks so beautiful. I kind of always wonder a little bit what Captain Y is using to make these like gold trim rods around stuff. By the way, you will see some other builds for Captain Y. Normally, I build something for my commissioned officers, but Captain Y wanted his commissioned officer reward to be more in lines of, I built something for you instead. So we're gonna do a special video about that, of course, in the future, because I do videos, like normally I would do a video when I build something for a commissioned officer, but now it's kind of, I'm making a video about the other thing around. So hope you're gonna see, you're gonna enjoy that. I will say, this is not a spoiler, but it isn't. I'll give you two things. It's about Captain Y building a fleet oiler, and the name of the fleet oiler is Hermod. Just there, we got something. You'll see when that comes out. All right, let's send this to some movements. Oh lords. Okay, it finds a nice altitude here. Oh, is it so advanced? Does it have some breadboard magic to go lower in order to go faster or something? I'm not actually sure if it goes fastest if it's low or high. But the thing is, if you didn't notice this, you can go in here. It's like from the depth it's probably more advanced than you think. But if you go in here, you can see air density at this altitude 100%. So that makes our like the blades on this thing be more efficient. It also gives more drag. So generally jet planes should go higher and like, oh god, this is gonna be interesting. So jet planes should go higher and propeller planes can go a little bit lower in order to get higher speeds. That's the same reason in real life that commercial airliners that are propeller planes go usually at a much lower altitude than commercial jets. Yeah, because what I just said. But in any case, the answer is 87 or 88. I think it's 88 more times. So we'll write down 88. Beautiful! So there we go. We're flying in this beautiful little plane here. That's actually something we should totally do. We should do like this. We should actually test this in from the depth now. Right. We're gonna take manual control. Oh no. Oh no. I thought my game crashed there for a moment. It didn't. But in any case, we're trying to... Oh lord. It's so hard controlling a jet plane manually. We're gonna lock on like this. We're gonna let it take over for a second. And we're going to make it take control. Alright. So, oh no. So we're basically gonna see here, if we climb a little bit, if we climb to, say, 500, an altitude of 500, I think it tries to take over control from me now. Well, we're about to stall, I believe. If we just pause the game here, we can check this thing. So, the air density at this altitude, 7%. So, any wings and propellers should be pretty bad at this. So that's probably why we're stalling a little bit. It's probably not the... yeah, it's probably not the breadboard. It's just we're stalling. Well, when we're diving down, we're having a pretty quick meters per second. Dive bomber would be a thing. Now we're getting responsive again here. Right. So... I don't know. Or maybe not, who knows. In any case, it might be breadboard, it might be the game, I'm not actually sure, but we can't go higher, is the only answer. Maybe they take out each other because we're gonna have higher levels of air density up down here, so propellers will be better, but we'll have more drag. Up there is no drag, but the propellers don't get as much force, so maybe it's like plus minus zero-sum game, as they say. Well, I do really hope you've enjoyed this little episode at least. We now got all the numbers, and of course I will not tell you exactly how everything is judged here, but from watching this video I'm sure you should be pretty sure. I've realized we forgot the part, and that's to check if things that stand by on water also does that on land. So yeah, instead of doing a reasonable way, I just spawned all of them in case I would forgot anything of them. So we're just basically gonna do this. Oh man. We're gonna see who's chilling about and who's going into zip around and chill about mood. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So the things that are just zooming about is of course the same mood. But we have like, here we can see Sean Reed's aspirant. It's just standing here. It has some rubber things, so it seems to not damage itself by standing here, so it seems to be working pretty fine. Or does it? Yeah. I don't know where that rubber is, but it works. This one is chilling about here too, as well as the sunspot. I'm not really sure what this is trying to do, but it's trying to not scrape the ground all the time. Poor thing, I think they're gonna collide. So yeah, chilling about. Here we have a Pizza Summoner. Oh no. It actually lost some blocks. Ooh. We're having some issues here. We're having some issues there. I'll note that down. Oh my god, we got an explosion in the air. I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do to this, so I'll add a little 2 at the exclamation mark the Saladalk received for not taking orders. This is not your part, is it? Ew, you are repairing. Isn't that quite nice? This is another ship, okay. So this chills about as it should. Everything seems to be as it should, except perhaps this one. I'm not really sure. I think this might also warrant an exclamation mark, because it's damaging itself when zooming around like this. Yeah, that doesn't really work. Just can't do that. Oh. Ew, look at that. Your poor rubber legs didn't spawn right. But now you can sit about here. Okay, it's a little bit unfair you spawned in like that. So we'll take oh, what? Oh, it just didn't get up for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, the other one, the only thing that's different, that's this thing from. Oh my god. We have this beautiful thing from the Secret Advisor. It's going in like chill mode like this. So it's 50 materials or 24 materials per second. Now it's infinity. And here it's 0. I think I'll need to go inside and check a little bit here actually and see if we get something. This thing is a little bit hard to measure actually. It's like 7 periods per second and now it's 0. And we got some other ones like this one below here. It's like 3. And it's like 0. I'm not really. This is probably a little bit difficult to score. So I probably just have to make something approximate. So is it like half of the time? 7. So it's like 10 materials per second, half of the time or something? Well, since what we're gonna use all these ships for, it's gonna be a little bit more important how stuff is dealing with water mode. Well, now somebody got and attacked him a little bit, but it's gonna be a little bit more important for what we're gonna do in water mode. So I think I'll just add an arbitrary number to the general efficiency score. So it's dragging-ish 5 materials per second when it's chilling about at land. So sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. So I'm gonna put in a little number there at the efficiency value because it was 0. So it's gonna be like, I don't know, 1, 2, something like that. Probably 1 to make it even out the values a little bit. Now this, why? What did you do that? You've been chilling around here all the time. There was no reason for you to jump up like that. Why? Why did you do that? Well, it's not getting damaged. This thing is just chilling so extremely beautifully here. It almost warrants an extra point for being beautiful here, but that's not what we're judging this episode. Well, I almost want to give the hummingbird an extra point for looking so splendid just sitting around here. But I suppose we won't. But yeah, it's definitely providing exactly what it did before. And this one is actually a true 0 when it comes to standby material consumption. Well, thanks a lot once again for submitting all these beautiful designs to the Army of GMODIST trials. Look at them. So in any case, we are going to basically be back next time And next time we're going to do... I think we're gonna go to the land and do some land battles. So that's gonna be all fun. But in any case, I'm gonna take the scores I got and I'm going to do a point system. So like I did before, I'm going to divide out points from a score to 0 to 5 to kind of give points for this. So each of the scores will be 0 to 5 and we're adding in them up, and each of the challenges are about as equally important, but efficiency is a big deal. So I think I might give out points at least 0 to 10 for this one. But I'm going to look at the values and then I'm going to divide the points in a rightful manner. But God, my notebook where I keep my score, you've seen it quickly a little bit before, but it's insane. It says so small numbers, so much text there. But anyways, huge thanks for providing the ships here, and I'll hope I see you next time. This is your host GMODIST, and we are most honorably signing out. This is your Lord High Admiral signing out indeed. So with that said, we'll say AOG Invictus. Like the video and subscribe very much. Commissioned officers and enlisted in the army of GMODIST. It's your Lord High Admiral speaking, and we're back with the bomber trials. This time, we're going to test the bombers against some pretty fast foe. They are known as the Sidewinders. Very, very fast craft, very easy to kill, but, well, if you can hit it. So we're gonna see how your designs will perform, and it will be highly interesting to see that. A special mention is that our former Captain Scoobrocks has upgraded himself to the rank of Commodore, and then has climbed the ranks again due to his valor to Admiral. So we will be having a build project coming up in the near future. Anyways, let's get out there and check your bombers. The Deepwater Guard Sidewinder. Or no, it's something else. I haven't played the Ashes yet. We'll get there. Anyways, this is the Sidewinder, as you can see here. We're gonna take a little quick look at it. You can see it's pretty darn fast. That's the reason why we chose this vehicle. It has a top speed of about 100 meters per second, despite being bound by land. It offers some light anti-air guns and some, well, I guess that's more harpoon or something. Not really sure what's loaded in these missiles. It actually seems to be explosive. In any case, here you can see we are relying on is this a steam thruster setup? Anyways, it's a very beautiful, very cool design. We shouldn't admire it too much, however, because our goal is to destroy it. But this vehicle deserves some mention slash condolences, because there is a certain pufferfish inside of here who will hopefully meet a very violent end very fast, very soon. In any case, let's go and spawn the first bombers in the list. We're probably not gonna be able to fit everyone in one episode, by the way. We're going with the same order as before. So here we have Adnecrius coming up here. So let the game go. I forgot something. I had one hold spawn very close. So we're spawning two Sidewinders here. And we're gonna see how the Storihana will, well, first detect the foes and then deal with them. So we're having two different foes here, so we can see how it chooses to basically deal with a cloud of enemies. When we put in a bomber to deal with a situation like this, we obviously want the bomber to be able to deal with such small threats like this one. However, it also needs to be able to deal with them in a kind of group, so it doesn't get completely confused that it's two of them. Because as understood, the small bomb, like the small sidewinders, they're so easy to kill if you can hit them, but they can confuse some slower bombers like a lot. The reason why we need to be able to take out fast targets like this is that we actually need to be able to employ, you know, a nice little bomber against a target threat, which is consisting of a couple of tiny land-going vehicles. If we don't have the time to put in land reinforcements, that's a perfect job for a couple of, well, bombers to deal with. And even though the sidewinders are really tiny, each of them costs 25,000 materials. I believe they are pretty inefficient designs, but in general, we want a bomber to be able to punch upwards. Why I thought it was relevant to see how we're dealing with a tiny little crowd of them. If we can send out a bomber to reliably deal with a tiny threat like this. I do believe that the Story Hana will insta-kill them if it's able to hit, but it may not be. So far we haven't dealt too much damage. We are going to do reruns if we need to, if the craft is getting damaged in a way so it kinda suffers some issues there. Okay, I think we need to do like this. However, I believe that the Story Hana should be able to take some fire from these small sidewinders. And that's another thing that changed a little bit here. We are going to take the performance into account of survivability a little bit here. This is not the pure survivability tests, but we will not make the bombers invulnerable because we want their own weapons to be able to damage themselves. As we've seen with some of the bomber designs, they've had issues where they kind of damaged themselves too. So we want to make sure that that exists here. So the survivability will be a part of the score, but dealing with the bombers here will of course be the most amount of the score here. And we can see the Story Hana has successfully taken out one of these sidewinders. And we're having some issues with those missiles not being too accurate here. Well, we're gonna see how this ends. It really seems that the Story Hana side got crippled again, which made its maneuverability kinda bad, which made it not be able to hit this thing very reliably. Also, the Story Hana's auxiliary missiles seem to be a tiny little bit too slow to actually reliably deal with the sidewinder. So we're having a little bit of a survivability issue here. If we repair the wings again, I believe the accuracy will be much better. So we're going to grade it on a 5-point scale. The different challenges have some different scales, but most of the challenges have a singular 5-point scale. So we're going to put it according to that 5-point scale. I think I know enough how able it is to deal with a sidewinder like this. Again, it is... the Story Hana isn't much more expensive than the sidewinder, so, you know. But the Story Hana from Adnecris is actually too expensive, so it has those issues too. You know, I think a Story Hana should probably be able to deal with two sidewinders. It kinda doesn't, but it kinda does decently. But I know that I will not be able to send one of these into battle to deal with two sidewinders. It will not be enough. So I think I got enough for the scores. Yeah, So we're gonna move on to the next one, which looks gorgeous, by the way, in its standby mood. Look at it. This is Korvak's design. No, Kovrak's. I mess that up all the time. The Secret Advisor, also known as. This is Manta War. You've seen it before. Maybe you're even... maybe you even would say you like it a lot. Maybe you are in the Manta. Whoops. There we go. There we got another one. Alright. So I believe we have 2 sidewinders here. Yeah, I didn't accidentally spawn 3 of them. That's good. So we're having some fragments popping in here. I guess that's like proximity fused frags. It's actually pretty competent anti-air stuffs. Ooh. Oh no. It decided to disengage. Oh no. Oh lord. That ain't great. That's... I wonder what happened. I don't know what happened there. My god, that was so surprising. It just insta-died. Well, we spawned everything afresh. So we're gonna see, it kind of flies pretty low. Alright. Manta. Come on. Alright. And there we go. It really gets freaked out by those missiles. Oh no. I think the particular loadout of the sidewinders are probably particularly dangerous for the Manta War since it has so much wood. And it seems to actually be chased by them. Poor thing. It seems to have troubles. It's getting kind of chased. Alright, it's not shot down at least. Let's see if we're getting an aim here. We're disengaging. I don't get it. I don't get it. Do we have some detection issues here? Let's try and see if we can do a repair. It's moving really smoothly to avoid those missiles, but we're again in the situations we're actually getting chased by these tiny crafts. Oh, bam! That's loud, man. It didn't hit, however. Alright. I think the Manta War is better designed to punch upwards. Now it's trying to use its tail to gauge the sonar detections a bit, which is not the right way, not the right area to do that. Or maybe it just looked like it. No, it's trying to dip down a bit. Oh man, I did expect the Manta War to just insta-kill one of them. I wonder why it's so hesitant. Is it a detection or something? We seem to have a detector in there. Alright, there we go. Ah, miss again. I'll guess we'll try and restart this bell. There we go. It likes to go low on this Ashes of the Empires map. I think it must be thinking that we're kind of close to the water and thus it tries to compensate for that. Alright. So it was a little bit hesitant before. Let's see if it will line up and actually fire here. Ah, it just doesn't. Oh, let me check. I'm not controlling any weapons right now. Because I shouldn't be sitting in this seat at all, which I am not. Alright, so... Because I know before I messed things up. Well, I think we... I think... Well... I know the Manticore is very competent at punching upwards. I do know that, but, well, for this particular challenge, it's not very good at dealing with the quick wheels, as we call them. It just hasn't enough time to line up and pick a shot. It just gets lost and gets damaged, and like, not a lot of stuff is happening here. So I think we have to go to the next challenge, actually. So in any case, well, that was a bummer. That was, well, I think I'm as disappointed as you are, the secret advisor, because I really thought it would insta-crack him. But I understand, it takes some time to line up these diff guns, and again, this is really a upwards punching craft, not cleaning up the small parts, small crafts. Well, next up, we have Jono's second submission, the Isanth 5, which is more the meme build from StarMade, but whatever. I allowed multiple entries, so it shall be tested like the other ones. Jono has 2 submissions, that's not very much, because Nilden has 3, and that's nothing but because Sean Reed has 4, and then Scuvimation in the cringe has 2 too. I don't know if I missed the multiples, but next Army of GMODIST trials, I'm sorry, but I will limit it to 1 entry per person. It's very cool to see a lot of submissions, but since more people, since a lot more people than I would have expected kind of wanted to do this, I got a lot more submissions than I thought. Because it's kind of really specific. It's not just build a bomber, it's like build a Army of GMODIST bomber with our fleet colors and decals or else kind of setup. So of course this is kind of the exception because it's a meme, but yeah. With the understanding that it might not have qualified in, but I felt StarMade nostalgic, so I didn't... I let it stay here. I let it stay in. Well, this ain't doing very well. Try and repair this thing and see what we can do. But in any case, since it's so specific like that, our Army of GMODIST faction needs a new bomber. I kind of thought that a lot of people would be like, no, I only want to build my own faction, and that's understandable, of course. But in the Army of GMODIST there were many people, and of course a lot of people can build Army of GMODIST stuff. It's just join and build. But in any case, that was something that I would make it be less than it was. So yeah. The Isanth 5 is really taking some heavy crap from these sidewinders. And it's unable to hit with those guns too. It ain't gonna be cleaning up any much time soon here. If we just repair this thing, it's very unlikely to hit, it seems like. Well, if we just repair this thing a little bit, reload its guns for it, see what he will do. Just stay there. Oh well. Well, as for the Isanth 5, the guns are kind of inaccurate and it's very weak. It kind of just sits there and just gets picked out of the sky, so... Well... Yeah. I think we'll be moving on. This will have about the same score as the previous contestant. This beautiful design is Jono's real submission. So, It's really cool. I like it. We're gonna see how it fares. It has a big cram bomb as its gun. I do wonder if these wing parts will kind of be a little bit susceptible. This is detection, right? Detection turrets. It kind of flies high, shredding off some rubber parts. Oh no. The Sidewinder may be a little bit more dangerous than I anticipated. Oh, it kind of killed it though. Alright, one of our propellers are being shot down, but we're still able to intercept the missiles and operate this cram cannon. Wow. It's being a real champion here. It has severe engine problems, but it has measurements to intercept those missiles, and it was able to operate the gun. Alright. Oh, I think it can't find a good angle. Those anti-missile missiles are doing a great job of keeping it off our back. Oh, I do believe its repair bot was able to fix it up enough. That's super. It goes into safe distance. Very smart maneuvers here. Sadly, the anti-missile system can't really engage with missiles coming up from surface to air. So it has a limited range there. That's not the best. It probably should fire anyways. Well, in any case. I think we're going down for a bomb dive. Let's see here. Bam! We did some damage, all right. No kill, but that was definitely closing in on it. Did a decent job taking out the first one, but it did get its propeller kind of shot out pretty early. So I felt that was a little bit unlucky for it too. So we're just going to start again. All right. Let's see here. We're gauging in here. Fragmentations are flying in the air, testing and scratching our metal armor a bit. Missiles were not able to be intercepted at this angle again. Ow! That was a good try, but didn't really hit home. It feels like this anti-missile turret is better to deal with air-to-air missiles than the ground-to-air, which we're facing here, due to its angular placement. I think it's just really funny with these. So we're having like a IR. We're just having some mimics wood in front of it. Yeah. I think it's doing pretty good at surviving this thing at least. It has some times when it feels like it's gonna get a little bit messed up by those missiles. Ah, very close. It's kind of hard to hit them with a cram like this. That has to be said. We're seeming to have engine problems here. Ouch. Well, I just wanted to try one last little session with making this go up for a little rise and do some damage. Or I just want to see Because the first shot with the cram, it was so accurate. It was like dead on. Really efficient. So I wanna see... Oh, that was a good blast. That was a good blast. It kinda get flipped by... Oh yeah, okay, look at that. That's really good. Flipping him over is definitely a strategy. I wanted to see if that first cram super hit was pure luck or if it's like really accurate. But with these aiming turrets, it actually seems to be really accurate. I know enough now to gauge this design. It struggles a little bit in the survivability department when getting faced with these sidewinders like this. But so has the other designs too, so far. But it gives me a good gauge on how to grade it, and I think it's pretty decent. We could send this out against two sidewinders and it would probably eventually win. But if it got a secondary as a backup, we'll do group bomber testings in the future, by the way. There are many challenges planned. All of them are graded. Yeah. But in any case, if this had a little squad, I think they could achieve a lot. Well, we're gonna move on to the next one. Here we have it. Kinda sexist design. I bet this one will be able to pretty efficiently target them. And it should be pretty quick, so I don't expect it to really get hit. It actually isn't that quick. Right. We're taking some fire. We're taking some fire. Mayday, mayday. All right. The menace of those light frags. Here we go. The laser guided. Oh, oh, will they lock on? No, it. No, I forgot it was laser guided. And it fires them all the same time. Ooh. This has really good potential of being really great, but at its current state, I draw back my previous statement 1000%. I don't think it will be able to hit them at all because they're too fast and it has too it has too small of a window to actually lock on that laser, and it's not gonna be able to hit them in time, is it? Like if we just spawn another one here, let's just check how it fares. Let's see here. If we can fire and lock on like one blaster. Okay, it tries to lock on. Ah. Yeah, this seems... Kinda sexist design is having a real trouble with its detection to lock on that laser. I think for this particular case, or in basically all cases, I think maybe radar guided would have been much better. It just can't see him. It's like staying here very confused. Welp. Let's see if we can spawn him from a further away distance and see if it gets a little bit more lucky. It just flies in a really funny angle. Oh well. Man, this little like metal in front of them, man. I shouldn't like I won't alter the designs when I do this. We won't like think about the results, but I think it would do much better if they were kind of free like this, because then it should be able to lock on, maybe. I don't know, man. Well, I do think I know enough to see that this particular one does have issues hitting targets that's like, even when it's kind of still, it just is not able to lock on that laser guidance for long enough. Yeah, alright. Next design. Alright, we haven't had much luck in the first couple of batches here, but here we are with Light of the World's Star Drop, and we shall indeed see how this bomber will fare against the Sidewinders. I think it has a good speed, and this pack, if it hits, should be able to kill them pretty decently, I suppose. Oh, no. Did they hit each other? Was the Star Drop involved somehow in making that happen? Because I kind of don't think it was, but if it was, that was some real master plan. Wow. Bam. Oh, we're playing with fate here. Look at that. Did we knock it out? What happened? It doesn't look damaged. Maybe it was an explosion. Wasn't it an explosive pack? Or was it one of the other designs? Bam! Just annihilated that thing. Beautiful. Cool. We're starting this little battle here. Just to make sure that it wasn't all luck. So let's see if Light of the World will line up for some killer pack shots. That was close, but no cigar. Well, it's closing in a little bit. It's pretty accurate though. If that had been, man, it's just fooling those missiles. It's doing really cool loops. I wonder how you make things do loops. If it's like unintentional or if it's a escape maneuver. Wow, that was so close. I think the Sidewinders should worry a little bit here. It has decoy missiles too. I really wonder if the missiles will go for the decoys or not. Alright, it's diving down. Oh my god, this is pretty tense. Ooh! They showed half apart. Man, if it had its pack on like tiny weak setting, it could probably deal some damage there. It kind of moves pretty cool when it just climbs like that and just lines up its pack. Oh, that was so cool. It's like a death ray. I think this is a joy to behold. All right. No. Come on. Whoa! There we go. Yeah, that's a nice kill. And it's staying pretty intact too. It's doing a pretty good job at staying healthy up here. So I think that's pretty impressive. Okay. Lining up, bam. It's pretty close, pretty close. It's a little bit too quick and too maneuvery. Those missiles and those, they will not be able to hit this design, the Star Drop, until like it repairs its. I guess it has a repair bot or something, because that's very okay. Good to have for some design vehicles. Bam! And there we go. Yeah. Maybe it takes a tiny bit of time, but it's definitely best so far we've seen in the first batch here. And of course the first kind of batch kind of sets this scale, but a lot of yeah, okay, yeah. The first batch kind of doesn't have very high points, that must be admitted, but this one is getting a high score. Definitely by far the most efficient designs at dealing with these fast type of vehicles. So yeah, Light of the World, good job with that pack. It's insanely accurate. It can just... Okay, not like... Just because I said it, it missed. It's not insanely accurate, but it's accurate enough for doing the job done. And it's pretty evasive too, so it isn't getting damaged a lot either. Oh. This is like a torpedo, right? Tries to use it, but to no avail. Bam! Well, in any case, it gets the job done. Pretty decent, doesn't get taken out by them, so definitely best so far. Impressive indeed. We are going to continue with the next batch next week, so stay tuned in for that, of course. Well, in any case, this is your High Admiral, and we are signing out. Until next time. So I hope you did enjoy this little first blast. We got a lot of surprises here, I must say. I was surprised by almost each and every of the designs that popped in here. The ones I didn't think was going to like have the best results had the best results, and those that I did think would have the best results had the worst results. So that's really cool to be surprised like this when we put a curveball in the specifics like this. Like, these are very small crafts. We can't reliably deal with them with, probably maybe we could, but I would not like to deal with them theoretically using fighter aircrafts, because they are more adapted for anti-air use, and I kind of want something that targets land and sea. Thus, I want to be able to bring in the bombers to deal with stuff like this. So it's really cool to see which could perform what here. And we will indeed be signing out until next time, so I hope you enjoyed it, and special thanks to all the enlisted in the Army of GMODISM who are in our little channel there. So if you want to be in the Army of GMODISMs, just regular enlisted, you should definitely join it, and you self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class, and you can see the otherwise hidden hashtag Army of GMODISM chat room in our Discord, which is for enlisted and commissioned officers. Otherwise, huge thanks to the commissioned officers who are supporting us every month at Patreon, most notably Admiral Super Dave, Admiral Scooberox, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagrid, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. And also, thanks to all the cadets. Your continued support really help the army stay strong. In any case, this is your host and Lord High Admiral, and we are indeed signing out. Welcome back, enlisted and officers in the Army of GMODISM. We're getting back to testing your crafts against some quick wheels. So I guess you watched the previous little episode there, so without further ado, I think we should just get in there and test the next batch of designs. Next up on the testing, we got the beautiful hummingbird from Netrameda. Very beautiful, and it has this fantastic standby mode on land, which you've seen in the efficiency episode, but we need to appreciate it again. In any case, we're gonna get in some sidewinders right here and see what it's saying. There we go. It's getting lifted. All right. Sidewinders are popping in there, spreading some flak. Trying to trick the missiles with some decoys. Missiles goes toward the sidewinders too. The hummingbird is trying to chase him down. Well, it's not getting chased at least. Right. It's trying to turn here to get a nice angle, but they're darn quick. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see if they it feels like they need to line up properly in order to deal the damage. You can see it's kind of sitting at a pretty high altitude. Whoa. Well, that was really off. See how it looks down here from this. It looks like we should be a little bit worried when we stand back here. Look at that. No. It feels like they're kind of having this weird pendular circular motion that kind of makes them never line up in a proper way, because they try to target each other, so each other's AI are just circulating each other like that, so... Well, we shall see there. It feels like the VLMs are not doing a great job at hitting them either. And it feels... I don't know, it just seems to not be getting at the angle it kind of requires to actually hit them. We've got steering thrusters here, but unfortunately... Oh, they don't have any fins, so they kind of end up being just dumb after a while. That's a little bit unfortunate. I didn't imagine that the Quick Wheels challenge would be this difficult. Let's see here. It seems to not line up. Let's try and restart this one. Alright. We have a second round. Then these missiles should really have some type of fins on them too. That would be really beneficial. Alright. Let's see if it lines up. I think the first contact for it would be most likely to be beneficial. Oh, it kind of turns away. So, okay, that's kind of the issue. They are just a little bit quicker and more maneuverable. So, we're trying... Now they crash into each other too. So, they're like trying desperately to... Oh, both of them. I feel that the Hummingbird didn't have much to do with that combo kill. Okay, they're in the distance here. And the missile don't reach that far. But also, it doesn't have fins, so they won't reach that far anyways. They kind of tend to try and get away there. So yeah, we explained briefly in last batch what the reason is why we're doing this test. So do check that if you don't really remember it. Like, this actually looks like a pretty decent lineup. But they're like not cooperating. It's like we just never get a chance to shoot. We just never get it. And these VLMs really need to be set up in a way that's a little bit more long-range viable. Because right now, they're like going up here. They're getting out of fuel to turn and they're like out. Very unlikely for them to hit. Well, it looks really cool, but it just never seems to actually line up for a shot against these quick ones here. I suppose the Hummingbird is also on the team of hard hitters, but I will, however, say it's like been staying up here and taking fire for a really long time. So I must give it a point for survivability, even though that's not like what we're testing here, really. But we can stay here all day and they won't bother us. So they will get a little bit point for just being a very tough craft that 2 sidewinders are not able to deal with at all. So even though it may eventually win this little battle, it's gonna be very, very rare that the APSs line up to actually fire. We've only seen it once during this time of testing. And I like edited away some parts so you couldn't see. Just kind of pause the recording and wait and just see / remove. So yeah, we're gonna move on. Nothing more here is gonna happen. So yeah, next up will be Nilden's second submission, and there we have this beautiful design. It's the Invader, Nilden's Invader, the second submission. It has a shield down below there. That's smart. All right. We're getting covered in a cloud of damage, but nothing to scratch it too much yet. Is really trying to get over them. Trying to go low like that, but man. It needs to line up this tiny pack. I can already tell this is gonna be hard. It's gonna have a hard time chasing them. We're like... I don't know how fast we are. 66 meters per second, so they are a good bit faster actually. Right. We're just not lining up, man. It doesn't tilt in order to hit at them. Like, for example, Light of the World Stardrop did. So it's gonna be pretty difficult for it to hit, I believe. Huh. Man, this craft needs APN guidance. If it had APN guidance, same with the previous craft from Netrameira. If they both had APN guidance, I think they would have gotten over it and could line up a good shot. But, well, I don't know how to make APN guidance for crafts, but I think there is possible using the ramming. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe bombing rounds should have APN guidance. Maybe they already have. I haven't checked the new AI update settings, which kind of came a while ago, but whatever. Kind of mostly dwell with circle and broadside, so yeah. But that's because I've been building 2 large ships lately. Well, let's just check if we're getting a more lucky first contact, maybe this time. Well, we didn't get any lucky bit of first contact. I do, however, wonder what happened with the other sidewinder. I kind of, because we didn't shoot at it, so I suppose it just auto-exploded for this new setup. Who knows? Who knows? They're volatile crafts. But it indeed seems that the sidewinders are a little bit too quick for this design. So we're gonna move on, but it's in the same situation as the hummingbird. It can stay here all day, basically. It's gonna... It can take a lot of beating before it goes down. So, I mean, it's resilient, it just won't hit. And I don't know if it will ever take out the enemy, but it's like marginally better than getting, you know, shot out of the sky very easily and not dealing damage also. So, you know, somehow I need to grade this thing. Maybe I should have had a 10 scale, but we're continuing with the 5 scale, so yeah. Any case, and I won't have increments of 0.5, no. In any case, let us move on to the next one. Next up, we have the beautiful design of the penguin. The penguin is completely insane. And we've seen it provide some favorite action before. It's gonna be very interesting to see how it bombs are rolling down there. They are magnetic, so it's gonna be interesting to see how they would be able to drop down on the enemy here. If they're able to track him in any case. Because these magnets, they are of course attracted to the bombs, but... Or the magnets will, well, attract to the vehicles, but they're also so fast. I wonder if they will be able to kind of drop in a way that they actually deal damage. I don't know. Okay, now we're going in for a good bombing run. At least we're really quick, so we have a good chance of outrunning them, which is something we can't say for many designs in this particular challenge. Oh man. It seems to not be getting... Don't tell me it has problem with detection or whatever. What are we doing here? Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No. Drop your bombs, man. What's happening? Is it... It's not required accuracy, perhaps? It feels like it's like prime. I'm not controlling any weapons right now. Interesting. We're kind of chasing it. I don't understand why we are not getting those bombs down there. I think we might need to try and repair it. See if we had something damaged. It really looks like we should be able to target them. Man, just drop your bombs. That's... You didn't do this. Well, any case. We're trying for another run here. So we're gonna see if the bombs can target and drop a little bit better this time. Who knows? Taking some fire. No. Come on. Drop them bombs, man. What are you doing? Why are you not trying? This is weird. Well, who knows? We're like perfectly chasing it here. It's like... Why? Anyways, the penguin seems to not want to drop its bombs like ever. So, you know, it has one thing. It doesn't get killed. It can basically stay here-ish indefinitely. Just chilling around over these ones. Having really good opportunities to drop bombs but not doing it. But, you know, at least it's not getting shot out of the sky, you know. That's something. So, yeah, I think we should move on to the next submission, yes. And there we have it. The Nilden's first and primary submission. With this beautiful little bomb cam. So this is gonna be highly interesting. And I think this is gonna have the best chance of Nilden's 3 submissions here. The decoys probably do help a lot with tricking some missiles. Alright. No. Oh. We need to slow down time. I'm sorry. Look at that. Look at that. I want to see first action from the bomb cam. Oh! Bam! That's a hit. Oh my lord, it's really good. That's what I'm talking about. This is a bomber. This is a bomber who really understood the task here. Look at it. Alright. Trying to regenerate a little bit here. Trying to... Oh, it seems to have almost have a little bit issue to... It almost looks like it's intercepting it a bit. Here we go. The bombers come down. They get guided. Oh, that's so close. Oh, yes. No. There we go. Pops in a couple of them. And I think it can do it again and again. It's not... Yeah, it's perfectly staying on top of this fight here. Do we have something on the cam? Look at that. Oh! Excellence. Perfection. Well, this craft, my ladies and gentlemen, which is the B8 bomber, exactly. I even remember the name. Has really excelled at this challenge. Here we have a craft who has exactly understood what we're supposed to do in a situation like this and delivers excellently. Very, very good. We'll just kind of spawn that again to make sure it's not just luck. All right. We're flying out here again. There we go. Oh yes, oh yes. Taking some fire, but not getting shot down in any capacity. We have some repairables trying to repair us there too. Beautiful. Oh! Wow, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that damage. Excellent performance. Not easily intimidated by any of those weapons and just excelling at taking out those there. Well, I don't think I don't think I'll need to tell you that, but here we have a top scorer. I think you already calculated out that yourself. This is a top scorer for this particular challenge. This is really excellent. So let's see here. Missiles have recharged any moment now. Reloaded, I mean. And it's... There we go. Fired a bunch. And there they come. Oh yes. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent. Very, very, very impressive. And this bomb cam is also hilarious. That's an hilarious touch. So very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. We shall now go to the next design. So I think we're gonna miss the B8 bomber very much. If we compare it to the previous results, I'm very impressed with this particular design being able to. The B8 bomber there really excels at this challenge. Here we have a design I kind of also think will do very well here. This is the white phosphorus bomber by Ovo, and it's like insane. It's like hard to even stay with this thing without getting... Yeah. I think we're getting a little bit crazy just looking... What are we shooting at? Well, we're gonna see... Oh, what the... What did we hit it with? I don't get it. Oh my god. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do here. We're shooting two big missiles. Popping in there. Going real close. Ah, no. Missiles popping in there. Oh, damn. That's so close. We're hitting the ground too. This thing is a little bit too exciting to ride on, man. Even the built-in stabilization of the camera lock isn't like enough. Those missiles kind of missed. Oh no. It's not easy locking on to this thing. There we go. The moment when the Sidewinder is a more reliable thing to lock onto. That's like a little bit more stable. White phosphorus bomber, what are we gonna do now? Isn't white phosphorus a war crime? Excellent for From the Depths then. I wonder if that happened to a previous one. We're a little bit in rocky territory here. We're not supposed to be in rocky territory, I believe. Welp. Whoa. Oh. I think we need to go to a more flatter area. Most likely. It's like it just smashed that missile down into the ground. Like, why? What's that? Alright. Well, we got another missile coming in there. It kind of like, it has like the same speed as the Sidewinder there. Man. Look at that. Come on. It's a little bit slower. If it had APN guidance or whatever, I think it could have dealt with the situation, but it's just a little bit too slow for this type of vehicle. We're gonna restart this one and see if the initial blast will be a little bit more lucky. Well, we're riding these things here. See if they reach. I think they won't. Let's see here. What? And those missiles? Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's a good hit. Missiles from two sides. Very reliable. Oh no! It died. We're also a little bit on rocky surface here, which isn't what we tested. So we're gonna restart in this battle, yes. Right, there we are. Flat ground. We're gonna see if these diff guns will get a good lock on here. Alright. No? They haven't fired yet. Oh no! Oh, that was so close. We're just moving so erratic. This is like me piloting a plane in Battlefield 2. Like, scary all the time. Never know what's gonna happen. Alright. It like does this nose dives. Did we kind of kill the other one without me noticing it, or what? No, it's over there. No, no, that was missiles. I think the other one might be dead somehow. It's so quick, it's like hard to see what's happening. Well, there a diff gun went off at least, so... Well, it feels like it's more likely to kind of maneuver itself to death than it is to actually getting hit by something that its Sidewinders can offer. Oh! The other Sidewinder somehow died. I don't understand how. This is weird. Well, it doesn't seem those diff guns reload very often. We're just having this very erratic dogfight kind of thing. Well, we're gonna just pop in here a little bit again quickly. Oh. There we go. Locked on. Because I really wonder what happened with the first one. Oh, man. Oh! Alright. Good hit there. Oh man. Well, I will say it's definitely decent. That it is. Oh yeah, that was such a good lineup. So sad APS couldn't fire there. It kind of gives a lot of really good lineups, and it's really erratic, so hard to hit. But it kind of dies sometimes, so that's a tiny bit scary. And what is it with these dark clouds? And those missiles, when they pop in there, they're doing great damage. Ooh. Man, we're so hard to hit. It's kind of smart it shoots them in any direction because it makes sure that the missiles can come from any direction, which kind of increases the chances of hitting fast vehicles like this. Alright. Well, we know what it's capable of. It's just take some time for it to line up like that, but it's definitely a capable fighter that is not very likely to get taken out by the sidewinders themselves, and is much more likely to take them out eventually when the stars line up, so the diff guns have time to fire, and more commonly a beautiful explosion with the missile like that. Very nice, very nice. Next up, we're having the AS Sardalk from Pizza Summoner. And we're gonna spawn a couple of, let's see, in a flat direction. Where did we get? There we go. Couple of sidewinders here. And we're gonna see how it deals with them. And this is the one that has the absolutely amazing little lock-on HUD inside of here. We can actually pause the game so you can just see it, but I guess you've seen it before. It's just this no target thing, and then it locks on, and then it's bam. Very, very, very impressive design. But I think it's really adapted for heavy hitters, heavy targets. It's gonna be interesting to see if it can deal with crazy fast things like this. It's going down, lining up. Oh, bam! That wasn't very close. Well, we need to escape to some safe space and do it all again. It's pretty good at evading getting shot at. Now it feels like we're getting chased. I wonder if these thrusters are breadboard or ACB controlled. I recently learned to ACB control them. It's pretty cool, but you can do it with breadboard better too. Alright. Oh no! Ooh, we almost scratched ourselves there too. That's Kolosh but no cigar. We're getting dangerously close to the ground sometimes. Lining up for another attack round. Let's see here. Diving down. And... oh! No! It didn't hit. It feels like it's getting so close. And it can deal if it just hits remotely close by. By the way, I love these pipes as a gold trim design. They look really cool. But in any case, it's getting real close. If it just hits nearby, they will just insta-kill them. Oh, damn! Did we get an unlucky strike? What happened to one of our crams? Man, I think we'll need to restart this battle. I guess it was one of the... I don't know how it could deal that much damage though. Who knows? Let's see the remaining gun. Bam! Not close. We're doing like this. I make sure I don't have anything that I'm controlling. But I wanna see if it locks on and gets a target. Oh. Target locked. Come on. Fire. Niet. Well, almost. It looks cool. It looks cool. Well, we're gonna see if we're able to hit them. We're very survivable. We can deal damage to them. So, you know, it at least isn't easily shot down. It kind of was once, but that was after a long time, and I'm not sure if it was if it shooted itself or if it was the side windows. Alright, guns locking on. Bam! That kinda did some damage, right? You know, not sure it did. Wait, one sidewinder is dead. I wonder if we caused it or if it just died. Who knows? Well, I guess we're diving down and see if we can hit it. It feels a lot like it needs to really line up at the exactly right angle. Come on now. There we go. Lock and loaded. I think it was because it was stationary, but that's a beautiful explosion. Nice. Really nice. What I think is really interesting with the Sardalk from Pizza Summoner is that it seems to be very inaccurate when it comes to shooting at speedy targets. I wonder if its speed prediction, the AI detection that is predicting the speed of crafts, is kind of not very well developed there, because it's not adapted to deal with fast targets like this, so it's more like trying to punch upwards, I don't know. I think it's also in the punching up class, and you know, you may think this challenge is a little bit unfair because it's testing against really quick stuff, but do remember, we've already had a challenge where we test them against a really meaty design. Then we had a challenge where we test them against a very kinda still, but easy, hard to detect design. And in the future, we're gonna test it against a tanky design. We're gonna test it against something really large, and like there are so many challenges lining up. So even though, oh my lord, no it did, what happened there? Why did we lose blocks? Well, anyways, even though it may not excel in each and every challenge, when we're finished with all these testings, the sum amount of the points should give a good indication of where these bombers are on an effectiveness scale in combat. Not to be confused with the effectiveness specifically episode we did test before. But it really seems like it's having... What the? It's having a hard time to deal damage, it is. But it can hit sometimes, and it's pretty good at like surviving them at least. So, you know, that's something. Well, I think that was all for this batch. We're just gonna see here. Come on. It's like... It's always in the proximity. Well, enlisted and commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Special thanks to all our commissioned officers out there, and if you want to join the army of GMODIST, if you're not in it already, just self-assign yourself Matros 3rd class and you can climb the ranks by participating in challenges like this. And if you rather want to be a commissioned officer, Patreon is your friend. And mine. In any case, hope you enjoyed this little blast here, and we're gonna get back with back out there and test the next batch in the next episode. So I hope you enjoyed it. This is your host, Lord High Admiral, signing out from this particular little episode. I hope you have a great one, and AOG Invictus. Also subscribe. That would be pretty cool. You can also like the video. We got merch. you know, and... It's a tactical Lord High Admiral GMODIST was just out on a camo mission, as you can see, in my very discreet merch today. In any case, we're gonna get back into the AOG trials for the Bomber Challenge. And because I have this very stealthy, beautiful hat here, I'm sure we're gonna get extra good results this week here. Don't you think so as well? We're basically we've done 2 batches. We have 2 more to go. There has been 6 submissions in each batch, and yeah, welcome to the Sean Reed episode. We're gonna start out with Rush, then we're gonna have Sean Reed, and then we're gonna end off with Shotgun. So that's the agenda for today. Well, let's turn on tactical mode and get out there. So here we go to Rush's beautiful little submission. I don't know, but I kind of feel this one is gonna excel very hard at this challenge. So we're gonna spawn a Sidewinder and another one, and we should let it go. It has some fast fire guns, which I'm sure is gonna end up being a really good choice against these Sidewinders. Having a fast fire gun like this is probably gonna be anyone's best idea for dealing with a situation like this. Man, these ACB... Whoa, interesting. Alright, we're launching missiles. No, we didn't hit. I'm kinda surprised. All right. Getting it, bam, interesting. Dropping some of those. All right. Okay, what's happening there then? Well, wow, we're trying to lock on with the lasers. We're just not able to do that in a good way, it seems. One thing I never really noticed here is that, ew, they are actually on spin blocks. I see. Interesting. Because you can make them control pitch and stuff and yaw using ACBs, but I guess this is maybe some breadboard magic. I'm not the best setting up stuff using spin blocks. I have done that before, but it was some time ago. Well, anyways, let's let this go. All right. So our machine gun is trying to lock on there. Desperate, trying to get the lock on. Okay. Ah, it can't stay. It can't stay locked on for long enough, it seems. Well, I guess I shouldn't jinx Craft by saying I think they will excel well, because every time I did that, they didn't. Right, okay, come on, lock on now. Ah! It ain't doing it. These are more likely to collide with each other to kill, maybe. Who knows? Okay, let's see here. If the machine gun fire it can boast can solve some issues. Oh no, it's like so close. Close but no cigar, as they say. Another lock on, another miss. The only thing that's shedding block is sadly Rush's design here. This lock-on really needs to get its game together here. I think this craft would have been much better if it just had some lasers that could see in any direction. I think it kind of lost control up there. Not sure what we're doing. We're not having the best of days up here. Alright, here we go. Another little fresh respawn and see what we can do. It has like optimal chances of hitting the first blast here. So let's hope it can really provide some serious damage there. We took some fire though. Alright. Lock and load. Where is even the targeting laser? No, I think it gets stuck on the guns. It's getting stuck on the guns. Yeah, the guns are full blocks. I didn't realize that was the issue. They're getting stuck on the guns. The guns are full blocks. They will block the laser. Well done. Well done. Come on, come on. Yes, no, it like locks on for a second and it's gone. It's like, only fires at targets that are very stationary then. I think this is also maybe together with almost all the other crafts in the punching upwards class. Yeah. I kind of thought those machine guns would kind of, you know, deal enough damage to make it like eventually take him out, but it seems more that it's able to deal a pretty good job at just staying in the air and not get shot down, but it just seems to not be able to deal any damage towards them, except maybe sometime by extreme luck. Like, you could see it almost locked on and shot it. But it's really, it's only that, almost. Well, it looks cool doing it, and it ain't getting shot down. That's something, but we're gonna move on. Right, so now we're in Sean Reed Land, and I just remembered that we are having some issues with the crafts when they're trying to start from ground here. So we're gonna see if we need to... Oh well. I think we need to help it a little bit there. It has some real issues, but for getting off from land, but that we already covered in the efficiency video, so that's nothing we talk about here especially. All right, and of course, a contestant that wins this challenge will have the accepted will of course get the chances of improving the design so it can fit in the fleet in its optimal splendor. But until we are deciding how we're gonna do with the winners, dependent on how we decide, we're gonna of course deal with that when it comes closer to that time. Yeah, kind of self-explanatory. So far so good. I'm very interested to see. Oh, are they gonna go towards them? Oh, they're getting dragged, but they're so slow. Oh yes, that buckshot, man. It's like not a joke. Look at it. Oh, will it despawn? Will it? Come on, no! You can't despawn now. Come on, mate. Are you kidding me? Yes! Beautiful! That's maybe that was a little bit luck-based too, but that was awesome. I just love to see that. Okay. So, Sean Reed's first submission. The Daggery. So far, so good. Alright. Yeah, we're actually hitting some shots there, I believe. Wouldn't it be pretty cool if we had some, like, COD hit markers in from the depth? So you could see from a distance if you hit. Like, from your AC-130, you could just see the machine gun shooting or missing or whatever. I don't remember it climbing this high, but maybe it did. Well. Sir, why are we at 1,700 meters? I think we may have lost control. No, 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 no. It dropped down on the ground before it detected the enemy, so it just... Welp. Okay, we're doing this. Alright. Load vehicle. Sean Reed Daggery. Get on there. There we go. Spawn from air. These mines are large too. Man, that's some serious damage. Alright. I don't think those mines are gonna... Ooh, they might hit the car afterwards. No. Whoa, oh! No! So close! Oh, damn. They live for a while though, so that's nice because they're large. Where are they? There is the menace, but they are too far away. Well, damn. I just love to see them ride on top. Oh! Nah. Man. That would have been beautiful to see. Right. The Jaggery is... Are we getting out of orbit again? Come on. Are we losing control? Why is it doing this? That's the question. This is some proper deep water guard maneuvers here. We're completely lost control. But why? That's the question. But why? It just seems to be extremely confused when fighting really fast targets. I just spawned another one because I don't think our friend up there will come down. Well, it's able to survive. That's for sure. Now we just need to check and take a decision if it's reliably able to deal damage to the targets or not. That one time with the mines, you know, I don't know if that's more luck or that's like... Because... Yeah, we're having some issues. We're having some issues here. We're not able to maneuver really at all at the land-based map. So unfortunately for the first mission for the Daggery, we're having some issues when faced against the Sidewinders. Moving on, Sean Reed has 3 more chances of the designs to excel. So, you know, many submissions. The Sean Reed episode, as I said, not only. We have a shotgun and we had a rush as well, so that's nice. Next out, we have the Sunspot. Beautiful biplane design. I just like it a lot. Alright. Let's spawn a couple of Sidewinders and see what it will do towards them. Wait, what? Hello. I think we may need to help it a little bit, not sure. Has it not detected the enemies? Okay, now we're detected enemies. Alright, there we go. Into battle! I just love the look of from the depth biplanes flying into battle. I know biplanes are like worse in every regard, but not in the aesthetic department. Ooh! Bam! Firing some of those revolting blast guns. Love to see that. Okay. Next sweep, popping in there. Come on. So if you're wondering why we're having 4 That's because I didn't limit submission, because we got more submissions than I expected, which is really cool. I'm very happy about that. But it will also mean that I will probably limit submission to 1 per person in future challenges, just so it doesn't get, you know, I kind of calculated we would have like, I don't know, 8 submissions or whatever. So I kind of thought that, yeah. So this series has become a little bit longer than, like, we have a little bit more episodes than I first anticipated due to the amount of submissions. But you know, that's on me, and we have been blessed with a lot of beautiful designs thanks to that too. So people who have been a little bit unsure of which of their designs they would choose chose both, and that made us really put to the test which one of the designs is gonna be the best. And I'm sure that for those who have submitted several designs, they're just gonna learn so much from this little series, because they can clearly see their designs compared back to back in an amount of different challenges, and should really give a very much proof on the difference between their design choices. Now I'm very confused why the revolting blast guns ain't shooting, because they deal some serious damage when they do. Alright. Man, this is so cool when we're just diving down. Unfortunately, they're not very maneuverable, so those missiles tend to kind of just miss, but yeah. All right. Bam. We only shot like 2 blasts, why? Why not just dump that mag on them? Alright then. Oh. Are we intercepting? Wow, that was a pretty smart move, except it didn't work. What is really cool with the Sunspot is that its landing gear are folding in and folding out, which is really cool. Alright. These missiles has issues hitting. And I'm very surprised that the revolving blast guns are not just killing these crafts, because I know they they should be able to do that pretty easily if they just fired. I'm not controlling any weapons, am I? No, because I'm not in any of the vehicles. I made sure to not be in any of the vehicles. Also, I should turn off my repair in case I was close to any of the vehicles. Anyways. Come on now. Oh. Dive down, deal some damage. You know, what I really like about the Sunspot is that it's super cool to stay on it and just watch it fight. It's a joy to see, but I'm gonna see if we can restart this battle. It has one thing, it's darn hard to kill. It just flies there in like close distance to them, and it just isn't getting hit enough to actually be killed. It's flying so close to the ground, and it's not taking damage. So that's pretty impressive, but unfortunately it isn't dealing damage, and I don't know why, because these blast guns really should. There we go. Oh, you haven't detected the enemies yet. Come on, mate. There we go. There we go. We're getting a frag flak cloud incoming there. Bam! That was a bad hit, wasn't it? No? Missiles fire away. Blast guns. You know, we got a couple of shots in there, but I don't know if it tore any block off. Probably not. If so, a very surface level, not important one. Come on now. Blast gun them. Blast gun them. It's really behaving the exact same as last time. I think we kind of know how this will go, actually. It will not be able to deal damage to the targets it seems to be so extremely unlikely. They are consequently being too slow. And now we got an unlucky hit too, but you know, we looked at it for so long and it didn't die for like forever, so it seems to be pretty good at staying resilient, except, well, this unlucky time, but you know, that's something, but it ain't dealing damage. Here we have the Djinn, also Sean Reed. This is Sean Reed's second design. They're not in order. They're first, fourth, second, third, because that's how they're saved. Alright. It's gonna be really interesting to see this UFO popping in there. It's staying really out of fire, that's nice. Alright. It's going pretty quick. I don't remember if it drops bomb or if it's shoot down missiles. I kind of remember it shooting down missiles. Let's see there. If it will. We're getting like showered in tiny frags. Hello. Welp. I know I'm not on it, I was just making sure, because I was a little bit scared at it. Huh. Well, I guess I'll just stay with it for a while and see if it deals damage ever. Oh! I spawned a friend, too, just to see if we could get some faster results that. And one fired, one just fired. Alright. Unfortunately... What are we doing? Oh, right, they're magnets. Alright, oh my god. Is it gonna drive into this cloud? Oh. That was close, but really no issues there. Well, I mean, it fires, but it's also not dealing damage. It even got a friend to make it... to try and do the same test, but twice the speed. You see, it dropped down here. And there was just, okay, well, I guess we're chilling here then. Well, now we're just sitting here, and oh, look, something came by. And then it went away. So my conclusion is, well, it won't get damaged. The Djinn, it won't take damage. That's nice, I guess, but it ain't dealing damage either. They're just too quick for this type of weapon system that we're wielding. So we're gonna move on to the next design, which is the Aspirant Helicopter. And this nice design has some nice things like the sniper cannon there, which I do expect might be able to be pretty accurate. Alright, we're having targets. Spawn away there. So let's see. We're getting... Did one of them... Why did he blow themselves up? And what are you doing now? Okay, so, right. The Sidewinders just decided to self-explode. Let's try that again. We spawned 2 fresh Sidewinders. And hopefully they won't insta-die this time. I do think our Aspirant Helicopter, which is Sean Reed's 3rd submission, haven't seen them yet. Okay, we've seen them. Alright, this is gonna be very interesting. We're having a lock-on. We're having a lock-on. Alright. If those missiles are maneuverable enough, I think we can probably do it. No, we lost the lock on. Okay, we got a new one. Alright. And we got the sniper cannon there. And I think we're bobbing too much up and down. We're just not hitting. Huh. We're gonna see where our missile drop. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's see here. And now, oh no. It seems to have trouble navigating this type of space. Huh. Oh no, that was incoming missiles. Come on. We're having a lock on. There, oh, it's just, man. It's just a tiny little bit too slow. Well, slow in turning, that is. Well, the missiles look cool, so that's something. Pew. We're just gonna make sure we get the same results if we do it again. Sidewinder is detected. We're having a visual on the enemy. Target locked. Nope. Well, the Sidewinders seem to have a pretty good day. They seem to be feeling pretty untouchable. The Aspirant is staying pretty safe though, so I guess that's one thing, but I mean, it also isn't dealing damage. So yeah, unfortunately not. Well, next out will be Shotgun's Dart. So we're gonna spawn a couple of Sidewinders here, and we're gonna see how Shotgun's design are doing this. Man, it's just surrounded by shields. Alright, machine guns activated. We're having a very focused lock on. Bam! We're just machine gunning this thing. We have a... wow. That's like some proper ground support action. Missiles popping in there too. Alright. Which one was that? Oh, one blew up. Or we're just putting so many missiles in the air there. That's nice. Alright. We're pretty maneuverable too. Bam! Nice. Nice. It seems completely untouchable. I'm just spawning 4 Sidewinders for fun, because I wanna see what happens. So far, so good. Alright. This is of course unfair towards it, but it picked them off so quickly. I just wanna have more in the air at the same time to kind of see what it's doing. And these are like passive ones. Oh, look at that. Are they gonna drive over them? No. Could have almost. Bam! Look at that. That's some pretty effective firepower, I must say. Beautiful design from Shotgun here. Oh yes. Beautiful. Yeah, it's really acing this. Come on. Look at that. A machine gun, yeah. It even has taken some damage, but it's still online and fighting. Wow. That's so cool. They're just chasing him. Come on. Wow. This is the joy of the episode. Very, very, very impressive. Definitely top results dealing with these cars. We've already taken out 3 of them. You know, I just tested them against 4 just to make sure it's actually, you know, we could actually see when it takes them out. Very, very, very impressive. The Dart by Shotgun is excellent results. Excellent results indeed. And a very much joy to see. And that's, of course, mostly thanks to my tactical glasses and tactical hat that we got such luck. Isn't that true? In any case, if you enjoyed this episode, do leave a like and do subscribe if you haven't already. You can join the army of GMODIST via our Discord, self-assigned 3rd Matros. Matros 3rd class, yeah. Or join the commissioned officers at Patreon. You can also do if you want to be a commissioned officer instead and get some stuff for it. In any case, I hope you enjoyed and I'll see you next time. Thanks to all our current supporters, of course. Especially Admiral Super Dave, Admiral Scoobrox, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria C2, Cravey, Powered by Greed, Talaras and Vincent Veritas. See you next time. This is your Lord High Admiral, officially signing out. Oh, I didn't see you there. I was reading my important notes in the Army of GMODISM logbook. In any case, it's nice that you are here because you're just in time for the 4th of the Bomber Trials Quick Wheels Challenge. Or Quick Wheel Sub Challenge. So, I think we should get out there and check some stuff. You know what? I think we'll need this. See you out in the wastelands or desert or whatever that is. As I'm sure everyone knows, we're gonna test your designs against the Sidewinder. So the only thing we're missing, well, that's 2 Sidewinders. So here we have the beautiful design, the 3-valve, because it's a narwhal but with 3 horns or something. Which is very cool. First out. So Scoovimation's first submission this is. So we're gonna see how it deals. We're taking some incoming fire. It looks pretty meaty. I do not expect it will be taken out. That diff blast kind of missed its mark, I think. But we have some machine gun action going on there. Alright. Diff rods. Not activating. Oh! Hoo, hoo. Oh, damn. That's some damage. Wow. Look at that. We're gonna see if these diff rods are gonna reload anytime soon. Well, the narwhal, I mean the 3-valve is not joking around. It had made that very clear already. If they'll just get more ammo sometime. Well, I think these machine guns are doing a pretty good job at just doing some passive damage though. Or seem to be an interesting lock. BAM! That's some damage. That's a really good result. We need to run that again. Here we go. They have been summoned, the Sidewinders. I think we have a visual on the enemy. Oh, close but no fatal damage at least. Those guns are taking out some stuff too, coming in too, which is nice. Man, can deal with some of those missiles. We're able to withstand the barrage of tiny frags. Alright. We're lining up for a shot, I believe. It's more like ground support type of role. Alright. No. That's some damage. Alright, and last one here. Second one. Popping in there. Can't escape. Look at that. Ooh. This is a joy to see, or what do you say? If we just get those... Is it diff guns? I think it is. I think I remember it's diff guns. Or it has outloaders. No, Captain Y has outloader. No, that was a secret. It's a Armydism secret. No, it's not. Or maybe it is. What? Hey! Bam! What happened there? Damn! That was spectacular. That was just some beautiful action. I just wanted to see it from the perspective of one of these poor Sidewinders. Ooh, and it has cram bombs too. I kind of forget about that because it doesn't get to line up to even use them. It's so versatile, the 3-wall. It's so versatile. Look at those poor Sidewinders trying to run away. Or basically kill us, but, well, I think we have the upper hand using this craft. It's a very nice design from Scubimation there. I like how the game doesn't even believe we're in a danger, so we're getting like pretty chill music. Yeah, that's a really versatile weapon setup. We're gonna move on to the next one. I just wanted to see if it could crit this thing lining up, because we have enough to know that this is a very competent design, and it definitely is dealing with this situation. Bam! Very beautiful. Next up we have Scubimation's other submission, the Pigeon. So, let us spawn a couple of Sidewinders then. There we go. And I think this is kind of heavily relying on its crams, so we're gonna see if it uses the machine guns at all to defend against incoming fire, or not. Because I think they are mainly set up to deal with missiles and such. Well, we're slowly zooming in there. Oh yeah. We took that missile out. Oh yeah. Nice missile defense here. Now, I think this Pigeon can stay here all day and doing this. I do, however, think that its bombs are kind of unlikely to line up to get a good hit. Most likely. Alright. Well, I guess we'll probably need to chill a bit and see if stuff happens, but generally, oh no, we're taking damage. I don't think. Oh no, we can't stay up here all day. Welp. Ooh. Oh no. Sad times. Well, we spawned them again, so we're gonna see if we're getting the same results this time. I really like the missile defense though. I have to say that. It's a really cool little smart mini defense for a cheap craft that's just makes it take so much less damage. But I can't say it's lining up to get a nice shot. I think it could have possibly been doing a lot better if those machine guns actually were targeting the sidewinders instead of just trying to save us from missiles. Because right now we are going to let through a missile at some point, and at that point we're gonna have a bad time. We fired crams. Oh no. To no avail, I am afraid. This is a pretty nice screenshot though. That had to be said. Maybe it even is the thumbnail you clicked on, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, and it eventually kind of gets damaged and tilts over. So it's not really survive. Yeah. We're not. Yeah, it doesn't exactly excel at this challenge at all. It's like, doesn't hit the target, doesn't survive the light fire, and it's not doing the situation better with those cramps there. Well, I think we know enough. We can move on to the next submission. It looks nice though. Here we got American with the AOG bomber plane, which is a very interesting and unique design we haven't much seen before. So let's pop in a couple of sidewinders and we shall indeed engage. We're going pretty quick too. Did I accidentally give them like bumpy hell over there? Alright. They seem to be fine. Hopefully not for long. Alright. Oh. Damn. Oh. Is it gonna blow? It's gonna blow. Yeah. We EMP'd that sucker. Sidewinder 1 down. Alright, engage Sidewinder 2. Oh man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. These are some real good results there. This American's AOG bomber is delivering. Let's try that again and see if it wasn't just luck. All right, there we go. Let the battle begin. So it's rolling in there, firing those beautifully pop-up missiles. Getting shot in the side. Oh well. Fluctuating those fat flaps. Bam! That was a real explosion, man. Oh, yes. Oh, wow. Well, America's build here is definitely a top performer. Look at that. It goes so close. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't kill itself doing this. Do you see this? It EMP killed it and it just detonated. Yeah. I think this might have like top results so far. I'm kind of sad I only can give it 5 as max because this This is like another level. This is good. Alright. I'm very happy we had like already 2 really, really efficient designs in this little last batch here. It's all amazing. Well, next up we'll have the Grinch's first submission, which is DMB4. 2 sidewinders have been popping in there. Oh, I think this is a case where these was it explosive rounds? I think it was. Pure explosive. I think they can do a real good job. Alright. Firing beautiful bursts there. Bombing bay opening up. Oh hoo hoo. Oh no. I don't think they will be coming up near. Man, what's dropping here though? Oh no, we're losing engine parts. Well. Oh no. We're kind of falling out of the sky. Did those engines only have like 1 connection point? Damn. That's kind of surprising. I thought it was going to shred these sidewinders using its explosives. Welp. It didn't. For the first try at least, so let's give it a second try. The cockpit here is really cool though. I like that a lot. So we're having our burst high explosives popping in there. They should really be able to detonate some real volatile targets. Alright. You can see it, like, it hits pretty well. I'm kind of surprised they're not blowing up. Like, how much damage do we need to do? Too bad for these bombs. They're just... yeah. I think if you're gonna be able to hit a fast target like this, I think your bombs have to be dropped real close. Maybe it's not even possible, actually. Oh no. Our engines are shot out again. Oh well. This ain't the performer for this challenge, man. Yeah, exactly the same thing happened. Engine parts raining everywhere. The gun isn't able to take him out first blast and it just gets finished off on ground. Well, well, well. It's technically fighting. It's like this isn't really enough to kill him though. I think we'll need to go to the Grinch's next submission because I don't think we'll get different results out of this. Here we're having the MB5. And we're having another front-mounted, kind of spinal mount APS. I think this one is not explosive. I kind of want to check that now. Yeah, it's like... it's armor-piercing explosive. That must... This is tiny... That's like the smallest armor AP HE I've seen. Whoa. Oh, man. That's a good hit. Look at that. Oh, and we are locking on those missiles here, man. Yes, yes, yes. That's amazing. That's really cool. Alright, alright. We're just gonna test that again, make sure it wasn't just luck. There we have it. It's popping in there. I just spawned an extra one because it finished them so darn quickly. And it just was not taken out by those frag clouds or missiles last time. So I kind of want to see what's gonna happen. Look at that! Bam! That's some serious firepower. It's really good at locking on that laser missile. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that. It has no chance whatsoever. Beautiful. This might be the most... Oh, bam! I think this might be the most efficient. I think this might actually be the most efficient Sidewinder killer out there. It feels like we can like pop in, I don't know, an insane amount of them, and just let it have a go. It's a joy to see. We may have overextended itself a little bit here. It's like an insane amount of them now. But it's really smart. The propeller is kind of back mounted here. It's much less likely to get damaged. Alright, I don't know how that blew up, but okay. I'm also not sure. I'm starting to think something was damaged. Because we didn't lock on anymore. Yeah, our detection was kind of damaged. Well, with 6 of them, that's very expected, so... Look at that. Bam, we're hitting. We're just hitting and hitting. Very impressive indeed. Yeah, I already know what to give this in terms of points, so I will continue with saying very impressive with this last batch of bombers for the quick wheels challenge. I didn't expect, but like most of the strongest designs being in the last batch particularly. That's really amazing. Look at that. Bam. I kind of thought it would die. It almost did, but it really didn't. In any case, we can confidently say that this thing is a very efficient Sidewinder killer. I think all of them are picked off now. One left. Oh no, there it goes. Bam, bam, bam. Quick action. Very efficient. Yeah, I'm certainly very happy with this. For this challenge, it really excels. Alright. We actually only got one ship. No, not ship. We only got one plane left for the last batch of the bomber challenges. And that is our Captain Wise. The commissioned officers. And it looks absolutely gorgeous. So it will be interesting to see if it also delivers some gorgeous results. Well, we have visual on the enemy. We're taking some frag flak popping in there. Ooh! It seems our decoys, maybe radar decoys too, maybe? No? Oh no, we took a hit. Alright. And now the APS bombs. See if they will lock on. Alright, we're having a little bit problem here. BY409 seems to have some issues to be able to move quickly enough to get over them. I just wanted to check that I'm not... Oh, now he tries to use some sonar buoys. No! Did we get stuck? Did we? No! No, we... Did we kind of mess up and get stuck in the ground? What happened there? Interesting. Well, we'll just repairing it from the ground there and see what happens. I haven't fired those APS guns yet. Those diff guns. Mostly. But that's an army of GMODISM secret. Oh, look at that, look at that. We're closing in, we're closing in. No! Damn! We're so close of getting... It should have had 3-meter mantlets, I can tell now. Then it would have a much larger window of actually aiming at a quick target. Well, well, well. That is not the case. I wonder if we harpooned ourselves to the ground again. I don't think so. Maybe we could do this, like having an actual harpoon into something and do that as a way to maneuver quicker around in a circle. I'm not sure that would work, but if it would work, that would be pretty cool. Well. We're firing flares on stuff, but now it seems... Oh no. Oh no. We'll see if it gets in some type of order where it can actually deal some damage. We're doing this beautiful chase now. We really should be able to line up for a shot. Come on! Ah. Will you not? Isn't this... No. Ah, it just escapes. I think we'll need to try and restart this little run and see if we get some other results. Alright. For some reason we dived low a little bit there. Taking some incoming flak. I love that the game doesn't seem to think this is a real battle. We're getting the chill music. God, this is a perfect lineup. No. Oh well, oh well. I don't think it's like this seems to be the perfect, but it will not fire. Look at that. This is like, yeah, it seems to be kind of having bad timing in its bombing routine, so it just doesn't bomb. This golden trim is very beautiful though, around black. Well, in any case, it's, you know, it just won't line up. Where it, you know, it has one thing. It's pretty sturdy. I think we can stay here for a good while and we're not taking a lot of damage. Or like taking pretty surface level damage. It is pretty resilient. It will have that, but it's not able to damage the vehicles here. It's just not possible to time up the bombs and anything like that. And we don't have a backup system getting used there, so I know, what can we do? What can we do indeed? Well, I guess that's that. It's looking very cool doing it though, which is nice. But well, you know what? That has been it for this episode. The last batch of the quick wheels. Next time we'll be coming back with checking some tanks. So, huge thanks to all of the enlisted in the Army of GMODISM, and extra thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM, because you are making the Army of GMODISM stay strong. So, with that said, AOG Invictus, and I will see you in future challenges indeed. Oh god, we got a fatal hit there. Well, time to bail. Bye bye. Well, hello, this is your Lord High Admiral in the Army of GMODISM, and you're welcome back to some more trials, of course. In here, we are beautifully listening to The Waltz of the Builder by our own composer Vestrets. So it's absolutely fantastic, won't you say that? Well, anyways, this time we're going to have the next batch of, well, what should we say? Brave contestants. We're gonna battle the Onyx Watch Oxen. So we're gonna get into that, and here we got my beautiful scoreboard, which I just calculated how many scores I have written down here. When I'm finished with this scoreboard, I have written down 325 times some different scores here. So when I'm gonna calculate this together, I'm gonna sum up these 325 different scores into 25 summed up scores, and I will be able to give a result, basically. In any case, this is of course some really cool thing here, which we definitely need to, let's see here, sorry. We definitely need to thank the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel every month. Which is, most notably, Admiral Scooberox, Captain Wild, Lieutenant Dinosaur Boy, Lieutenant LCG Canyon, Cravey, Parbagreed, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. We're gonna get on with the next batch, starting with Netramira's design. So, let's get in there, let's get out of the planning room and get out to the testing range area. Netramira's design is the beautiful humming bird, an ornithopter, which is very amazing. It seems to have some struggle with altitude, so it doesn't want to land. But anyways, we're gonna spawn an oxen, and we're gonna see what it will do to it. Hopefully it's gonna do a lot. I like this little door in the back. It feels a little bit, you know. So, we're gonna drop some diff gun bombs there, and unfortunately it seems they missed. It's gonna be interesting to see where those cran shots land. They didn't land anywhere, which is good. I wonder if our anti-missile missiles will be able to take out some stuff though. I also kind of want to see these guns firing. Maybe they won't. They need some more time to reload. Well, next time. Somehow we are seeming to have some time of trouble getting lined up to fire the diff guns, which is weird. Oh, now we're firing. Let's get here. Oh, damage. Yes. Oh no. Carnage. No. Oh no. That ain't too good. Well, they were just chilling for such a long time, not shooting at each other. Something is obviously very damaged here. We have our vertical launch missiles, but I think they only provide some superficial damage. So yeah. Oh, wait, what? It launched? The wings are not flapping. But did you know that it's not actually a ornithopter? It is actually a thruster craft disguised as an ornithopter. The horror. No, it's very cool. Of course you can't make... I don't think you... Can you make an ornithopter in from the depth? Huh. I might have to try sometime. Well, this battle obviously needs some respawning. Go, go, hummingbird! So we're gonna see here how Netramira will perform against the oxen here. The cram flags are not too dangerous. I think this has a potential to basically snipe the target. if it just gets a little bit lucky with these shots. Which should be coming out of here any second. No? No? Yes? Huh. Well then, I guess no action. It just has some issues getting these to fire. Oh my god. It actually fired. It fired shells. I was starting to think it would never fire shells. They've been circling each other for like 2 minutes straight, by the way. So that's why that's cut away. Alright, let's see here. Bam. Man, if this was... It hits this time this area again. I wonder why. I wonder why it doesn't hit like more further. Yeah, well, the VLMs are working very well. But they just won't penetrate deep enough. Alright. Oh! Bam! We have a hit! That's a lot of damage. A lot of cram parts. Well, it does have some nuking ability. It really does. But it also goes super close. And it's kind of easy to shot out of the sky with crams like this. Well, it does deal damage. That's one good thing. But it just doesn't survive. It just is too easy to hit with the crams. It can circle around for like 5 minutes without doing anything. So yeah, we're having some issues, is the short answer there. But it's not, I mean, it works. In any case, I think we're gonna move on to the next battle, or the next contestant. Here we have Nilden's Invader. And this little invader spaceship type craft is going in for the kill. With its pack, let's see how it does. I guess they will be able to match it with speed. Look at that. And it's just gonna sit here. The only thing is that it's it's an explosive pack. So while it can do this all day, it might take large portions of the day to kill this thing. But due to the crams being limited in firing arc, as almost all crams are, it's probably never gonna shoot back. Look at that. Isn't that cute? It's just does this forever. Well, I guess I'll see you in a while. We're down 4%. We're down 4%. I think this would have a tiny bit of better results if it was like Pierce pack. Yeah, I think so. Would be worth a shot to change it to Pierce pack in case this is ending up as a winning contestant. But yeah, it's absolutely completely invincible. That's great. It deals damage. That's great. And I think we can do this all day, actually. So it's pretty impressive. It's a tad bit slow, but it's still pretty impressive. Just staying right above it and just shooting down those packs forever. Oh! We've been sitting here for so long and it hasn't been damaged yet. It still reliably provides hits and just grinds this down piece by piece. And it hasn't received one bit of damage either. So it's just a matter of time. It will grind it down. It really will. 84 percentages. 83. Well, we're going down alright. That's good. It's a little bit slow. It would need some more punch. Like, seriously, it would need some more punch. If this had... I think if it had a slower pack, it would deal so much damage. Or if it had a Pierce pack. Or why not a smaller pack, but a couple of auxiliary diff guns or something. But in any case, it doesn't get shot down. It reliably just stays here and will grind this down to dust. So it's still pretty good, but we're gonna restart the battle and see if it was just lucky that it didn't get shot on its way to its superior position, or if it's pure skill. You can see this. It's gonna take some time to blow down this, especially this. Ooh, this heavy armor is gonna be hard to go through. But in any case, it's gonna do it eventually, and it won't get shot down. All right, let's go. Cram shots incoming. First volley, 2 inaccurate. Ready to rumble. Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Well, it can clearly get hit. Poor thing. Well, then I know what score I'm gonna write on this thing. The first run went a little bit better, but if it doesn't get shut down, I think it will grind down any target that's it can stay above, that it won't get, you know. So that's cool. Any case, moving on. Poor penguin, I spawned it too close to the surface. This is our favorite penguin of this challenge. The favorite penguin, popping in here. This is Netrameda's third submission. It's trying to get shot by flak crams, and it's gonna drop a lot of bombs. And this thing is real quick. I don't know what happened with those bombs, but... Oh, we are getting some blocks shed off. Well. And it's so quick, I don't think it's gonna hit it very often at all. Drop those bombs! No? Wait. I'm not sitting in it good. Oh no, it's shooting down it. Really weird. I wonder why. Why doesn't it... Is it not able to aim or what? No? Why? Why are the bombs not dropping? Huh. That's so weird. Now we have entered terrain for some reason too. Okay, come on, penguin. Everyone's favorite penguin should be able to... What's going on? Hoping that was some kind of glitch, or spawning the crafts again. We're gonna see if it drops bombs at all. If it drops bombs, I guess it was a glitch. No. Why? That's so weird. It's not dropping them. Why? We're not sitting in it. We're not blocking it. What's going on? Hello, penguin? It's just taking some light flak. Like, seriously. What's going on here? If we repair this thing. Do you have an issue with materials? No? Still not dropping any bombs. I had high hopes for the penguin, but it's getting shot by crams. But most importantly, it's not trying to drop bombs. So weird. Anyways, we're gonna move on. That's not gonna be the best score for this sub-challenge. It just won't drop the bombs. Just try again, I just wanna see if it... No. It never drops them. I wonder if it has some altitude bracket or whatever. But why? But why? Well, whatever. Here we got Nilden's B8 bomber, the last submission from Nilden. Because of course, 3 of them is Rhinos, Nilden's. So this is the B8 bomber, the main submission. And we're gonna see how this fares. We're closing in on target. Oh no! We're getting wing clipped there a little bit. This thing has the glorious bomb cam. We gotta see it. Look at it. Oh! Here we go. Yeah! That's so cool. Well, it indeed took out a lot of surface blocks here. It's really sandblasting this thing here. It's gonna be interesting to see if we got in the second round. There we go. Oh, no, it stopped? Why? Oh, we're having trouble aiming those crams, have we? And it's pretty maneuverable. It won't get... Yes. Oh, bam. That's some damage though. Ha. Mostly armor parts still, but we are getting there. It's just not able to shoot at us very much. This is going pretty fine. Oh, next rain. Bam. This thing's days are very much counted. Oh, it's dead. Wow. Wow. That's efficient. Okay, let's redo that then. Let's set it up again. Nilden's B8 bomber acquiring target. Alright. Target locked on. No. There we go. There we go. Bam. Pretty efficient damage. Yeah, it works great. It works great against a design like this one. And it's really staying out of the way. It's not getting hit at all. Just some flags close by, but nothing to really worry about. Bam. That's pretty nice. We're getting another one. Bam! Oh, no. It has no chance of winning this. I mean the oxen. Look at it. Bam. That's so good damage. Yeah, we're perfectly being able to tackle this challenge here. I just want to see when it fires. Look at that. Bam. Excellent. Excellent. We're just too quick. We're not staying in angles it can shoot at. We're just staying safe. Continuing with those bombing rounds there. Look at that. Wow. And another little swarm is popping down here. I think this is just lucky it isn't taken out yet. When they hit the like right position, they're just grinding through. These missiles are pretty darn scary, and it won't be intimidated by these crams at all, basically. 3 pop downs there. Now the rest counts. Confetti all over the place each time. It's so spot on too. Another one. And it's graciously staying in the sky. Well, we know if it aims properly, if it aims at the right spot, not much is needed to take it out. And it just continues to stay safe like that. So yeah, I think the B8 bomber here is doing a great job of just avoiding the crams and just delivering pretty decent damage to a tanky target like this. I don't think I would have expected that. You know, if it aims at the right spot, it gets through. These are not small missiles, they are doing some serious damage. Next swarm. Well, I know enough on how to grade this thing, so we're gonna move on to the next battle, why this thing is grinded into confetti. Oh, I think the AI just went there. Yep, it got through to the AI. And there it goes. Really nice. I'm pretty impressed by its ability to not get shot also. Just staying in these narrow sweeps and not such predictable patterns of movement make it a lot more survivable than some of the other designs we've seen that are moving at a similar speed. Here we have the white phosphorus bomber. So that's Ovo's submission, and this thing I wouldn't expect hit very easily, but it may, I don't know. It's a surprising design, and it goes for these interesting dives, where it just goes really close and fires a really scary diff rod. And then it has some pretty decent missiles coming in from there. So due to the design of it, I kind of thought it would do pretty good against the very light target, and it didn't. But wow, seeing this damage here, I kind of understand that it is indeed more bomber-like, that it's really wanna punch upwards. Wow, okay, it's gonna be interesting to see what we're gonna do. Bam! Is that explosive only? Who knows? Here we got a little... Bam! Are you kidding me? Did we almost detonate the AI or something from beneath it? That's pretty impressive. Right, now we're moving at terrain too. Whoa. Bam! Bam! That's some blocks. It surely deals some damage. Ha! It's so quick, I don't think it will get shot by crams very much. Whoa. I think it's more likely it kind of accidentally breaks itself. And these missiles, it feels like they're fired in any direction. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow. Do you also see a thumbnail? I kind of do. Anyways. I'm kind of scared it will crash into it. Bam. It's like a proximity fused explosive round or something? But why? It's so inaccurate at times too. Well, these missiles are a good bit scary though. We're loading up for another one. Ooh, that's a nice little missile insert. Deleted some heavy armor and everything. Yeah, I don't think it gets hit. It will get hit at least. Or perhaps being a bit slow. Not sure here. Because I do think we have diff guns, so I don't think we have any more shots coming in there. And this, the shot type is probably not optimal against something like this either. Well, it has missiles, and those dealt the most of the damage anyway. Oh. Did it actually? I think it got some flak damage, perhaps. Ooh. Missiles incoming. That one went away. Like, we dealt a lot of damage, but we are seeming to have some trouble with penetrating the armor here. We've just been chilling by and the missiles are just shooting off in random direction, and we're not getting any more shots in here. So I don't know really what's happening. I think we might need to restart this little iteration here. This little... to the second test and see if we get similar results or what's happening. There we have it. The oxen is spawned. I wonder if we're able to reach it. I think so, because it doesn't have lambs. Bam! Doing some pretty good explosions. We're diving in here, dropping 2 more. They kind of lost lock on. Those diff guns ain't firing. Guess they need better accuracy. No. Now then. No. Ooh, that was almost a collision. Well, I wonder if we have some issues with the diff gun. Because this is like a new craft, right? So it shouldn't have any like issues. Whoops. Can you like... Maybe it got damaged at some weird part. Like, most of the damage is done by the missiles anyways, but I'd still like them to work since they did in the first test. Oh! Well, damn. Well, damn. It's going a little bit too close there. Too close to the sun. We almost had an incident like that in a previous little test. Or this previous test, to be certain. Well, it's not great to drive into the target you are going to shoot at, but it was able to deal some pretty decent damage at first, so it ain't terrible. Well, in any case, we're gonna move on to Pizza Summoner's AS Sardalk, which is looking absolutely gorgeous. The oxen is spawned in the distance. The Sardalk is preparing. It's locking on. Bam! And it's dealing some damage. That's for sure. Ooh! These crams are really scary. I think they are very capable at one-shotting this thing, if it aims at the right spot. Alright. It is a tanky design. Alright. One thing we just have to do. Bam. Oh man. Oh wow. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. 85%. Man, it's so powerful. I think we just have to go and warp to this position. Make sure our repairs aren't online. Just so we can experience this lock-on. There we go. Alright. Target locked. Oh! Hoo-hoo! That's what I'm talking about. That's so cool. I'll just have to go with another one here. Let's see here. I think it's so cool to sit in this. We're going down for another one. No, not yet. Now we're going on for a lock-on. Look at that. Amazing. Alright. So it's gonna do this all day. We're providing some serious damage. This thing is pretty doomed to die. The Sardalk is very much delivering at this little challenge here. There's some really, really good damage going on there. And I really feel like if it just aims at the right spot, this thing is like one-shotted. You can see that on how it penetrates, how it deals damage. Oh, and there we have it. There was the AI. Somehow, not the entire AI. Wow. Alright. We're going in slow motion. Sardalk is in the air. And we're firing crams. Oh, bam! Here we have some damage, and it's gone. Well, we obviously need to try this again. Spawn an oxen. And I'm standing on the ground here. I wanna be in this. Look at that. We're locked on. Fire! No? No! Well, okay. Unlucky, I guess. Couldn't get enough accuracy. Are we getting shot at now? Holy moly, we are actually. That's cram parts. That feels like an unlucky. I wonder how much mimics this has, because I don't see any oh, there we have visible damage. There we go. Bam. Oh, wow. Yeah, wow, okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, I was right. It can just crit it on one shot if it just aims the right way. Very cool indeed. We have indeed tested the challengers for this run, so we'll be back next week with the next little batch. So I hope you enjoyed that. Huge thanks to the commissioned officers right over there. You can join the ranks if you want to support the channel. If you just want to be in the army of GMODIST and support us in, like, I don't know, with your services to the AOG, / commenting on the video to increase our algorithm score. Well, you can join the army of GMODIST by self-assigning yourself the Matros 3rd class in our Discord, and you are enlisted. And by winning challenges like this one, you can rise in the ranks within the enlisted ranks. Yeah, because the commissioned officers is obviously pay to win, because that's how it is. In any case, huge thanks for watching here. I'll see you next time. I hope you did enjoy it, and really cool designs. They're really good results from Nilden's first design in Pizza Summoners. I really like that one. Anyways, it's gonna be super cool to see the next batch, how we're performing there. Take care. This is your Lord High Admiral GMODIST. We're signing out. Welcome back to the Trials of the Army of GMODISM Season 1. Thanks to all of you commissioned officers, your help helps a lot each month. And without further ado, we're going to try the third batch of bombers against the different types of foes. There is no different type of foes. This is the tank part of the challenge, and we're of course continuing with the Oxen. Not the oxygen, oxen. First out is the Butterfly Wasp by Rush. So let's get in a oxen here. There we have the oxen. Missiles are getting prepared. Machine guns are warming up the target. Crams are exploding nearby and shifting us a little bit in with the area of explosion thing. Bam! We got some good damage going on there. We're here, we have some detection for sure. Seems we're producing smoke. And that's because the missiles are pretty smoke guided. The Butterfly Wasp is locking in for another go. Missiles popping in here again. Bam! They kinda didn't hit very well, did they? Whoa. Well, it's being quick enough to not really get hit. That's good. All right, those. Ow! Bam! That deals. It feels like it deals a lot of damage, but it's also most of the important things are pretty unexposed, so the damage is limited. All right. Damn, those laser guidance is just too limited in where it can aim and not. I understand you need to protect your laser guidancing system, but oh, that's a little bit unlucky perhaps. Bam! Oh, sadness. Russia's Butterfly Wasp has been reborn, and we are going and engaging the target. Machine... They can't possibly do anything, right? It was like, no. Oh yeah, they're not basically doing anything. If we're lucky, we can shoot off some detection, perhaps. Oh, and the first swarm of missiles came there, which is nice, but... That's the thing with the Butterfly Wasp, it's like unexpectedly stable, so it's unexpectedly easy to hit. That's one of its design issues that could be improved. Well, they kind of graze above it a little bit. It feels like it doesn't really penetrate deeply. It's just really surface level damage, it seems. And it's so stable and weak that the Cram's area of effect explosion might really like mess it up. As you can see. Now it's really stable, and it got like 3, 2, 1 super good opportunity for the Crams to hit them. Oh, bam! Yeah, based on this first little results here, we can be pretty sure that the butterfly wasp will end up as confetti sooner or later every time. It just doesn't deal enough damage, and it's not evasive enough to avoid the crams to be able to, like, not die. Not terrible at dealing damage though, so that's something. Welcome to the Sean Reed episode. The dagger is out next. Sean Reed has 4 submissions, that's what I say that, because we just did Rush. Now we have Sean Reed 1, 4, 2, 3, and then we got Shotgun. So yeah, now we're gonna see how the dagger deals with it. Alright. It's doing good evasive maneuvers against those cram shells. It's good. But why don't we shoot any of the real deal against this thing? That's my question. Alright, here it comes. What? What's going on here? Can you, like... How hard can it be? Thank you. Why? It's so weird. Okay, we have loaded. Oh, look at that. They are loaded now. What happened with them last time then? There we go. They dropped them somehow. Oh, there they are. Look at them. Okay, never mind. I thought they kind of didn't work, so I just wanted to check that a little bit. Right. Magnets... Yeah. They're just not dropped close enough, so they don't do anything. Oxen is still at 100%. If we're lucky, it will drive onto them. Look at that. Oh! Magnets start to appear. There we go. Look at that. No, come on. They're gonna despawn in any second. Oh, they actually did damage before despawn. Beautiful. Oh. Ooh. That's not nothing. Now we got 2 new of them. 2 more. Man, it feels a little bit lackluster here. It should be able to take out the wheels. It should be able to grind off those wheels sooner or later. Maybe they just have too much health. And there are a lot of them too. Well, we're keeping to drop them at least, so that's something. Well, we're down 3% just for the oxen, that's good, and it hasn't been hit yet. Oh, was that a blast gun? I hope it didn't shoot itself this time then. The oxen is pretty cool. I think it looks pretty cool. Ooh! Nice. And where do we have the bombs to drop there? Man, they're a little bit off. It should be a dive bomber, this thing. It feels like it's more or less lucky that this thing drives around in circles so that the bombs actually deal damage. So it's a lucky coincidence, but it feels like it should be dropping those bombs a little bit closer to the target. You can see those magnets are not really keeping up with our speed here. They're too far away. Oh no! We had a hit. Well, I think we'll need to restart this battle indeed. The dagger does kind of have this little issue where if you spawn it on the ground, it will have issues taking off at all. So you have to spawn it in the air. But that's of course something that could be fixed with a simple balloon start maneuvers, but of course we're not allowing any changes after submissions, because that would be a hassle, as Adnekrius pointed out when I was talking with him if that would be a good idea or not to allow. Right. Wow, okay, let's see here. Alright, homing on our cramps. It's pretty fast. It ain't gonna be hit by cramps any moment. It does deal damage, which is nice, but it's not dealing a lot of damage. Oh, we're getting hit again. Oh no! Oh no! I repaired it in the air, so that accidentally actually killed it. Alright, I just wanna see it perform a little bit more to be able to set a good score. And it decided to go up into space instead after a while. Well, it deals damage, it's just not enough. We are having the maneuverability issues and stuff like that. I think I'll know how to grade this thing. It's able to deal some damage, but we seem to not be a really good matchup against a tanky target like the Oxen here. So we're gonna move on to Sean Reed's 4th submission. Yes, they're not in order. Why is that? Well, it's because of my strange naming schedule. F comes before S. That's why. I think we'll need to spawn the Oxen before we spawn this thing. Go, go, Sunspot! Now we're having some really interesting guns. I think the Sunspot will perform a much better action against this thing. Right. Whoa. Ooh, going close there. Oh! Damn! That's some scary action. Oh, we got hit on the side there. It's just a little flak. Nothing scary. Ooh, really going close. We're having some balls. Yeah, you can see it's blasted away some. It's definitely performing a good bit better here. And it's so fast and it's going so close that the crams have trouble having time to aim. So it actually seems to be a little bit less chance of it getting hitted, strangely enough. Ooh, but it's grazing the ground. It's so close to getting just messed up by itself. Alright. Man, those missed real bad. It feels like it has potential to deal a lot of damage, but I think it would be a good idea. Perhaps if it aimed against at hot blocks or something? Alright, we're coming in for another dive. I think it's doing pretty good so far. We're taking out detection and stuff. We're slowly blasting away the surface. Those revolving blast guns should do a pretty good job. Ah, we accidentally touched the ground there. I actually think that's its own maneuvers. Well, I think it provides a pretty cool toe-to-toe type of action. The revolving blast guns really do work well against sniping off detection. I never really thought about that, but that's actually a pretty genius design of them. Bam! We got hit! Right. Popping in there. Alright. Oof, we get flown away by the area of the shockwave of the explosions from those flags. Damn. I guess flak isn't, you know, it feels a little bit World War II, kind of old technique. I guess we're mostly doing missiles now and shit. But anyways, it must have been really horrible to sit in the plane and hear the flak around you. That shockwave must just shatter windows and all sorts of things. In any case, this is this battle is definitely moving in the favor of the Sunspot, but it's going pretty slow, and we're having some maneuverability issues. Oh, that's some close action. Coming in for another attack, and another one. Oh yes. Ooh, it's doing some scary stuff. Oh no. I didn't see it getting hit actually. It looked like it almost looked like it did that to itself. Anyways, we're gonna restart this battle. It managed to pick down the Oxen with 6% at least, so that's something. Folding in the landing gear. Very beautiful. Oh no! Alright. We'll just have to slow down time here. Look at this. Isn't this pretty cool? You can see the propeller blades coming in there, and bam! The missiles popping in here and shedding off a lot of blocks. Well, I think it's cool. Biplanes are always a little bit cooler somehow. They have an extra coolness factor. It's just... Look at that! So many detection components and stuff getting shot off. Oh, it was a little bit vulnerable this time when getting in there. Look at it. What happened there? I love that we can't... Oh, no, okay, now we could repair it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. This is interesting. Oh! Oh, oh no, it's getting run over. That's so sad. Well, I think we know enough to know how to grade this thing. It definitely deals better than the first submission, but it has some issues. It's not really able to punch through. I really got out of ammunition for after a time there, it felt like. Or I guess the revolving blast guns had to reload. But, well, it got killed within that time frame. And the second time, well, it just got shot down. Next up, we're having the Jin. So we're going to throw in an Oxen here. And we're gonna see how this is doing. I think it actually has some pretty good opportunities for this battle. I think this might be the strongest of Sean Reed's design for this particular tournament, this particular challenge, I mean. Because if I'm remembering correctly, it will just stay on top of it and shoot down stuff. And the Oxen should probably not be able to hit it using its crams at all, actually. Here we can see them popping down like that, like dead fishes, and then just chilling here and waiting to get activated someday, today, or another day, or not at all. Well, we shall see indeed. It just shoots them a little bit off target. I really feel like it could have been a good idea to have them steer against the target from the beginning, maybe. Well, they at least get there. And they're able to take out, but damn, they're only doing so small surface damage. I kind of forgot how weak they were. I think they're smalls. I think these are smalls. So yeah, smalls don't have a good lifetime either. That's one issue. And they just do tier 2 little damage. Yeah, so like one large No, 1 medium does more than 4 smalls. The swarm is coming in. No. Now another little swarm is trying to get in there. Look at that. Oh my lord. The damage we're just dealing against this thing is so minuscule. We've been kind of chilling here. Just... yeah. It just takes too long time for it to deal any sort of damage. And it's really superficial too. Or just for the sake of it, we're gonna respawn this battle and just see again. So we're closing in and starting to fire again. And it's still firing off. And the small missiles are gonna get here eventually. And rinse and repeat. Well, it isn't shot down at all. It's impossible to shoot it down, so it will get an extra point for that. But it basically deals no damage, but it deals a little bit damage. So I guess it's technically I think this would win eventually. I don't know how many hours that would take, but I know how to score this thing. So we're gonna go to check out Sean Reed's third submission. Yes, they're still not in order, and they never will be, by the way. And the third submission is of course the Aspirant, and this has some pretty big guns here, so I think this might actually be doing some decent damage. It should pack some kind of punch, I think. So let's see if those crams will cause an issue or not. Whoa. I think these looks like real tank busters. Oh, did you miss? Come on. Oh, you too. Are you kidding me? Well, we shall see. Maybe it won't. This laser just has issues locking on. I wonder if that's because of the smoke. Oh, crap. Well, that's bad. Well, we just respawn them and see if we get some different results. See if our laser will be locking on. I mean, it looks so cool when it's getting dropped like this. Yes, we got a hit. I kind of expected more damage, to be honest. There we go, that's some damage. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, mate. Okay, good. I don't know if they're the same loadout. Maybe it was just a bad hit location. So it's already down 4 percentages. Are you gonna miss? No, you didn't. Good. Well, the short cannon is picking up 1 block every now and then. And most of the missiles unfortunately miss. I think that the Oxen's smoke kind of confused the targeting a little bit. So it kind of has issues, to say the least. It kind of has issues. Well, we can basically sit here all day. Most of the missiles actually miss. We have real problems with its lock-on function. And it isn't like damaged yet. So it's just a matter of time when it's getting shot out of the air by now. So yeah, the Aspirant didn't do very well, but it was able to deal some substantial damage at times. So I mean, it's something. But we're going to move on to this little section's last submission, which is Shotgun's design. Which is the Shotgun's dart, of course, and it has loads of missiles. I think this one is gonna provide some decent damage, to be honest. It's flying pretty stably though, so we're gonna see if it will have issues with getting hit. Look at that, and we're having the bombs drop there too. And we're so fast, it's gonna be difficult for the tank to shoot at us, I think. Right, anyways. It's... Oh man, no. We lost 10% and they lost 1%. Huh. That's not optimal. By the way, where did we go? What the... Where are we? Huh. Oh, we entered space. I guess we'll need to respawn this battle then. There we are. New dart. And new target. So you're just following these missiles. They looked kind of cool, I think, like. And bam, we're dealing some damage towards it there. I'm like thinking, are these AI parts or are they just from the scoop? And I just, every time I see it's just the scoop, I'm like a little bit sad. Like, we're dealing some decent damage, we're just not penetrating very well, are we? Alright. Oh no! I guess we're doing this. There we have it. A little quick revive to counter bad luck. And it instead goes into the ground? Why? Huh. It feels like it's... It feels like the dart is pretty able to deal a lot of damage. It just has these issues with randomly dying. Like, what the hell? What the hell? You were just repaired. Why did you do that? That's so strange. Oh no. Oh no. Come on, lift up. Okay, there we go. Are we able to provide damage here? Oh man, it feels like it should be able to deal more damage than it actually does. It looks very formidable, but it just doesn't pack the punch that's required. You know what? I think that will probably be it. Like, obviously, we can't really control everything like that, but it's able to deal some decent damage, but it's not getting through. Like, yeah. What can we say? Some of that damage is getting through, but it tends to drive itself into the ground a little bit too often. So it's like, I guess it's a-okay, but we also haven't seen this thing win anything yet, and we've been trying to give it a chance. Yeah, we stayed with it for a while here. We had to repair it several times and just give it some more materials, and it just doesn't pack a punch enough. It looks like it should be able to deal a lot of damage, but they never seem to leak through to anything important. I think these missiles may be a little bit bad against heavy armor, and this is exactly what the Oxen has as internal heavy armor. And it just decides to smash the ground. Well, it deals damage, that's something, but yeah, not top scores maybe. So there you have it. The third iteration with the third batch. We have the fourth batch. That's the last one. It's gonna come up next week. So hopefully you're gonna join in for that, and you'll see how all of the, and when you have seen that, you know how all crafts are dealing with the tanky target. I don't know. What do you think about the tanky target? Was it a good choice or a bad choice? Write me in the comments what you thought about the choice of the Oxen as a target. In any case, thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you next time. This is your host GMODIST, and I'm signing out. Welcome back, commissioned officers and enlisted in the army of GMODism. And other GMODists. If you're just a GMODist, you should enlist or become a commissioned officer. About commissioned officers, I will just say a huge thanks to our supporters from Lieutenant and above in the army of GMODism, which is of course not the enlisted, the commissioned officers. This is not the great scorebook with all the scores. It's actually here, but I will pretend it is here because then it looks much cooler. In any case, gotta use my own merch. So we are here with the last iteration of the battles. So we're gonna pitch the last batch, which the last batch actually performed insanely well in the previous sub-challenge, which was of course the quick wills. So it will be very interesting to see how the last batch of designs will perform against the, what should we say, the tank, the Oxen. I keep thinking it's called the Oxygen, and I don't know why, but it's of course the Oxen. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they all perform, and we're gonna get back out there and do some tests. Here we have the Thrival with 3 horns. A narwhal has fewer, which means this thing is better. It's also better because it's covered in Army of GMODism decals, which is always a lot of plus points. Anyways, not this shell, not this one, however. What's gonna be next one? What's gonna be? Oh god, yes. Next time we're actually going to care about that a lot, because next time we're gonna look at aesthetics. We hope that we'll fit all of the last batches in this little episode here, so this is the time to check that. And the Thewal, bam, it got really badly hit by that cram barrage. Holy moly, the Oxen is only down with 1%. Like, this is a pretty meaty design. I would have expected this to not get completely devastated. I guess that was a really unlucky hits for it. Well, we need to restart this one. There we are. Another run. So hopefully the missiles will aim in there. Alright. We're just gonna hope that the crams won't annihilate us. I'm gonna see how these missiles do. We got our diff gun hits there. What? That didn't do much damage. And that's only surface level blocks. Interesting. And I believe we got pretty badly hit by these crams here. That's not great. Alright. So our frontal cannons get taken out by that cram barrage here. So this bomber is a little bit slow and predictably moving, so we're having real issues against those crams here. We do have some cram bombs, however. I feel like I want to just repair this thing a little bit. We need to probably refill some materials if that was destroyed, I don't know. I just want to see what type of damage it deals when it's able to hit those. Yeah, those cram bombs are a little bit underwhelming here. It does deal damage, don't get me wrong. It's delivering acceptably. We need to remember that this is 113,000 materials and our bombers are 30. So as bombers, they should of course be able to punch upwards pretty good. Those cram bombs just miss a little bit, which isn't great. Huh. Interesting indeed. I think the pigeon is gonna get completely annihilated. That's the Scuvimation's second submission. But we're gonna see about that later. I don't know, it feels like these cram bombs... Oh yeah, that was actually pretty spot on, but they were a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. I think we would need some more spunk in those bombs. Alright, well, we're dealing damage alright. But we're like slowly grinding away, and it's just a matter of time, and not a lot of time, before these crams probably shoot us down. Look at that. Yeah, that just misses. Now the diff rod, it deals some damage, but it's not like a lot. Okay, and now we lined up the crams, and we're probably able to take it out pretty reliably at this point. Look at that, bam. No, it stands up a little bit tougher now. I don't know what kind of luck-based system steers if it gets a lot of damage or not, but look at that. Look at that. Pops in here and oh. Yeah, or pretty done. I mean, it does deal some damage, it's just a little bit slow. It's kind of delivers somewhat acceptable damage, but yeah, it's getting destroyed a little bit too quickly. I think I'll know how to judge this thing, so we're going to instead spawn as Scubimation's second submission, which is a personal aesthetic favorite. I think it looks so cool. Why are our anti-missile guns not shooting at those crams? I do wonder, however. Maybe they will. Alright, this is gonna be very interesting. I just love this aesthetics. I think it's so cool. Oh man, oh no. Yeah, we're moving so predictably and so slowly. We at least have a shit ton of blocks, so we're not getting critted too easily. Right, but these bombs, they are really, should we say, lackluster. It's kind of already crashing, and those the cannons are not even trying here. We need to repair this thing here. Let's just do this type of thing. Come on now. Come on now. I want to see those cram bombs hit a little bit. Look at that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, there's like nothing inside of these cram bombs. I don't know. At this point, I'll just spawn another one. I think it's gonna perform like really bad. I don't think we'll need to spawn, like, we can give it a little bit of an advantage as a benefit of the doubt, because I don't think we are going to be able to dodge any of those cram shells, and if later we are able to hit with our crams, we're dealing such ridiculous low amounts of damage. I really wonder, like, this has to be a small cram system. It's like really needs some more firepower. I think the most amount of damage we'll be able to deal against a tank like this is probably if we accidentally crash on it. The Pigeon may be a personal design favorite. I think it looks absolutely amazing. But for this challenge, its performance is pretty horrible. Will not say the exact score we're getting here, but I will say we're gonna move on to the next design, and that is American's very interesting space type plane, which is definitely more min-maxing than the Pigeon. It feels so min-maxed in its design that I'm kind of surprised that American has made it look good anyways, because it's obviously not it's not looking like a real world thing. It's looking like its own thing, and it's set up to perform. And yeah, and it still looks pretty cool, which is nice. Anyways, Not bison, thank you. Oxen. Here we go. And we're moving in erratic ways. And you can see cram shots are far, far away. Oh, it was managed to hit us somehow. Damn. Oh, the damage. That's serious business damage. Wow. Well, one of their diff guns is taken out. That's an issue, but the missiles keep on giving. See if we shoot or line up one of those diff guns here again. Nope. Saw that. We just EMP'd this turret out. So its weapon controller was not EMP protected. So this turret will not ever be a bother to again. So that's basically disabled. That's good. Good stuff. Oh, no. Well, thanks to its erratic movement, the cram shell seems to not hit it much at all, which is good. However, it is kind of compromised, it's damaged, so it still does damage here, but I'm going to restart the bath just in order to check it a little bit when it's in full capacity. I feel this will be a little bit too draggy otherwise, but it's performing great. Alright, we're closing in to the oxen again. Missiles are popping in there. Bam, dealing some damage. Ooh. The AOG bomber, I think it's what it's called, from American is not scratched. Diff guns diving down and bam, dealing some damage, putting in some missiles there. We can see some stuff is dropping. Bam. No, wait, what happened? That's interesting. I don't know what happened there, but I guess it got hit. Oh, when it's diving down like that, it seems like it's getting hit pretty often. Is it? Come on. Thank you. There we go. Just wanna check. It deals good damage, it really does, but it doesn't deal deep penetrative damage. It's more like spread out surface damage, it feels like. I don't think it will have a good ability to crit the oxen. Those those diff guns, they're like good, but they're like rarely hitting the mark. We seem to be having some such issues. So yeah, when we're going down for the deep, we're a little bit too unsafe when it comes to movement, so we're getting just point blank and getting shot down a lot of the times. You can see the diff rod is dealing good damage, but it doesn't feel like it's super penetrative. I don't know. I think I'll know how to judge this thing. I think it's pretty decent, it really is, but it's not the max performer. So we're getting a pretty average score there, I think, which is good, because a lot of folks, a lot of the submission had really low scores for this tanky challenge. It's apparently really hard to design weapons that can deal armor that deals good damage against deep penetrative capabilities. Because in From the Depth, the power of explosions in general seems to be pretty, like, nerfed. So, yeah. When it comes to like real bombs, you just put a bomb and like you blow up basically anything, but here it's just like bombs just fall. They're just not doing anything if we have some proper armor there. Explosive damage is not all here. So yeah, that's how it is. We're gonna move on to the next contestant, which is the cringe's first submission, which is the MB4. And to go with that, we need an oxen. I think this cockpit is really cool designed. I think it looks great. This thing has a weird... Actually, thank you. I think it's heat. Nah, that's hash. Or is it? No, that's a high explosive head. It has a tiny high explosive blaster. I think. Oh, we got scratched by the crams there. We're trying to bomb it. Oh, that's just sad. Oh no! About sad. I don't know exactly what happened. I suppose we actually got hit. Yeah, that's not too good. We obviously need to restart this. I don't know where we are either. Ta-da! Nothing happened. So, next run. I just like this little bomber tower here. It's so cool. Alright. The explosive machine gun is going and going. And we're getting in a nice angle. I think the bombs have a great chance of... No. They're like much more designed to hit a completely still moving target. These bombs are not guided. They really could be guided. I'm just gonna repair this thing because I wanna see when it gets damaged at least. To know if it does that to itself and it's like just staying too much in the same predictable movement for the crams to hit them. This is so not set up to deal with ground targets like this. Oh. I think we have some pretty light armor in this thing. And they're just off shooting. Alright. I want to remember, do they have magnets or not? I don't think they do. Is this a hill? It's probably this. Yeah, well. Are we gonna hit? No. Yeah, so we're not able to hit with anything and we get shot down all the time. I repaired this, I don't know, 5 times already. It's just not doing it. It's too easy to shoot down and it's not able to deal any damage. So, yeah. Not too good results on this particular challenge. We're gonna move on to the Cringe's second submission, which, by the way, did get a full score in the latest in the previous sub challenge. So we're gonna see how it deals with some really like slow, stronger designs compared to the super quick one. So, oxen it is on the menu. We have ox menu here with the Bearnaise sauce. Maybe not. That's if you. That's only if you win. It has a laser targeted system, but if we are to differentiate from every other laser targeted system, this one is actually good. It actually is able to lock on most of the angles. Oh no! We're getting hit by those crams here again. We're just circling around here. We won't ever, like... We're just gonna help it out a little bit. The missiles are there. They're spawning in, coming into a swarm. And it's done. I mean, it's not doing a lot of damage, it isn't, but it's doing some damage. So I mean, it's doing something. If it was not getting hit, it would be able to take this thing out. Which is good. Alright. We got hit again. Right. Putting on some small misses there. We're really doing surface level damage here. We have such a similar issue here. If this was heat missiles, maybe it is, I don't remember. We're just getting killed every time. We lost the materials too. Oh, I just want to see here. Yeah, that actually is heat missiles, isn't it? I suppose that this design is pretty well armored against heat, so there is not much we can do there. Yeah, well, in any case, I do think I know enough to be able to leave a little score on this. It certainly did better than the first submission. This is the MB5, yes. Which means we are here with the last design for this batch of the tank tests for the 4th iteration. This is Captain Y from the Army of GMODISM, Captain Y. Yes, he is graciously supporting us every month. In any case, Captain Y has built this absolutely stunning BY-409 bomber, and it looks fantastic. However, it's also rated to have the lowest firepower per material, so I kind of expect this to perform absolutely horridly against the tank. But we're gonna see how it does. We do know one thing, and that is whatever it's doing, it's gonna look cool while doing it. Next time, we're gonna look at aesthetics. If you didn't know that. There we go. Diff rods popping in there. We got some detection, laser munitions, stuff like that. It's pretty quick though, so it's not getting shot down by those crams the first round. Alright. Ooh, it's getting affected by the shockwave. Bam! It's taking damage. Nope. What? Oh! An entire wing got shot off. Well, we're just gonna spiral here forever. So we're just gonna repair this thing and see what happens here. Alright. We reached altitude again. Guess we can count this as a new thing. Maybe we should we usually restart everything, but yeah. I'm just patching it up a little bit here to see. Because I wanna know. So what I'm seeing so far, these APSs that are used as downward pointing point types of damage seem to not be able to penetrate really deep, which is kind of really something I wanted to know there. Who knows? Bam. Like, it sounds really scary, but you can see it doesn't take out a lot of blocks. We don't have a payload of some kind, it seems like. And it is getting hit most of the time too. Well, I just respawn the lot of it. I'm just gonna make sure that I don't hold any weapons. Okay, good. Now I can stay here. like to... Let's see here. Bam! That's some weapon controllers and stuff like that. I don't think it's able to penetrate right through though. It will just get shot down sooner or later. Yeah, okay. So it deals damage, but not a lot of damage. It's probably not able to shoot through any important things. The heavy armor seems to protect against this bomber design well enough. Indeed. We're going in for another round here. Didn't fire, but it got fired on. Oh no. That's a weapon controller. I guess one of the crams will be completely permanently offline now. Right. And... Huh. In any case, it can deal some damage, it's just a little bit lackluster, so I think I know how to grade this thing for this particular sub-challenge there. Well, there we basically have it. Tactical hat on. We got all the four brackets, or not the four brackets, all the four sections tested off against this tank design. So now we kind of know how they will perform and which one were the best. In this last little bracket, we actually had a lot of 5-pointers in the last section. In this particular section, we actually had no full pointer. So we really had some issues scoring against the tank in the last section. So it was really interesting to see. And if you didn't think that, yes, I am aware that the request for the bombers is unreasonable. I don't think you can make a design that will reach full points in all of the different measurement spectra. I think that's pretty impossible. So, or I don't know how you would do that. I don't think you can actually do that. So that's also the point, because that would make that all of the ones that are participating have to choose what they want to focus on, and I give some hints on what's the most important things are, dealing a lot of damage. So then you could try some different things, and maybe you'll fail in some of the smaller challenges or stuff like that, shooting at a really quick wheels part or whatever. But in the end, the amount of score will amount up to your final points, and you'll see. Can you win being an all-rounder, or can you just win being the thing that deals insane amounts of damage? Who knows? That's up to you, and that's the beauty of the system. I think it's pretty cool. In any case, I should stop rambling on here because I'm rambling on too long, so I'll just say to all of you commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM and all the enlisted and other GMODISTs, I hope you enjoyed this video. Your comments do really help us get favorable with the algorithm, so do please comment, and of course like the video. This is your host GMODISM, and I'm signing out with my tactical hat. We're finally back with the AOG trials, where we will be checking out the bombers against a various mix of foes. So let's get into it. Alright, so here we are in game, and today we are going to continue with episode 19. Sorry for the little delay, but that is what it is. And now we are going to basically continue with testing the survivability of each of the designs. We're gonna begin with Adnikria's design, and we're going to test them all against a specific foe. Namely the horror I had selected previously, and that's what we're gonna go with. Right, so first out is Adnecrias. I'm gonna start a timer here. So I'm having a little timer, and I'm gonna see for how long and how well they survive. The maximum point you can get is 5. This is a scale from 0, I guess it's 0 to, but basically it's, yeah. You can get minus points on this one too, of course, if it's really like bad. But we've been surviving here pretty well for how long? It's a good amount of time here. 41 seconds, and we're not much damaged at all. The horror costs 77,000, so it is a tad expensive. It has lasers, so it's a pretty nice little design here. Can be difficult. Lasers is one of the most competent weapons you can throw against an aircraft. So lasers is the greatest aircraft zapper. And we also, of course, have what is it? Fire nowadays, so it should be able to start a fire onto it too. I'm wondering though, are we launching missiles from this thing at all? Or is it just, well, it's dropping blocks consistently, isn't it? Indeed. Oh, it got decapitated. Oh my god. So here we are. And it has kinda... It doesn't shoot back anymore. It has basically disabled the enemies. That's a really good. It ain't damaged. It still flies, it's still functional. Yeah. Surviving for almost 3 minutes, disabling the enemy. That's really good. I think it's gonna continue here. So basically, maybe it's a little bit unfair here, but of course, the first ship going up, first plane going up, always kind of sets the benchmark a little bit. So obviously this is max points, this is 5 points. We survived this thing, we even disabled it, we survived for 3 minutes. That's great. Now it even dies. Fantastic. Next up we have the absolutely stunning Manta War from Kobrax. So let us indeed spawn in the horror. And we shall see how it does. Look at it. Now this will probably catch fire since it is kinda flammable. Ooh. I believe that is some critical hits there. Ooh! Oh! Wow, okay. That's very quick and effective. Just want to make sure, well, taking out the enemy is a really good way to survive, isn't it? Let's see, I'm not, oh no. Oh, I spawned in, so I'm gonna make sure I didn't control anything, of course. Alright. And even though it shoots on with its laser like this, these fires are just here to look cool. These are not actual fires. It's decorations. And you can see it doesn't cause much of a problem. Taking out the enemy is of course a great way of not getting shot at. If you can just alpha strike the enemy super hardcore, you don't need to worry about that. So Kobrax is also reaching a full point for full 5 points for survivability. Oh, now it's happening something here. Look at that. I feel we just have to check a little bit quickly here. It kind of died, but it also had 2 enemies. So it was aiming at the old enemy. And this is not testing survivability against several enemies. No, we're just testing survivability against a single horror here. Much more expensive ship, but it can really zap lasers here, so it can be quite dangerous indeed. Look at that, and now it killed it. Ah, look at that. It got EMP popped here. Yeah, so it can get hit by those little missiles here. I just want to make sure that the Adnecreus craft wasn't just lucky the first time around here. Because checking with the Manta War again, we can see that it depends too much on luck there. As you all know, I am coming back to full production here, so I kind of forgot that I tested them several times. I think I tested them 3 times before, but now I tested them only 1, and that's of course not quite right. So we're of course running we're running 2 rounds just to see that it's not a what's it called? That it's not just unlucky like that. Because here we can see that we seem to be performing pretty similarly here. This isn't getting very much touched. Those lasers seems to not hit the Adnecreus ship, Storihana. So Adnecreus remains with a 5-pointer, but Kobrax ship, the Manta War, it depends a little bit on luck if it gets hit by that first missile or not. So I think I want to run a 3rd run on that one to actually get a gauge on if it's a 3 or if it's a 4. Alright, so now we're back here again. It's trying to laser. And how will it perform? Will it hit this volley? Or will it get taken out? Oh no, here comes the EMP missile. And it falls dead. Yeah, so it depends so much on luck for the Manta War if it zaps it in the beginning or not. It can just kill the enemy instantly, and when it does that, that's a good job. You can see it's already despawned, but we're also down here, which is very impressive on some terms and a little bit lackluster on others. So it's gonna end up with a 3 in score. So pretty decent, but it has a serious EMP problem. Next up we have Jonas Isanth 5 from StarMade. So we're gonna spawn the horror here and see how it does. And start the timer, of course. See how if it survives for long. It gets sapped here. It has pretty good health. I think this is the one challenge where the Isanth actually has a decent chance of not getting especially bad points. It's not well armed, but it is decently armored. It has some thick alloy and metal there. It's just sitting there, so it's very easy for the horror to use those lasers. Kind of surprises me that those lock-on missiles don't hit very well, or doesn't shoot very often rather. Well, this is going a bit slow. Alright, so here we can see it's still sitting here we're shooting at the Isanth. It ain't dead yet. It has some decent armor, to be honest. So, yeah. It won't shoot back very much. But, yeah. Here we are. It's been 2 minutes now. Well, it still sits here. It has lost a lot of blocks by now, but it is in no way dead or anything. So it can take 3 minutes, but it's starting to really fall apart. So we're gonna do a little rerun here and see how well it fares. Here we have horror spawned some 2,000 meters away. We'll see how it does this time. It seems to have some trouble locking on those missiles here. Don't know. Or they already fired. Oh, there they are. I think. Well, it's just getting hammered standing around here. It doesn't do a very good job at taking out the horror here, which isn't what we're measuring, but it's slowly getting grinded down. It has some pretty good health, so the final score for the Isanth 5 is indeed a 4. We shall be moving on to the next thing, which is Jono's real submission, the AOG Bomber. So let's pop in a horror here and see how well it can survive getting laced like that. And also getting some EMP missiles potentially shot at it. Which can be some pretty dangerous business. It's diving down. Well, that's a pretty effective way to deal damage. Alright. It hasn't taken much damage either. Well, its evasive maneuvers really buys it time. From this distance, that laser is not much of a problem. It just doesn't hit very often. Well, it's doing a pretty good job. It's even closing in for its second bombing run. Now we're getting in range to get damaged. And there we could hit a pretty hard hitting shell, disabling the enemy. So by just disabling the enemy quickly like that, we can get a pretty good score. Let's do a rerun and see how it fares. Alright. So here we are, back at it. Oh. Seems like we lost a main propeller this time. Oh man. Very problematic. Yeah. That's just the first 30 seconds. So it did a great run the first one and a horrible run the second time around here. Well, I think I'll need a third look at it. Third look, here we go. Can it survive? Those propellers are pretty exposed. So it has a similar outlook like the Kovraks. If it's lucky to take out the enemy pretty well the first time around like that, it's a serious thing. But if it gets a little bit unlucky and gets shot by one of those EMP missiles possibly, or just something else, it just tends to kinda die a little bit. And here we can see we get missiles popping in. Oh. It survived that pretty well though. Now it seems they've gotten better at shooting. We're hitting a lot more often, while the damage at this distance isn't too much. We're losing blocks and something horrible can happen. Alright, detection is getting harmed a little bit. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so sometimes great results, sometimes not so great result. Only a few minutes. It's like Kovrak's design, barely a 3 here. I think we'll set the 3 on it because we had such impressive results the first time around there. Next up, we have the kinda sexy Eldrosh Kosh. So we're gonna see how well to survive this is. It's looking real promising with that heavy armor in the center here. I think this should definitely be able to survive 3 minutes by the looks. And I do think that it is a little bit too quick for those missiles to hit. Oh, we have a fire on the right wing. Oh no. The first seconds. Oh no. The wings started to burn. Oh no. That is a bummer. Indeed. We are kinda trying to fly around here, but we are clearly in a seriously damaged state. While we can do some damage to the enemy, yeah, we're just gonna fall down and die here. No, no, no. Not very successful. Let's try that again. Alright. We have the horror in the horizon, trying to snipe our friend, which is trying to go pretty quickly here. And the laser is trying to target it. Not too easy. Oh no. I wonder if we have a fire on the wings again there. Not sure how far away fires are rendered. Missiles are popping down here. Not very well. Didn't cause enough damage, I believe. Those missiles trying to rain down here. Well, it's been a minute now in this battle, so it's looking better, or is it? It seems to have lost control. Yeah, those lasers do cause too much damage, and the wings catch fire. Yeah, it doesn't die instantly, but yeah, it seems to not doing a too good job here. If we'll just repair this thing, you can see it's just instantly starting fires again, doesn't it? Well, well. To everyone's defense, of course, the game kind of added a lot of stuff, including fire and stuff like that, which wasn't even announced when the builders built on their projects. So they couldn't really dodge all this. But I think this design has serious flaws against lasers, and it just catches fire. It doesn't seem to have the potential to protect itself by taking out the enemy either. So it's not completely useless, it's not, but it dies a little bit too quickly. So I'm giving this 1 point in score. And we're gonna move on to Light of the Worlds build. Light of the Worlds star drop. Right here. Horror has been spawned 2,000 meters in front of it. Tries to use some decoys here. Using some pack to bomb the enemy there. We're having missiles. They're going for the decoy. Nice dodge. That is definitely going to save the star drop a lot of survivability here. laser is still able to target it pretty well. And that's why I wanted to test them against the horror, because the horror tests EMP susceptibility. It tests laser defense, since laser is going to be the most normal weapon to use against planes, or most usual. Yeah, so if you're quick, you will be dodged at missiles anyways, and if you have problem with EMP, those EMP will get you, and those laser is the main weapon of the horror, which is the most competent weapon to use against a bomber. The Light of the World has a pack bomber, and it has been surviving pretty well here the first minute. Not much is happening. Oh, are we gonna crash? No, we're just maneuvering. Very nice indeed. I'm wondering if something happened with the pack or whatever. I just hasn't seen the pack. Did the pack got like updated away or something? Huh. Oh no, there it is. The pack didn't get updated away. That is some confetti though. That's a lot of engine blocks, so we hit it right in the engine. Am I hearing the sounds of a fire? Oh, it got put out. Yeah, those decoys. Good job with them. Well, well, well. We're up to about 3 minutes, and the star drop has so far reached max points. We're going to rerun this little battle and see if we get any different results, or if we should give the star drop a 5. The battle has started again. We're gonna chill here a little bit with the horror, trying to snipe it with its... Is this Q1 lasers? I think this is Q1 lasers. Or Q2. I always do Q0, so I wouldn't know. Wow. Ooh. That's some confetti. Is that the proper decapitation? Haha, it is. That's a good job. A good job from the star drop there. Headshotting. Headshotting the horror. Yeah. By headshotting the horror, the first thing you do, those missiles ain't gonna hurt you, are they? Until it regenerated. So I do believe that that was a good shot that will ensure... oh no. I almost panicked. It got hit by EMP there. And it seems to be pretty safe from the EMP. Wow, that's so cool. Well, the star drop is definitely getting 5 out of 5. Pretty good job there. Pretty good job. So we're gonna be moving on to the next challenger. Or I mean, we're gonna move on to the next challenger next week, because this episode is already too long, and this is the perfect section to kinda end this video. So yeah, I hope... Does this look like a piece of ammunition, in case the green screen didn't block it out? I tried to make a piece of ammunition. I thought it was funny. I don't know if it is. Also, the green screen won't cooperate, so we're gonna look at that. But from what you saw, does it look like a piece of ammunition? Answer me in the comments. Yes. Oh, and I measured it. If this would be a real ammo shell, it would be exactly 67 millimeters. I thought that was pretty funny. Anyways, this is your host, GMODIST, and we are officially signing out. AOG Invictus. Enlisted and commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, you're welcome back to another Trials Season 1, where we're testing your bomber designs against my foes I have selected. This time we're testing survivability again, it's the part 2, and we're testing every design against the horror, it's called, from Twin Guard. So, before we start getting into that, I will say huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Admiral Scooberox, you can see them over on the poster there, yes. Commodore Owen, Lieutenant And-Aw, Lieutenant Creevy, Lieutenant Powereg Reed, and Lieutenant Vincent Veritas. And also all the cadets. So thanks a lot for choosing to support this channel every month. It helps a lot. Anyways, let's get into it. Here you can see the Hummingbird from Netrameira. So we're gonna test the Hummingbird against the Horror. Here we go. Hummingbird launch. And I did a little sad miss here recently. You may know that Discord has said that I ain't gonna be no image hosting server anymore, so you can't use any images from Discord and use those images in from the depth, because the Discord will not allow itself to be used as a external image sourcing platform. So when From the Depth tries to catch that image from the Discord, it will just say no and show you nothing. So I recently switched to Google Drive, so you can have all my decals from Google Drive instead. And just when I have completed that, like 1 week later, Google Drive stopped being a image hosting server too. So now those places doesn't work either. So I'll have to put all my decals and images on gmodism.com or whatever, and you'll have to use those links instead. But I haven't done that yet. But that means for the remainder of the AOG trial season 1, all the beautiful decals you have put in with logos from the army of GMODIST and stuff like that will not be present, unfortunately. So yeah, very sorry. Yeah, that was what I wanted to say about that. Back to the Hummingbird here, we have done a pretty good job of not dying. Look at that armor. We even have some anti-hesh armor with some poles. Not the best of the best anti-hesh armor, but pretty darn good enough. We got some cool VLMs with, oh my god, do you have 2 turning thrusters on it? These are agile. Didn't quite reach, or it was the lambs. So the Hummingbird is doing a pretty good job. It ain't dead yet. And me talking for very long does actually amount to about 3 minutes, I think, pretty soon. So it seems we're doing a pretty good job at surviving, but you can see we are getting through here a little bit. But as for the first run, I think the Hummingbird has done a great job of not dying. So I think that's pretty impressive. We're of course gonna do a rerun and see that it wasn't a fluke. Man, those lambs are really saving the Horror here. Look at that, poor thing. Well, I think it's really good results that first round. Let's do it again. All right. Test number 2. Laser is lacing in there, but we're having some pretty thick armor on this bomber. Indeed. Nice. Ooh, that's a pretty nasty hit there. Look at that. Wow! It just killed it straight off. Well, that's a good second run, man. Alright, Netrameira's the Hummingbird gets a clear 5 out of 5 there. Let's move on. Here you can see Nilden's Invader and the clear spot where the AOG logo would have been if it didn't, you know. Sad story, but what can we do? Okay. This is Nilden's second submission. This is called the Invader, right? Of course, Space Invaders. I forgot the timer. So add 5 seconds to the time I see, but you don't see it, so it doesn't matter too much. Right, we have some missiles popping in there. That's EMP, I believe. God, those missiles always miss. Doing some pack damage there. I wonder if it's a good strategy to just stay above it. It man, it just misses all the time. It seems to have some trouble targeting here. Alright. It seems to be surviving pretty well though. For some reason, these missiles have a real hard time hitting it. Yeah. They're just not getting through there. It has a lot of repair bots too. I don't really... I think there is no limit on repair bots possibly. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, it took some time. Yeah, between yeah, I just taken this one up, but I went through all the things before and I given that points already, so you know, I think there was no limit. But of course, for bigger battles there is always limit because I don't want it to be, you know, I don't want it to be too slow battles, basically. Oh, look at that! That's some really good survivability. I didn't even notice it has smashed it to pieces. That's definitely 5 out of 5 the first round. Let's do this again then, to just see if there wasn't a fluke or something like that. Right. Invader is invading in here. Pretty good. They're really digging through here. Oh, and here we got some EMP. I think we have some good... it's like 2 meters, it's like 2 layers of alloy here. That's why it has so good survivability, and it regenerates itself. So yeah, I do think the Invader is a really good... It can really survive that light laser damage and stuff like that. And ooh, we're just hovering above it like this, so it can't quite aim at it. Isn't that quite fantastic? It has a real hard time aiming exactly at it. That is pretty cool. Very nice, very nice. Even though it deals so little damage, it will like eventually explode this thing. And it just isn't grinded down. That's really good. Very good indeed. That's unless something very crazy happens right now, this is definitely 5 out of 5. That's pretty cool. No, oh no, it actually hit its pack system. Oh, now it came back. Oh well. Well, we can confirm the Horror just can't kill this thing very easily, so the Invader has 5 out of 5. Let's move on to the next one. I'm gonna be so surprised if Nilden's Penguin, which is this submission, won't survive this very well. I think it will provide some great results. So the Horror is spawned in. Unless it manages to start a fire on it, of course. Ooh. Bombs have been dropped. Those missiles just ain't quick enough, are they? That laser it's about never. Yes, indeed. I believe the penguin is gonna do a pretty good job. Like nothing happens on the penguin side here. This feels like a 5 out of 5. I haven't checked if it is going to disable the enemy, but that's not quite a big deal either, since we're not really measuring that. We're just measuring how well it survives. And if it survives by just killing the enemy, well, that's a valid way to do it as well, of course. These they just never seem to hit. I think they're just very not good at hitting quick things. Well, we of course need to have a rerun just to make sure the horror doesn't get some lucky hit with some EMP missiles or whatever. But as for this round, we have survived now for about 3 minutes and it doesn't even seem to be scratched. Here we go. New round. New possibilities. Or ways to die, who knows. Man, what is... I almost thought the penguin was gonna go low there. Dropping some bombs and yeeting away. Trying to get hit by lasers. Missiles that won't ever hit. Look, the cockpit kinda died. But now it's back. Oh, looks like this thing is kinda disabled. We did some pretty lucky damage to it. Huh. That's nice. Right, so no. Its detection was kinda taken out. That explains it. But yeah, it won't turn the tide of anything. The penguin is definitely a 5 out of 5. It is confirmed. So let us now check at Nilden's third submissions. You know, the next trials, I'm only gonna allow 1 submission. Because this series is so long and so many episodes, which I hope you think is a good thing, but maybe you don't. Just because we have so many submissions since, you know, Jonah has 2, Nilden has 3, Sean Reed has 4, Scooimation has 2, The Cringe has 2, you know? Anyways, let's move on. Next up, we of course have Nilden's submission, the B8 bomber, which I think is the proper bomber. This is the one with the cool bomb cam. I think we need to watch this bomb cam because it's so cool. It kinda seems like it's locked. Well, maybe that's a good thing, but whatever. Or no, I don't think we were there either. Anyways, it's kinda hovering very much above. Those decoys are doing a pretty good job. That's smart. Those missiles are really... Oh, man. Oh, wow. Alright. We're gonna do a rerun. That's a 5 out of 5. Alright. Round 2. Laser is trying to laser. But we have some pretty thick blocks on the bottom here, so we are decently safe from incoming fire. Ish, maybe. We'll see. Oh, no, the cam is online, oh. Look at that. Isn't that so cool? Man, did it just kill it again? Not quite, but it's... Oh, lord, this is a lot of burning here. So, none of these bombers have incendiary weapons on them. But what they do have is the ability to destroy... Oh my god, that's a lot of damage! That's a clear 5 out of 5. Nilden's 3 submissions all got 5 out of 5 in survivability. That's some pretty cool stuff. It's a good job. Anyways, none of the bombers here have incendiary weapons, but as you might know, when you destroy a fuel tank or whatever, it's gonna cause, like, a fire. Next up, we have Ovo's White Phosphorus Bomber. So let's pop in a horror here and see what's happening. And this one is just so quick. I think it's gonna die if it gets hit, but I don't think it will get hit. You can see here, we're doing a pretty good job of just evading. Look at that. It doesn't even have a chance, does it? Woo. He's just so quick. If it gets hit, however, I think this can end quickly. So it's really up to the agility and quickness of the White Phosphorus Bomber here, what score it's gonna get. Man. Yeah, it seems... Oh! We fired, okay. I think we got hit, maybe. Maybe not. We didn't quite damage it, but man. Like, one wonders, how quick is this thing? Really fast. We measured the top speed and stuff before. I don't know if it was possibly under the efficiency or whatever. I don't remember what category. Watch the series. The series is online. You can just go and watch the previous episodes. If you haven't watched that, if you're new to the channel, I do recommend it. The entire series. It's nice. Some nice entertainment. Well, it's just so quick. It just doesn't really get hit very often at all. So we're gonna test this again, of course, but right now it's definitely a 5 out of 5 in survivability. Most planes have been much more survivable than I would have assumed. Alright, round 2. There we go. We're trying to use those lasers, those missiles, not hitting them. Look at that. Sometime, here and there, the laser does score a hit, but it's not very often. And it's not often enough, that's for sure. It just doesn't know where to target. It's just too quick, man. Those lasers hit here and there, but man, this is a great design to evade. I was worried that like it would get hit by a laser one time and it would just insta-die, but that hasn't happened. It just gets hit so extremely rare that, I don't know, it like lost a block, I don't know, 2 maybe. Pretty cool. It doesn't cause the most damage to the horror though, but we're not even measuring that. We are measuring its survivability. And while it might not be the one that takes out the horror the quickest, man, it does indeed just stay alive and stay alive and stay alive. Staying alive, it does really well. And now we have reached a time limit where we can safely say that it's definitely a 5 out of 5 here. Right, so last for this little video we have Pizza Summoner's AS Sardalk. This beautiful little cram bomber. The horror is spawned and we're trying to evade it. Right, we're popping in here. We're staying pretty far away though. So we haven't gotten hit very much, have we? Oh, now we're getting some hits there. Do you remember this thing? It kind of locks on and stuff. But we didn't shoot there. Oh! What? What did it do? What happened here? Well, let's stay inside this cockpit for 1 second, just to see if we can do a proper lock on this time. So it seems the timing went off completely wrong there. All right, target locked. There we go. It did its firing round there. Very nice. That's the art we like to see from it. Alright, here we are. I kind of lost them. It was so far away. Alright, so the timer is running. Blocks are popping down there. Missiles are missing out there. The Horror is kind of damaged. The Sardalk is a bit damaged too, though. And I am not controlling anything. Good. We're locking target. Oh. I just love that locking on sequence. It's so cool. Alright. It is down to 94%. So it's losing some blocks here and there. Not the biggest deal, but we'll see. We're not up to 3 minutes yet. Right, it's coming down for a dive. And when it's getting that close, it kind of gets... Oh, and those missiles just turned around. I don't know what the missiles are trying to do. It's so weird. They are just so weird. And we have some EMP missile or whatever there. They seem to not reach it. Let's see the health of this one here. It seems to be pretty decent. We're still very functional. We're dealing damage. Yeah, we're not dead yet. So definitely 5 out of 5 the first round. It survives 3 minutes here. So we're gonna do another test round, of course. Alright, so here we go. Pizza Summoner Sardalk is getting shot at by lasers. The missiles missed there. Some of the missiles seem to... No, did they? No, they missed too. They're popping in here after it, but oh, that's just a lot of frags, but no damage dealt. Seems to be hitting pretty consequently there. And we can see here it's gonna go in for a new dive. That looks scary. And oh, those missiles looked like they were going to hit, but that was a lucky one then. And oh, the EMP missiles pops in after it, and no, maybe it wasn't that missile, but it was quick, so quick they couldn't catch him. All right. It seems to be surviving pretty well this time around as well. So it actually looks like everyone on this little test, everyone during this rundown of the survivability actually gets 5 points here, because we are closing in on 3 minutes for the second round here, and Pizza Summoner is completely functional and survived and hasn't gotten any hit or problem with that EMP or laser either. So that's great. Very nice. Well, well, well. Very nice indeed. So 5 out of 5 for all the contestants in the, well, second section. We're gonna be back next week with the third section. So huge thanks once again to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who are supporting us every month at Patreon. If you want to join the Army of GMODISM, you can do so too by joining the commissioned officers there, or you can just join the Army of GMODISM on Discord for free, without benefits of course, but if you want to be in Army of GMODISM and participate in our little challenges and stuff like that, you need to join the Army of GMODISM. Instructions on that, I have a video of that, short video too, and it's on Patreon too. If you want to see the instructions to just use self-assignment rules 3rd class, that's it. And then you get the green nice Discord name, isn't that cool? In military green, of course. In any case, this is your host GMODISM, and well, Lord High Admiral Eric it is, and I'm signing out. Well, hello, this is Sneaky GMODISM, and we need to get back into the trials before our enemies detect us, because we need to be very quick with deciding which bombers we need, because we need to be able to bomb the enemies, doesn't we? Well, indeed, we need to be able to bomb the enemies. And we still haven't properly actually decided which of the bombers will be the winners. Since recently or whatever, I decided we'll have several winners, because I realized this. After we have seen which bomber is the best, the bombers needs to have a slight overhaul since the decals are gone, and the user might want to add some new stuff or a fire or whatever that might improve its performances. So the winners will have the opportunity to improve the designs, and then we'll put them in the second chapter Frontier Fleet. Anyways, this is the third round, basically the third section of this challenge. So we're gonna jump in here and, as the previous episode, test the bombers against the Twin Guards Horror. Next out, or first out rather, is Russia's bomber here, AOG bomber from Russia. Butterfly Wasp it's called, against the Horror as usual. So we're gonna see how it fares against those lasers and those ENP things. Ooh, I do not think we are very strong against lasers here. We have already started a small fire in the ship. Who knows? We'll see what will happen. And those missed. Alright. We shall see indeed what's happening here, but we are getting some damage dealt from these lasers indeed. Also, who no more fires? We're burning just a little bit. Alright, we got some damage on the side there. Those missiles are a little bit sad here on the right side. Okay. And there we can see, all right. Missiles popping in here. Are they gonna hit? I'm not sure they will. Possibly not. No? It seems to be quick enough. This is darn quick one. Also, one thing I do want to say is huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM, namely Admiral Scooberox, Commodore Owen, our Lieutenants Antor, Cravey, Parbagurid and Vincent Veritas. You're supporting us every month and it helps a lot. What won't help is more lasers to this thing, because we kinda died. Alright, it did not survive 3 minutes, that is for sure. We're gonna do a rerun for this battle, or this thing, and we're gonna see what's up. Whoops. Forgetting the VSAD. And this looks not completely disabled, so yeah, it didn't seem like it almost killed it either. Alright. Here we are at the Horror. Loading those shots. Anyways, supporting me every month on Patreon. Huge thanks for that to all the commissioned officer. It really helps a lot. And if you want to support the channel but you don't like Patreon or whatever, you can join the ministry on GMODIST on 4th Wall. We also have just YouTube memberships, which is the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODIST. You can just below beside the subscription button if you want to support the channel that way. And if you do support the channel that way, you will get early access to videos. Basically, you can see them whenever I upload them instead for when I schedule them. Sometimes that means you have access to a lot of videos before anyone else, and sometimes that means you basically see them the same schedule as anyone else. It depends how many I had time to schedule and make beforehand. For some reason, the Wasp's missiles don't seem to target the Aaron. Well, that's unfortunate because then it can't disable the horror, and that means it can't, well, survive longer by disabling the enemy's weapons and whatnot. And oh no! We're just spiraling out of control there. And we're falling down, and it hasn't even been a minute. Well, we are not surviving this thing very well at all. That is unfortunate. Well, the Butterfly Wasp's survivability against the tested EMP missile and laser combo is not very successful here. Yeah. It did survive like 1 minute, not completely useless, so it will still get 1 point, but that's about it. We're gonna move on to Sean Reed's first submission instead. Since I allowed multiple submissions, Sean Reed is going to have probably time-wise most of this video since he has 4 submissions. Whoops. There we go. Alright. And there we go. Up in the air. Getting targeted by some lasers. Oh, I need to reset the timer. Anyways, I'll add 10 seconds. Oh no! Oh no! We caught fire! Oh no! I don't know if the fire or the EMP got us, but man, that just died. Well, I think we'll need to try that again. Alright, Daggery, let's go. Horror spawn. Alright. Okay, let's tune in here. What's happening up here? Oh! Oh no, it caught fire! Oh, the rubber is so flammable! Oh no! Did we get hit by some EMP thing? It just dies, man! Oh no, Rel, it does no. It just automatically it just dies. It just dies. This is this has some not very good survivability things. Okay. We'll just see that one time more. So it gets like zapped with a laser, right? And then it starts to burn. Well, was it just unlucky 2 times or something? Probably not. I'm just like curious what happened. It does have like some heavy armor on the top too. Oh, and now it drops bombs too. Right. That is some damage. It did something. Ooh. The fire has been turned against the enemy instead. I do think it has some detection issues now. Or it's... oh no, it's actually completely hollowed out. Alright, so the dagger is mostly completely useless. The first 2 rounds it just died. That would have amounted to 0 point. But this little last, I just tested it like just 1 time more, just to see what even happened. Maybe it was just unlucky the first 2 times. I'm not sure, but in the end it's gonna get a 2 in score, because, you know, that went pretty well that last time. So it's hard to say. Maybe almost a 1. I was maybe thinking 2. No, I'm like, maybe I was thinking 1, but I gave it a 2 since this last little thing here. It's very subjective. And sometimes I feel like the order of testing ships does matter a little bit, since the first ship, like Adnecreus, will automatically be some type of standard, since I always do the Adnecreus ships first in this list. So it kind of benchmarks it a little bit. Anyways, this is Sean Reed's second submission, the Sunspot. So we're gonna see how we're faring here. Alright. It doesn't get hit by the lasers much, does it? I don't know why. We are getting hit by some other stuff, however. But I really wonder what happened with the laser. Did we, like, with some type of luck, just disable the lasers? What happened? We're trying to lock on those missiles, but we are not doing a very good job at that here. This thing is not dealing much damage. How about this swarm? They just won't hit. Now we just followed the wrong shot. No? Oh, I was just zoomed out. That's why I unlocked on weirdly. Well, with the Horus laser disabled, it's gonna do a very good job at surviving this thing. So we're gonna do a rerun and see if we get any different results, or if this is truly just a 5 out of 5 by disabling the enemy's firepower. And there we go. Same thing again. Now this thing seems to have some resiliency against those lasers, but those lasers are now seriously aiming for some important things. Oh. Man, it looks like it disabled the lasers just like that once more. No, they're still alive. I almost thought it's an expert laser disabler. Those applique panel seems to be do a pretty decent job at keeping this thing alive. Still alive and well. Yeah, those applique is a great addition to survive on this thing. And another attack round. Well, we got some missiles after us here, but oh, we are doing some good evasive maneuvers. It just can't keep locked on to the Sunspot at all. While it doesn't usually seem to be able to take out the horror very easily to just not die, it does have some great survivability. And after several minutes, it's not much damaged, like at all. So that is that's some pretty good results. Yeah, I do think this is a 5 out of 5 in survivability, actually. Very nice, very nice. We're gonna move on to Sean Reed's next submission instead, the third one, since there are 4. Here we have Sean Reed's Jin. Definitely a flying sorcerer type design. We're gonna see how flame resistant this thing, since it's already burning, I'm not... I don't think it will survive very well. But it is going to go very high, so it has that strategy. So perhaps it will be enough to not die. Who knows though? Because it has some wooden parts. I don't know if that means they will burn. We're just sitting here forever and that laser just doesn't hit. And I haven't seen any missiles popping up here either. I think it's just too... It just has too high altitude. And it's getting slowly bombed from there. So being at this distance does indeed put us at a very good survivability, it seems. Well, we're gonna do this round once again and see if we got some other results. But from this first one, we can definitely say 5 out of 5. And as a bonus, it killed the enemy. Alright, second time around. We're gonna see if this laser manages to set something on fire before we get out of reach. But it's going pretty quickly, just straight upwards. I wonder if things stop burn when you go high enough, like there isn't any oxygen too high up, so I don't know if that's a thing from the depth, but it could be. And no, it didn't destroy anything in the beginning here. And now I think we are going to be back where we were last time, just hovering above it, those lasers dealing too little damage, hitting too rarely to even count. So I think it's pretty safe to say actually that this is indeed a 5 out of 5. I don't think we need any further testing than that, because we just know that those missiles won't reach it and those lasers will have a very hard time hitting anything really. Indeed. So that means we can move on to Sean Reed's last-ish submission. Oh, it looked like it died too. Which, if you are very tuned in to this little series, is the aspirant helicopter. I'm gonna spawn that on the side, since I did that for all the other ones, basically. The timer is going, and the aspirant helicopter is bobbing up and down here. Dropping some missiles to be fired. It just uses so much smoke too. Yeah, that laser doesn't seem to be doing much damage. Just bobbing up and down a little bit there. I think we should follow one of these ones just to see what we're up to. Oh, impact! It's been almost a minute, which didn't cause much damage, and it didn't get much damaged. It's staying pretty safely around that distance, actually. Look at that, the lambs are trying to shoot on these missiles. They're kind of sitting in the water, like mines, looking just evil. That's a little bit scary. Don't go too close. I didn't expect it to do this well, actually. It is surviving extremely well. Well, as we can see, surviving 3 minutes is no problem for this thing. It's basically unharmed, and yeah, it has survived great using this distance and all. So, we are going to restart this one and see if it was just luck. Alright, here we go. Helicopter is in the air. The horror is zapping it, but not doing much. Look at that. No. I think we're going to get the same results, but we're gonna chill here for a bit, of course. So far, so good. Ah. And it's just ominously sailing down against the enemy. Is this not gonna activate? No? Wonder what happened with that bomb. The Aspirant helicopter does remind me a little bit of a comet. Well, it's moving like this in a cloud of smoke, I mean. Anyways, we are surviving 3 minutes, no problem at all. This is a 5 out of 5 as well, which means we're going to check out Shotgun's design instead and see how it survives. Here we have Shotgun's Dart, which does look a lot like a Twin Guard design. More so than a AOG design due to the emphasis on yellow and white instead of gold, black, white and brown. Well, we're targeting it pretty nicely there. We're getting bombarded by these lasers, but it seems not to have caused too much damage. Now, we got hit by some EMP. Oh! Did that cause some disruption? Not sure. We maneuvered a little bit weirdly there. Oh no! Oh, it got down in the water. What happened there? Oh no! It seems that the EMP possibly disabled something. Is it no? It's hard to say. Or do we just have some severe maneuverability problems affecting our survivability score? Will it get up or will it stay here? It looks like it will stay here. It doesn't have a chance. The dart is disabled almost instantly, and now it's even burning a little bit. Well, this thing is pretty dead. I don't believe it's gonna recover from it. Or will it? Tensions are rising, but seriously, I don't see how this, like, can. I wasn't close, right? But I was worried I was repairing this thing. Well. No, I'm at the bottom of the sea, so it's okay. Let's do it all over. The horror is a lazen. Dart is spawned. Or machine gunning and shooting stuff. The laser is definitely trying to laser. Oh no. We got EMP'd. Something died. I think the front cannon may have died. I'm not sure. Seems it took out some local weapon controller, possibly. Oh no! I wonder if it takes out a detection or something. Something seems to be janked while we get hit by that EMP missile. I'm not sure exactly why or what, but it doesn't take a long time for it. Like, if we repair this thing... I don't know. Does it even get out of... Okay. It does get out of the water when fully repaired. Let's just repair this thing. There it does some maneuvers. And missiles are... Oh, they missed, kinda. Oh no! And there it just dives down like that. I do wonder what's happening with it. Well, it ain't good at surviving by maneuvering that, even if it's natural causes or if it's something getting sniped or EMP'd off, making the survivability pretty low. Like, it doesn't go and insta-die, so that's one good thing, but it's definitely not really surviving very well. I do believe this is 1 point in survivability in general. is my assessment from this, since it early tries to die so quick. Since now we can see it kinda ish survive a little bit, but it doesn't look like it has much life left in it, does it? It's kinda semi out of control too now, when we just prepared it like that. I'll just look at it a tiny little bit here and see what it... Oh no, it's kinda very wasted. It's kinda very wasted. So that's indeed your very tactical GMODism desperately trying to pick out a good bomber. Do you have a super cool suggestion for what the next season of AOG trials will be? Post them in the comments and I'll think of it, because I have some ideas too, but I want to hear some ideas from you too. In any case, if you haven't subscribed yet, you should totally do that. And with that said, I'll say thanks a lot for watching. Do subscribe to the channel and join it too if you want to get some early videos access and stuff like that. In any case, this is your host, GMODISM. Eric, your Lord High Admiral, and we are very much signing out sneakily like this. Well, hello, it's your Lord High Admiral Eric here of GMODISM, and we are going to check some Army of GMODISM submissions, namely the bombers in our little trials. So let's just dive into it and look at the fourth and last of these survivability challenges, which I think will be very cool. Alright, so here we are. And we are going to continue with the Scuvimations Army of GMODism B1 3-wall. So the first two submissions will be Scuvimations. So that's gonna be pretty cool. Just gonna make sure that I didn't spawn in the share. Good. Then we can start in with spawning in the Horror, which is the ship we're testing it against. It's technically a ship, but it's a mecha thing. So, very nice. The laser is lasing there. We are having a pretty fat and slow design here. So we're gonna get hit by probably anything the Horror throws at us, but we're pretty thick and strong as well, so I don't really think we will be having too much trouble with these lasers. The only thing that could cause some issues if we have some EMP susceptibility, and those EMP missiles will kind of mess it up for us. Who knows? In any case, I want to say, oh, bam, that's a good hit. But we're looking at the survivability, of course. I just want to say huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODism who are supporting the channel every month. Admiral Scubarox, Commodore Owen, and our lieutenants Anto, Cravey, Parvag Reed, and Vincent Veritas. Also, big thanks to our cadets. If you're a cadet, you can have a lot of benefits too for $1 a month. So we have a bunch of cadets. I think like 5. So that's super cool. In any case, you can also join the Army of GMODism by self-assigning Matroos 3rd class if you want to be a regular enlisted in the Army of GMODism. Very nice. So we are surviving this laser pretty good so far. I do think we are going to reach the 3-minute mark without much damage for the 3-wall actually, but we'll see, we'll see. Results have surprised me before as well. One thing that you also should be very aware of is that you can join the channel down below. If you want to join the channel, you get early access to the videos when I release them, which is pretty nice too. Yes, let's see here. Okay, I almost thought we got EMP dead or whatever, but it seems that the firepower of the 3-wall just takes out the Horror so fast we kinda don't have to worry to get shot much at all. You know what we're gonna do? We're going to do this all over again, just to check if it was just lucky or if this is the standard performance the 3-well will deliver against the horror. Yeah, we just have so thick armor here, so I think Scuvimation's done a pretty good job. And I will be surprised if this doesn't end up with a 5 out of 5 in survivability. Now we got some misses there, we got EMP. And we seem to be pretty protected enough against EMP here. That's some good work there. And it seems we're able to take this thing out. Look, it's burning! The fuel engine and the fuel storages has been fried very much fried. Alright. Yeah, okay. That just so quick. Yeah, very nice. Good job. Super good job, Scuvimation. That's a 5 out of 5. Let's check out your second submission and see what that holds in its bay or whatever. This is of course one of my favorite designs. The pigeon. It's notoriously not very good. But it's pretty meaty, so I wonder if it will get some decent survivability score anyways. I know Scuvimation gets very sad when this thing gets any type of point. But we'll see. It's full of wood, so maybe it just burns down if the laser hits the wooden parts at any point. I'm actually suspecting it will have some pretty decent survivability. Oh, look at that. The front has started to burn. This will be very interesting, since it's moving with a speed as well. The fire is, I think it like burns faster. Not 100% sure actually. Does it burn faster, or does it just add like magic oxidizer, or does it just add intensity? I have to check that up. You can see it doesn't burn very far or long. Sad the AOG decals are gone though, but if this design wins, Scuvimation will have the ability to fix that. Not that I think that it will win this challenge, dependent on the scores it has gotten so far, but you never know. Maybe it just excels in the later challenges. It looks splendid though. But it doesn't burn as much as I would have hoped. I scratched that. As much as I would have expected. It's only been like 1.5 minutes, but not too much is happening. But oh, look at that. We have a fire in the back of it. Oh lord, it's burning. New fires all over the place. Oh man. It just gets hit by anything the horror throws at it. It's just too slow and cumbersome. It's dead. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. It took some time for it to die, so it's not 0, but we're gonna relaunch this battle and see if we have any different results. There we go. Second time around. Laser is targeting some wooden blocks there. That will result in a fire. Oh yeah. It's caught on fire already. So we're gonna see with the fire update how much this impacts, because remember, like, wood is like only one material per cubic meter, and it got a little health buff too with the fire update, so it's not completely useless. But I don't know if wood has been nerfed due to the fire update. You would assume so, but with the health being buffed too, I'm not too sure that's actually the case. Well, so far it doesn't seem that this thing does perform much better than last time. It's in case it's able to take out the horror before it deals too much damage. That can happen too. Oh man, just Like all the missiles almost hit. Not even the game thinks this is a exciting battle. It just knows the outcome, so it doesn't play that stressful battle music much. Well, it can clearly take a pretty big beating due to it have like a full layer of metal beneath it. But it can take a lot, and that fire is burning and it's too slow, all the missiles are hitting. So while it takes some time to grind it down, it's basically just going to die. It's dead in the sky. Dead in the sky, not dead in the water. Did you hear me there? I'm so intelligent. This is 1 point. Because it takes some time to kill it, but it's basically, yeah. I'm kind of surprised though that those anti-missile guns actually shoot down a substantial amount of those incoming quick missiles. I think that's pretty cool. Well... Are we trying to ram him? No! Well, that would have been a fun thing. Well, fun it was, but 1 point it also was. Now we're gonna look at Americans' plane. So we are going to spawn in the horror here and see how Americans' AOG bomber is faring in this little challenge. Man, I do think this will be pretty weak against lasers, but I'm not sure. Since it has a lot of rubber and wing parts, the laser should ignite this thing, and I would suspect this thing is just gonna burn down. We're gonna see though, maybe it just evades so quickly it will never get hit. That's possible too. Sneakily firing some missiles there. Those lasers doesn't hit very much, do they? And at this distance they don't seem to be able to destroy a block, so there is no way it actually causes a fire. That is quite a thing. I wouldn't have expected it. It seems to be surviving pretty well, actually. All right. I'm just waiting for the laser to hit, and it doesn't happen. Well, that's a good job. American is doing a good job at making this thing not die. Oh! Now we got hit by some missiles, didn't we? Repair bots are out. I just love that these steering fins in the back doesn't get set on fire though. Oh, are the diff guns finally gonna get its... No. It is dealing some damage though. Look at that. The horror is looking very, very sad. Oh my god. That's a good point. Let's see if that was just luck or if this is the performance we can expect from American's AOG bomber. Here we go again. Laser is popping in there. We are destroying blocks here. But it doesn't set things on fire. It seems to have a plick panels all over the place. Oh, we got hit by some EMP. Is it protected against EMP? Wow, that's nice. It's a pretty compact and small design. Getting hit by an EMP missile for a compact, light, fast design is usually the end of the story. And then we can talk about dead in the water and not dead in the sky. It's not funny, GMODism. Your humor is lame. Anyways, the diff guns seem to have some troubles actually firing this time around. I wonder if the EMP possibly damaged the local weapon controller controlling the diff guns. That's possible too. Now we get some missiles popping in there, but they turn somewhere else. But I am a little bit surprised that we haven't seen... Oh! We haven't seen a fire on it yet, but now we can see a fire has been started here in the rubber, which is very flammable, but it actually put out itself, so that is kind of surprising actually. And now the horror is getting great chances of lacing this thing. But it doesn't do enough damage. It has more health than you might expect, this AOG bomber. Very impressive indeed. Well, it seems to be pretty well adapted for this. Since the placement of the rubber is as it is... Oh, the diff guns do work. Anyways, it doesn't really, like, spread too far. And it has some repairability, so it's not really a problem, actually. That means American gets 5 out of 5 for this little sub-challenge. Good job! We're gonna move on to the cringe first submission. And I always have to check this. This is the MB4. The names on them are kinda-ish similar, so I just mix them up all the time. Alright. So, the MB4. Let's go. The laser is lasing here. Our little gun is gunning, and we have some wooden parts. No, we don't have some wooden parts. This is just metal. The bombing little bay is opening up, and the bombs are falling down like that, which the LAM system is trying to deal with. Alright. The missiles? Oh, we are getting pretty hit by the missiles there, are we not? But so far it seems it does a decent job at staying alive, actually. This bombing bay is probably a good addition, since a lot of the other designs had its missile units destroyed. But this only opens up when we have bombs, so a stray laser shot won't damage or kill one of the bombs at all. So that's actually pretty impressive. However, we have lost one engine and one propeller. I'm actually a little bit surprised we can fly decently well, but that is thanks to the jets here. Man, that's something I should have seen, or for the... Man, that's a... Wow. Cringe! This is extra points. Can we just take a moment and appreciate on the right wing we have the jets, they are fully active, and on the left wing we have the propeller still alive. This means that it can provide like even thrust even if one of the propellers has been taken. I wonder if this is actually calculated and thought out to be the case, because this is genius. You can see it still has air superiority and maneuver in the sky. That is pretty cool. Yeah, this little bombing flap lucka in English is anyways protecting the missiles, and we have a little backup system being able to use just jets here to even it out. That's absolutely fantastic, and it was even able to take it out and survive 3 minutes. So, cringes MB4 definitely gets 5 out of 5 in case it does the same thing the next time we check it, which is now. Spawn one, a new one. Let's see what we're doing this time around. Wow, yeah, that's a good detail. Got hit by some EMP, but seems we are decently safe against EMP. So that's nice. Alright. Oh! We got pretty darn damaged there. Damn, that didn't take too long. Oh man! It's too slow, so it gets damaged. Oh wow. So if we just repair this a little bit quickly to be nice, we're gonna see if it takes itself out of the water. It does. But man, that was so unfortunate. It was almost getting a 5 out of 5 But with that fail, we just died pretty quickly there. That's like more 2, 3 out of 5. So together that would probably amount to a 3 out of 5 score. But due to the engine backup, that we can actually have another engine to even out the propulsion and still keep it alive even though our propeller is dead, gives us an extra point. So I will put Cringe's first submission to a score of 4 instead of 3, just because I like that a little bit. A lot, actually. Anyways, we're gonna move on to the other submission Cringe comes with. Now it died again. But it was pretty close to the enemy, so it, of course, was able to deal more damage than if we have respawned them in the third round. So, and I really like that backup thing with the propellers. That was so cool. This thing, however, looks a lot cooler. I like it has like hidden jet engines inside of there. When you hide jet engines like this, it looks like you don't want to have jet engines actually. And if you don't really want jet engines, stand still. I would like probably go in here and just say like uncheck this thing like that, so it kind of looks like it's only a propeller. You don't see that plumes. Anyways, we're gonna test this thing against the horror. So let's spawn it in and see what is happening. Let's see here. This is something with 5, I think. Missiles popping in. All right. Oh, dealing some decent damage there. Is this MB5 possibly? Yes, this is the MB5. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, it seems to deal a lot of damage to the horror, so we're disabling that way. Man, that's some efficient firepower. What happened? Well, I guess we'll have to check if this is just luck, because now the MB5 is performing a 5 out of 5 the first round here, disabling the enemy as quick as that, but it could have been luck too, so let's just check this out again. Alright, second round incoming here. We're keeping a pretty high speed and pretty far distance, so the laser doesn't cause too much trouble. That was a good evasion of the missiles too. Cringe has gotten a pretty cool shaping on this design. I really like this one. And we're trying to spiral a little bit to cause some more damage. We're really maneuvering away from these lasers. That's a pretty good job. And no. Lasers are popping in again. And now I don't know where they're aiming. I don't know what's happening. Wonder if this thing is loaded with some EMP and we just sniped the detection or whatever, because this is just... yeah, the laser just doesn't work right now. Now we have maneuvered to space though. I'm wondering what's happening. And now the laser does hit. This is weird. I'm almost suspecting that our control surfaces are damaged or something. I think we'll need to look at this a third time, because now we're just basically out of control. We're like doing some damage, but it's obvious we have trouble controlling this unit. Alright, here we go. MB5 coming at it again. No. We got EMP'd a little bit there. Seems like one thumb thing got taken out. The laser seems to have trouble hitting us this time too. No. Somewhat. And we are maneuvering a little higher again, but seems like we're surviving pretty well so far. I don't know if it's damaged or something, but it's just circling around up here, like never getting hit. We've been here for like a minute. Well, we're scoring pretty high in survivability, I'll give it that. So, yeah. We aren't getting hit by those lasers very often at all. All things considered, I think this is indeed a 5 out of 5. It has a pretty good score there. It just survives. It just isn't too damaged by the lasers, and it's definitely never hit by those missiles very often. And if it was hit by those EMP, it didn't do much damage either. That's great. So we're gonna move on to the last contestant, which is our Captain Y, or MIA Captain Y. Unfortunately, a lot of the decals which this was decorated with is gone, like the ominous face down there. But that is because, again, as I said, the issues with using Discord as a image hosting server, that doesn't work anymore. Anyways, we're gonna see what our MIA Captain Y's design can survive the horror here. So we're gonna pop in the horror here. And the 409 doesn't have too much firepower, but I do suspect it has a decent amount of bulk. And it's possible too that a lot is just mimics actually. And we're gonna see that on how the fires are spreading, if they are. Because, of course, now we have fire in this game, which means that it can cause some trouble to some of the bombers. Oh man, no, the missiles just turned away. Well, as said, we don't know how much is mimics on this thing, so it's a little bit interesting to see if it's gonna cause fires here and there or really not. Using these, what is it called? Applique blocks, as we can see here, as kind of decorations. Just looks so cool. Alright. We have a mix of alloy and metal on it. And some of those missiles are indeed hitting it, but it's been more than a minute without much damage. The laser is getting a damage streak here, and here we could see some EMP damage creeping in. Oh no. Oh no. 409 down. Oh, are we doing like the fly fish I built before, like a diving maneuver? And that's a great way to put out any potential fires. I'll give it that. Indeed, okay. Finally, it tries to deal some damage too. But it's slowly getting, slowly but surely eaten up by this laser. I'm gonna see if it causes functional issues, because I feel like these diving into the water is a new behavior. And we are ascending, and oh yes, normal plane behavior. I'll be very scared if an airliner I'm aboard tried to do something like that. Also probably very dead if it tries to do something like that. Planes are not supposed to dive, except the fly fish, that's supposed to dive. Which is already in the second chapter. Neat. Well, it's been 3 minutes and it has done a okay job at ish staying alive, except kinda now. It's kinda dead. This ain't too good. So it kinda doesn't survive 3 minutes. Right, so we're gonna rerun this battle and see if we get any different results. Look at that. Fire. Alright, let's test this again. And I'll need to restart the timer. There we go. And there we can see, okay, the laser is trying to target it. It's moving pretty slowly but surely, so the laser is doing a pretty scary job. It's just blasting, every time it hits, it just blasts something out. It's a little bit worrying, and those missiles, they hit too. It does, however, take a very long time to beat the B409 down to any type of non-functional mode. So it's absolutely not useless on survivability. It has pretty decent survivability. It has some serious trouble at dealing damage, however. It doesn't deal damage very much. That's really not something we're measuring in this time, but if the plane is able to deal damage to the horror so that it can't damage it anymore, that's a good work too. That's how Adnecrius could get really high scores too, I believe, I remember correctly. Not totally sure, but that's definitely how the Invader got that high score. Well, it's crashing down here again, and it took kind of 2 minutes this time. So I will say that it takes a long time to beat this thing down to submission, but it's consequently does that. Which means that the score of this thing's survivability isn't great. I think what it ends up at, or it is good, but it's not great. Like, it does survive for a pretty long time, but the end score ends up being 4 and not 3, because after all, it took kind of 3 minutes. It kind of succeeded the first time around. It beat the 3-minute mark, but just barely. And now this time, it's at 2.5 minutes before it crashed down in the water. So it does survive kind of long, but it's definitely not a 5 out of 5. So I'll give it a score in the end point. And there we have it. That is the survivability. We have done 4 parts of the survivability, and we're gonna continue next time with checking flights, where many of the ships together will fight a specific craft. So that's gonna be very fun indeed. And after that, we're gonna test it with a squadron, so even more of them, and it's gonna be pretty cool, I think. In any case, I hope you enjoyed this, and if you did, you need to leave a like on this video, and you should definitely subscribe if you haven't already. If you want early access to some of the videos, join the channel and be a member of the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODISM. And if you want to be a member of the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM, Patreon is your friend. Otherwise, just self-assign Matros 3rd class in the Discord, and you are enlisted in the army of GMODISM as a regular soldier and can participate in the this thing's Season 2. AOG Trials Season 2. This is Season 1, which has been drawn out a little bit in time. But whatever, we're back, which is good. This is your Lord High Admiral Eric, and we are very much signing out. GMODISM. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very welcome back to From the Depth. Here we are at the beautiful office. We're going to take a safe sip from this ammo. Anyways, today we're going to continue the fight between your bombers and the Deepwater Guard crossbows. As you already know the rules, this is the last final challenge that will be deciding if your craft will be the winner or not the winner. And we have a very interesting way to deal with the list. It doesn't make sense, but I guess it kind of works. It's not the usual order, which makes it a little bit more fun and less predictable. So let's dive into the game. And if that wasn't very obvious, if you want to support the channel, you can actually buy these bottles. Anyways, what we're going to get into now is Scooby Mansion's 3 wall. This beautiful craft, which is built to be good and should not be confused with the Scuvimation's Pigeon, which is not made to be good. Anyways, it has a cost of 31,000, which make it so we can have 3 of them in combat to face the crossbones. Alright, and there we have it. A crossbones has been spawned 3,500 meters away. Which I do remember was the thing we had in the previous videos, yes. There was only one video of a flight left. And if you're wondering what the hell is a flight? Well, a flight is a unit of aircrafts, which is less than a squadron. So this game might have you believe that the squadron is like 4 planes or something. That's too few. It's too few to be a squadron. If it's only like a couple 2-6 planes or something like that, it is called a flight. So I did my Wikipedia research before deciding what to call this last challenge, and I did seriously consider to having a squadron facing a even more expensive and big craft, but that would be a bit too many planes in the air. Oh man, poor thing. That would lag some bits too. Okay, here we have the, oh no. So those crams aren't having a really big health. And oh no, of course they're doing better than the Pigeon. But it's quite unfortunate that the Crossbones AA is pretty reasonably good to take out those crams. And the crams that is fired from the Crossbones, they are timed fused. They are accurate enough to do some damage to our poor contestants. Well, this will be kind of interesting to see what's gonna happen there. Alright, so none of them has went down yet. That's good to know. But the Crossbones is still at 93%, so it doesn't really look too good, does it? Fun fact, I actually got the Pigeon now in my folder. We might make a AOG craft out of the shape of it, but make it a tiny little bit better. So thanks to Scuvimation for sending over the hollowed out Pigeon that we're gonna have some fun with at a later date. Alright. Oh no! That's a bad hit. The first Pigeon is down. No, when the other... I kind of missed that the other 2 are already shot down. Well, the 3 Pigeons are down. We'll have to send in the next wave here. So, maybe that was a tiny bit too close actually, but it will only be in the what am I saying? It will only be in the 3-wall's favor. This is not the Pigeon, this is the 3-wall. I'm sorry for mixing them up. The Pigeon is a joke and these are not. And the first submission here, the 3-wall, has some pretty good points in earlier challenges. So we know for a fact that they do have teeth. Alright. But oh no. They're getting a little bit too close. They are getting hit by crams there. And oh. We had a cram bomb hitting there, I think. You can see many of those cram bombs are... Oh, that missed the mark. But many of them are shot down. That's the most common way they won't get out of there. Did you know we have a Army of GMODIST official shirt? If you want to get it, you can too. I haven't been very good at trying to sell any merch, but it is there. And eventually I hope I will be able to work out some kind of, I don't know, nice way to integrate it in videos, but it's not that important. So let's see here. Damn, that was a really bad hit. Oh no. Oh no. Crossbones is at 84%. Looks like the 3-wall isn't doing very well, actually. We can see it shoots down there, it goes up and down, but it gets hit by those crams. They can shoot upwards. So they have a cool movement scheme in the air. But they're just not dealing enough damage, and those ships here, their time is pretty limited. Do we have any main guns left? No. Those frontal diff guns are not doing much either. Whoa, why am I locking on to some weird stuff there? That's a really bad hit. We caught fire here too. And that one is down as well. This one seems to have no way to battle, so I think the only right way is to go back at least 2,000 meters and load in the 3rd wave here. So I do strongly believe that Scuvimation may have had a little bit higher hopes for the 3-wall, but it seems it was not able to deliver too well in this challenge here. But of course, the last wave needs to say its piece first before we can even think about setting any score. Machine guns are machining. Projectile avoidance has acted, but was it just me or did it just not shoot their diff guns? I didn't see them firing at all. Because it's kind of weird. Or are those... Because the crams are... Yeah, they're like from under there. So I don't know what's up with these diff guns. Did an update bork them or something, or what happened? Or are they set up in a weird way to not target stuff? What's happening? Oh, bam! That was a really bad hit on our flight mate there. Well, we'll see. We'll see what's happening here. Cram bombs are dropping down, of course, but ooh, look at that! The cross bonus is down to 75%. It has still some combat capabilities, but you can see there is a lot of surface damage all over. Some of the turrets seems to be disabled in the back there, and everything is pretty damaged. So by now, the crossbones has taken some pretty heavy damage. It truly looks like it's not gonna be able to recover at all from this. But the question is if the 3rd wave will be able to defeat the crossbones or not. It looks like it's gonna be a real tight challenge here. It all depends on how the crossbones crams hit, basically. Because if they are shot down, if the 3 walls are shot down here, well, there ain't gonna be a 4th wave, and we'll have to look at the health points of the crossbones and make a decision from there. Oh. But indeed, those front guns, those diff guns, I wonder what's up with them. It's a bit strange. It's a bit strange indeed. Oh, now we only have one in the air. Oh no. I think that's it. No. It still survives a little bit here. The cool backfiring missiles are working pretty well. There we had a diff gun bomb. 69 percentages. Alright. Where will the 3-wall do next here? Comes in for another round here. We got 2 diving missiles. Those diving missiles, they are nicely designed and they do some serious damage. We got the cram bomb popping down there too. But now the crossbones has a response. And the last 3-wall is pretty dead in the water. Well, there we have it. Right, so that wasn't exactly amazing, but it did do some pretty good damage against the crossbones. It almost kind of took it out. Like the Ovos design, the phosphorus bomber, it was, however, it lacked the survivability. The white phosphorus bomber had amazing survivability, even though they did not manage to take on the crossbones a lot either. I mean, it didn't either despawn it, and I do think the crossbones, I'm not sure I remember, but I think it's a little bit in a more workable state now. So of course, that would set us, I guess a 4 is pretty good score here. It did some severe damage, but it took 3 waves to get that severe damage, and all of the designs got shot down from the air, was not able to dodge those, and now they're just sitting back there. So it will be a 4. Next out, we have Sean Reed's 4th submission. So here we have them, and they will of course face the same crossbones, which we're gonna spawn. All right. So we're gonna make sure. All right. Okay, never mind. They have successfully launched. All right. The AA is shooting at them. Oh, damn. Oh, no. Well, that's sad. It's burning and falling down. This looks very cinematic, though. You'll have to give it that. Well, next one is popping in here. Oh, no. And those AA, man, they're just having a very bad day. All right, a lot of missiles are spraying all over the place, and we have those spraying, revolving shrapnel guns. You know, the simple weapon, spammy shots. Oh, there we have many on. Oh, there we got the singular shot, and those can really cut off barrels pretty hardcore. So they're not a joke. It seems, however, that not many of the missiles do get through actually, but sometimes it looks like, oh, missiles won't get through. Well, we have another of these sunspots, a 4th submission falling down. Oh no, I do have to give them this. They really go out with a bang. They look super cinematic. They really look super cinematic. So we're gonna have the 2nd wave in. And I just realized, well, that's a mistake. We spawned in 4 of them because I didn't count properly. They cost 29,000, which amounts to 90,000 in total, right? Yeah, so we can actually have only 3 ones in a wave. I guess we'll, for this ones, give the Sunspot a free little extra plane in the start there due to its lower cost. Even though that's not completely fair, we did see the performance of it during the first wave. So I do not think that it matters very much. It really looks like it's gonna get not too good scores. We're gonna see though, we have a third wave to spawn in whenever it's time for that. So we're gonna see what's happening. I did just check that I didn't have repair tentacles on and that I was sitting in this craft, because that would have been super unfair though. It's doing a dive. Oh. Please engage the revolving blast guns. What are we doing? Now they're just circling and not doing much damage. Alright. Do we have an attack dive? No, we do not. Oh no. Not there either. Alright. We'll have a swarm incoming there. Oh no. Somebody got hit. I love that you're using like cram cannons against airplanes, and it's really fun. I actually made a anti-air cram cannon that is an airburst cram. So basically it explodes in front of the target and showers it with a lot of fragments. I thought that was pretty clever and funny. So I have an airburst AA cram cannon, which will be in the next upload of the files to decommissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who can access all of my From the Depth build files. I do share a lot of them publicly though, and not prefabs and turrets of course, because we can't do that. But I share many of the vehicles, like all vehicles that are built for commissioned officers, which is my patrons if you're new here. They are uploaded publicly and can be downloaded on Steam Workshop. So you can just search for GMODISM on Steam Workshop, you'll find me, click my name, and you have the full library of uploaded vehicles. And even though I don't share the prefabs and turrets publicly, many of the crafts use the prefabs and turrets. So if you download the crafts, you can easily get them there. But if you have $1 a month or more to spare extra every month, well, then you could also support me and simplify your life. Anyways, the third wave is doing some serious damage to the crossbones, but we're having some cinematic birds falling out of the sky. Well, it's time for the third wave. And there we go. We're gonna follow this one. When it does it combat dives. Missiles away. Ooh! Blast gun got a few fires, but it dives away too quickly. It should have fired a couple of rounds more. It would have been doing so much more damage. Like, if this goes close and just smash those revolving blast guns into the face of the crossbones, you will clip some cram barrels there. And if you clip those cram barrels, you're gonna make your life a lot more simpler, I'll tell you that, my sunspots. Well, we're gonna see what happens here then. We have a lot of superficial damage to the crossbones, but to be honest, the crossbones seems to be in a pretty dandy shape. You can see the frontal turrets are chilling here, but I don't think they're inactive. I just think there is nobody at that location right now. No, exactly. They work absolutely fine. Together with all of the other cram cannons, most of the AA guns are completely functional too. So, I mean, it does do damage to the crossbones. But even though it has 10% subtracted, the damage is so superficial. It's actually doing really well. It's doing really well. It's like absolutely no problem here. Alright. This boy is gonna go down any second, right? Look at that. Oh. I kind of forget that the sunspot actually has shields. I haven't seen a frag being deflected yet though. The angle is pretty sharp, of course, but it's pretty cool. It does have shields. Oh! Nope. Now I locked onto the wrong thing. Damn. If you want to know how to do some turret control and do those cinematic whatever lock onto stuff and move about and make the camera move faster so you don't have to wait while you're looking around, I have an instant tutorial about camera control. I even have an instant tutorial about cool photographies. There are some tweaks you can do with bloom settings that makes everything looks great. Now I don't have it activated now because I was just building before this recording and forgot to turn it on, but it looks pretty nice if you're into that, poor thing. But anyways, if you want to watch that, check my instant tutorial about that. It's in the instant tutorial playlist. And if you know how to do that, there's probably something you need to learn that's also in the instant tutorial playlist. Just saying. Alright, so we got some explosions all around here. Oh, that's a pretty neat hit with the blast guns. Look at that. It may be dying, it may be falling out of the sky, but it went out with a pretty hardcore bang there. Look at that. That's some pretty good damage just when dying, so that's pretty lucky, I must say. But even if that's the case, that was so cool. So the crossbones is at the 77%, which is nice, but well, oh bam, and there it got completely destroyed there. Now we did accidentally give it an extra plane in the start, so we're not gonna be too kind, of course. It's 77%. That's a good bit worse than the previous Challenger with the Scuvimation there, which means that this will... It did damage, but 3 waves didn't take it out, even if it got an extra one. Well, that makes the Sean Reed's 4th submission get a score of 3 out of 10. Next out we have the Daggery. The crossbones it spawned, the Daggery is also built by Sean Reed. So this is Sean Reed's first submission. Alright, the Daggeries have dived up, went into combat. They have a cost of 31,000 materials, which makes 3 Daggeries for a flight. Fragments are flying all over the place. The Daggery, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're just moving somewhere else here. Alright. We're going in for an outer combat dive. Might have been smart. Dodging those AA guns is probably a good idea. Right, so there we have an APS shot. Pretty nice stuff, but man, I don't think this is gonna hurt the crossbones very much. Oh, we only have 2 Daggeries alive here. We're gonna have to do a lot of damage to be able to compete with this. Bombs are falling down there, but man, those sieves actually shoot down the bombs falling down from the sky. Not a good sign at all. Crossbones still at 100%. The Dagger is struggling to not get hit by the flak. Wait, what? Why can't I see? Why can't we see aircrafts from underwater? It's like so faint. Weird. It's like we are getting the water bottom reflected upwards. It's like a mirror. That looks so jackass. Whatever. The Daggery is looking pretty nice though when it's doing its fighting. But I'm thinking this is gonna perform a lot worse than the Sunspot actually, because it doesn't have the ability to deal that damage. It is more evasive, but I think we'll need a pretty good amount of flights of the Daggery to be able to deal with something like the crossbones. And this is of course because the civs is shooting down the bombs there. It needed to either dive closer to deliver those bombs, or using some thrusters or something to make the bombs deliver to the target faster. Something like that. Was that a tiny bomb? No? Was it just some trash? Funnily enough, the crossbones has went down 1%, and the daggers are kind of keeping out of sight somehow. Oh. Well, it doesn't anymore. That one is not in the best health condition. I'm feeling we are almost maneuvering a little bit too far away here. Well, we got targeted by the AA system. Now something happened. The bombs are being dropped. Question is if the AA system will be able to react on them. And they were not. Oh yes, and here we go. Oh damn! No, it didn't take it out. That was a perfect hit to shoot down those pesky AA guns. Unfortunately, it failed doing that. Well, we only have two daggers in the sky actually. Where is the other one? I think it's semi-dead probably. Is it up there? No. It's probably just sitting over there. Well, I do think it's time to spawn in the second wave. And see if the second wave will be able to deal with the crossbones any better. They want to be pretty evasive, as we do know. Ooh. Ah. It feels like they're doing a little bit too big maneuvers to avoid getting hit here. It's cool, of course, that they have a pretty good top speed of 144 meters per second. That's pretty cool. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite deliver the damage we would have hoped. Right. And it tends to kind of get into the worst angles and just get shot down. Now this bird is burning and it's gonna fall down and die. Well, damn. Shit happens, I guess. Crossbones is at 98%. I feel like the daggers are more doing cool moves than doing any damage. Honestly. We're gonna spawn in the third wave of the daggers. That will only be to the benefit of the daggers, because then they have dummy targets. Not dummy targets, but then they have damaged daggers to keep the AI a little bit focused while it tries to deal some damage. Alright. And they spread out in a really interesting manner though. It's like you spawn in a couple of them, but now you just don't see any of them. I think it's pretty cool though that the crossbones is being able to do damage at so many directions at once. And there we got a really good hit with the bombs there. Indeed. I feel that if the fire update had been out before the submission deadline for the trials, I think a lot of people would have submitted incendiary bombs and stuff like that. And that would have been perfect against something like the crossbows. And the crossbows is pretty, oh no, pretty limited on what it does, so that would probably not have been the best idea. Some of the daggers had just went out of control there. Well then, we'll just have to chill a little bit and see if any damage is being dealt. Bombs! Bombs! Ooh! Nice hit. And the other one? No. There it comes. Oh, yes, look at that. That's a perfect hit. Oh my god, look at that. We kind of didn't see that, but the a turret actually got disabled by a bomb that seemed to have creeped up under the crossbones. So that's nice. It did some damage towards the crossbones. It did disable one of the turrets. Well, we're gonna see if anything else happens here. Do we have any? Oh no. We got some daggers getting lost in space. I think we'll have to disregard them. I wonder how they went up there. Oh, they are kind of at 100%. How did they get up there? They must have flown there while maneuvering or dodging the crossbones and then just gotten stuck in space. So to be... Well, we only have one dagger left to be considered ish alive. And we're running out on time a little bit here for this particular participant here. Like, we'll need to see if it deals some damage very soon here. Or we'll have to look at it and see its results at this point. Well, that one got shot down. And the ones that made into space, they shouldn't be... they shouldn't have went to space. So the crossbones is down to 88%. But that's after three waves. So yeah, I mean, it did damage. It did a little bit more damage than a tiny little bit of damage. So I will say that this is definitely a strong 2. But definitely worse than the Sunspot, which actually did more substantial damage. So, next one. The next combatant is actually Sean Reed's third submission, the Aspirant Helicopter. This has some pretty big bombs going on there, so I'm having high hopes for the Aspirant here. There we go, Crossbones is spawned. Now, I do think they might have some problems dodging the crossbones. Oh, or maneuvering. Oh no. Okay. Sorry. Not meant to jinx you. I no longer have high hopes for the Aspirant. Alright. Combat mode has been activated. These diving up and down is probably the only thing that may keep this alive, but we might have too much flak damage in the air, so we might have some trouble here. Alright. Ooh, bam! Alright, that's what we're talking about. The Aspirant Helicopter definitely has better chances of dealing damage here. It's really unfortunate for the Aspirant Helicopter. It has a cost of 27,000, but of course 27,000. If you're gonna fit into 100k of materials, you're still gonna end up with 3. If it was 25,000, well then it would have been... We didn't tell about this limit, of course, beforehand, so nobody could have guessed. But making it just a little cheaper than the max amount is frankly not a good idea for this particular challenge. Either if you make it a lot cheaper, like some participant did, then you'll get an extra craft here. Now, for the sunspot, that was only a mistake, but I mean, in general rules, those that were cheaper could have like one extra. Like, I think the white phosphorus bomber was under that mark, right? It was 22,000, that's under 25, so then we can fit 4. Okay, we lost a bit of recording there, but we're fighting on well here with the aspirant helicopters. They're still at like 100%, almost all of them. They are just not getting hit by these crams. They're diving up and down. I think they have a pretty good chance of taking on the crossbones. It feels like this might take a little bit of time, but it's getting there slowly and surely. Yes, that's pretty nice, actually. Ooh, you can see they just have enough health. They have enough health to get through here, and they do deal damage. Man, if these were incendiary... Oh, the tower is gone now. Okay, that's some good moves. Ooh. 4 crossbones. It's not a good crossbone day today. 89 percentages. And the aspirant that got damaged even got repaired itself. So that's definitely good times. All right. Look, we actually have a dead aspirant here. It just fell down. Poor thing. Now it's getting targeted too. Well, anyways, that can happen. But the other aspirants... Oh no, we have another dead one. Right, so they are now falling down, but the crossbones is down to 86 percentages. So that is some decent results. But it seems that it's not gonna get... take on the crossbones here on the first round. Ooh, but it did a pretty good job. That has to be said. Isn't it pretty funny to watch this thing though? It just bobs up and down like this. Like a very nice sine wave. Well, it's time to send in the second wave here. Because the battle has stagnated. The existing aspirant seems to have a bit problem delivering his missiles, so maybe the laser targeter is borked or something, but the French ones do not have such a trouble at all. And they are popping in here pretty nicely, and most of the missiles hit very well. And we're getting some damage done. Oof. So scary with those flags here, isn't it? A little bit scary. I just like these. They're just dropping down here and then they just speed towards the target. Laser locked on. It's very nice. This one seems a tiny bit sad though. Well, I don't think that's gonna get very recovered. I like that the AA guns is actively trying. Oh no, now the beer barrels disappear. That's too bad. Or whatever pirates drink. That's probably rum, right? Alright. How many do we have alive? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. 4, rather. As a second wave, though, crossbones is down to 78. I do believe that the aspirant second wave will be able to disable the crossbones. We'll have to wait and see a little bit, of course, but you can see it's doing some pretty consistent and reliable damage, and that's the most important aspect when it comes to scoring these types of results. Well, the battle has progressed a little bit here. We can see we're still dealing some damage. I think some aspirants have indeed, or some aspirants have fallen out of the sky. So we have 2, 3, 4 ones that are in pretty good shape, and they are indeed continuously delivering missiles here. So, if you'll be able to take it out in the second round, it's going to be a pretty good score. It will be a base score of 8 if this managed to do it. But it's doing it a little bit slow, so we're going to see if it's going to do it in any reasonable amount of time. And it actually looks like it's going to do that. So, and we can almost be very certain about that. However it goes, the aspirants will be, of course, be able to take out the crossbones during the third round if that is necessary. We can see it's still dealing the reliable damage. Slowly but surely, it's doing a great job. The aspirant is probably gonna get some pretty good score. Not a 10 out of 10, of course, because to do that you're required to take it out during the first round. But that's really hard to do. And it might be so that you'd have to use a combination of weapons to be able to do that. Yeah, probably so. Maybe diff guns like Kovraks you see in the first flight video. That's a way to do it. I think if you went in close, dropping some heavy bombs plus revolving blast guns, I think that could have do it too. And of course, I wonder if not charge lasers would have been able to do the job, because they start fires now too. Alright. Lots of blocks are falling off here, and they are just getting in there. That's super nice. All of the aspirants are still in the air. They are of course repairing themselves when they are getting a little bit damaged. So we can be pretty sure that it's gonna go pretty well here. Look at this terrifying thing. They just go slowly towards the target. And the funny thing is that these are... Why do these missiles survive a lot? Well, because these are thumper heads. So when they are just moving in slowly like this, they are like doing no damage. But when moving fast, they're doing a lot of damage. And thump is a pretty good strat to use against something like the crossbones, actually. Look at that. It's beautiful to see. Blocks falling off like this. There we have it. The crossbones is actually despawning. That's a good job. That's definitely a good job. Very good. So Sean reads... let's see here, which one in the order is this? This is Sean Reed's third submission. That's definitely a good 8 points. Very nice. Next out, we have Netramira's AOG Hummingbird, which is absolutely super cool, fantastic little design. We have... we're not controlling any of the weapons, we're not doing anything weird. We are now gonna spawn the crossbones at the required distance, and we're gonna see what's happening here. We'll just have to love this flying little movement, won't we? And they are acting pretty sneakily here to avoid those AA guns. Oh, are we moving in a smart way to not get shot by the AA guns? Can that be true? The ornithopters, these are called the hummingbird, but they are an ornithopter if you don't know what that is. Then you should read Dune. That's some good audiobooks. Anyways, oh no! Something happened with our AI. I don't think our diving move should look like this. Oh damn, that's really bad. I had such high hopes, and it's really dead. Mayday, mayday. Oh no, oh no. That is... sacre bleu. And anyways, we need to spawn in the third wave. We can't have that. They didn't even reach the target to be able to deal damage. That's very unfortunate. I had high hopes for the hummingbird here, and it just doesn't deliver. Well, we're gonna see what's happening here. Cram shells incoming. Looking like we are having some pretty... Ooh, look, tandem repair. Oh no, tandem collide. Anyways, will the diff guns be able to fire? No. If it doesn't, we have very poor chances of dealing damage before we're getting shot down. Right, so we're not gonna have a top score. We're not gonna take out the crossbones during the first shot. Now we are having... Will we be able to do any damage? Or are we gonna have a 0 point? We are not gonna have a 0 point. There we had some rods. Falling down, doing some damage. 3% has been deducted from the crossbones. That is something. Poor thing, look at this. Oh! Oh! That's some savage damage. The spinning wheel, an auxiliary turret, and some other junk is completely destroyed. If it would have hit the AI, I would have been so surprised. That would mean it would land a pretty decent score after all. I don't think that's gonna happen though. That's too much to hope for. What are we doing? Like, what are... Look, it's just chilling up there. Shoot! The darn diff bombs. No, it just won't. Well, in any case, there we had some other diff rods getting shot. Parts are falling, that's nice. Oh no! One hummingbird is a barbecue bird. The barbecue has been served. You're very welcome to eat. There is lots to have. Flappy McBoom face is, or the clones of his brain at least, is crying in their cooking AI mainframe boxes. Right, so do we have any combatant that's actually fighting here? What are you doing? You're just speeding around. You're lucky there are no rules for escaping for combat from this particular challenge. Oh no, it gets hit by crabs. It should just have a little bit of projectile avoidance and that would have been not happening. Well, the third wave. Let's bring the third wave. Right. The hummingbirds are popping in here. Oh no. AA guns ate my block I was sitting on. Okay, that one is down. Is it gonna belly flop on the crossbones? No, but it might have. Well, that's a sad story. If it at least would have belly flopped on it, it would have dealt some damage, you know, more. Man, I had high hopes for the hummingbird, but their survivability against the crossbones is too poor, so it's just getting very sad, isn't it? It is. That was a rhetorical question, if you didn't know. Right, another... Whoa, that's a pretty good hit, though. Let's see here. APS parts, but no AI parts. Are you gonna... No, you're not either. You're not gonna belly flop either. Well, the hummingbird is waiting for better times, and I think it's waiting for backup too, if I'm being honest. Thing is that we are on our third wave, so there is no backup to be had. That's all you're getting. All right, diff rods, go. That's some damage. Only cramp cannon though. Well, they're obviously easy targets, and the crossbows is down to 77% though. So I will say that's something. I think that's pretty close to what we had from the sunspot here. That's very close indeed. Or we're also having survivability issues here. It is clearly seriously damaged. With some more luck, you could see that it could have potentially had some crit damage. But we didn't have any luck today. Well, this is gonna be pretty shot down pretty soon. I'd suspect it just needs to spin around and hit the... Oh, it looks like the crossbows engines are kind of taken out. But whenever the cram cannons can shoot at it, I think it's pretty much game over. The AA guns, they can take it out too. They're just so slow, those shots. Look at that. And then when it starts burning, it's so much game over. Oh, they actually didn't hit too much. Will we have another blast of diff guns? Are you able to provide a surprising event here? Will you? Oh no! That's so close to the AI. And now I think it's gonna be very much game over. Look at that. No? Yes? Well, it's falling down, but oh yeah, there we have it. Ram shots. Well, the crossbows is at 74%, yes. So it wasn't able to being taken out here, but I think it's some pretty similar damage to the sunspot actually. Yeah, it's very similar. So that will also land. That will also land Netrameira on a 3. I would all actually have thought it would perform a lot better, but man, that first round they all just got shot down and didn't even deliver damage. If it had some more luck, I think it could have taken out the crossbones in the second round, but not today. Our last combatant for this video will be kinda sexy's Eldrosh Kosh. Or I mix up what's the name of the ship and what's the name of the craft. But whatever, it's going to fight. And this is the first time I actually have to drag out my calculator. Wow! Kinda sexy is gonna fight with 5. That's like the upper limit for a flight. We're gonna have 5 of them against the crossbones because that's the closest to fair we can have. Isn't that pretty funny? By the way, if you want to support the channel, you need to look at our options. We have YouTube memberships. If you want to be in the ecclesiarchy of YouTube, of GMODIST I mean, then you're a YouTube member. And if you are that, then you can get early access to all of my videos. If you want to be a commissioned officer in your GMODIST, you get all of my files that I play in all different games. And on the higher tiers, I'll build something for you. Then there is the Ministry of GMODIST, which is the newest option, and there we'll have some discount on merch on that store specifically, but that is actually the way that is a least amount that goes away into transfer fees, and the most amount that just goes to me, basically. So that's like the best general support option with the least amount of rewards. Now, it feels like we're doing some pretty interesting maneuvers here. We have our... oh no. Weird. It's like they're not really working right here. Why are they not... They're moving slower than I remembered. Oh no. And the guns are getting... I mean the missiles are getting gunned down in air. And the AA guns seem to do pretty short work of these Ore planes. What's happening? I wonder if this is another case of updates has been messing up the poor submissions. It's so weird. This one is just falling down. I think we had that issue before when the engine got damaged. Maybe it's like that the engines are getting hurt very easily, and then they're losing thrusting power, because this is of course thrusters and not what are they called? Not the custom jet engines that run on fuel directly. These actually need engine power to run for some weird reason. That's from the depth logic for you. Okay, nothing is happening here. The two remaining in sky, they're basically doing no damage. So I feel we're going to spawn in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more of them, and we're gonna see if they get to a better start. I kind of forget, these look so darn quick, but their top speed is actually 5 meters per second, which is pretty slow for a plane like this. Alright, and now they're doing their weird maneuvers. Man, they looked nice when they went towards the crossbones information, but well, not anymore it seems. So this is the second wave. The crossbones is at 99%. Oh, there we actually had the first round of missiles coming in here. So maybe the AA system has been damaged a bit. Bam, that's a brutal hit. Look at that. It's falling down, burning very cinematically. You know what? I think we can listen to the music now. The crossbones music. If we had that entire 4 parts of the trials, I would have been turning crazy. But for a couple of times each time, I can definitely listen to it. Anyways, now the missiles are actually falling down and hitting here. So some of them seem to have moved into position, which is nice. Now it's just a question. Where are you on the menu, the list here? It's like... this is weird. Why? Oh, never mind. Oh, there you are. There you are. I find you. Good. So I'll know where to place the scores. Ah, that's some very weak damage. I think these missiles, if I remember correctly, are just purely explosive, and they're tiny. They do so little damage. We can see many of them are kind of damaged. We have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 in a combatable position. Locking on above like this. But it seems that there are too many of them, and the AA guns are having a little bit of trouble to actually target all of them. And since the Kosh kind of sexy submissions is kind of... oh no, those got taken out. Since they're kind of cheap, we can have 5 of them for each wave. So I think it's soon time to bring in the 3rd wave. Yep. Now I feel too few of them are actually dealing damage in a reasonable capacity. With this one burning down, this one seems to be spinning, and this one, we might have one that's dealing damage, but man, that thing is so far away. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Look at that. They're like some kind of weird... when they kind of start like this, they're like some kind of weird spinning starfish in the air. They look like some kind of star. Just sitting there, rising. It would have been funny if they were like perfectly pentagonal and that they moved in a upwards direction. That makes me remember a series I saw very much, which is very cool. And I don't recall what it's called. Anyways. Look at that. I mean, we are dealing damage, but the damage is pretty darn sad. Well, I guess we'll just wait and see for a bit and see if it deals any more damage. More cinematics. Well, we've waited for some time here, and the crossbones is slowly, very slowly, but surely picking them out of the sky. The crossbones has some pretty good health still. It's at 93%, so of course it did a scratch, so that's definitely 1 point. But it's just not able to take it out. It's just so superficial damage. But I will say that somehow they still have a pretty reasonable survivability. Like, it takes a good while for the crossbones to actually shoot them out of the sky. And some of them are just chilling on weird locations. So, the final score for kinda sexist design will be a strong 2. But it's just not dealing damage anywhere near anywhere that would be practical in this scenario. You can see that almost all of the systems are working. Yeah, it's like very few things that has been damaged. So, yeah. So I hope you enjoyed the second part of the flight. If you did it, please leave a like, and if you haven't already, you should probably subscribe to the channel. Anyways, we have the support options over here. Remember, I'm live on Twitch, usually once a week, and you have my other channels too, the GMODIST, where you find all of my past live streams and some extra content, and the Relaxism channel, where you find all of my relaxing and chill out videos to maybe help you sleep or focus or something. In any case, huge thanks to Admiral Scooby Rocks, Commodore Owen, Lieutenant Antor, Cravey, Parpagreed, Vincent Veritas, and all our cadets. This is your host, GMODIST. We're signing out. Or Eric of GMODIST is more correct. This is your Lord High Admiral Eric. We're signing in here with some more trials. GMODIST. This time we will be checking out the third flight of the AOG bombers versus the crossbones. Same story as last time. So let's dive into it. So here we have the Storihana made by Adnecrias. This thing is a little bit too expensive, so actually there should only be 2 of them spawned in per wave. However, we already deducted a massive amount of points for the too costly thing. So the first wave, we will allow it to spawn in with 3 of these, and the following refill waves will only be 2 for each. So that way it will be somewhat fair, I'd say. Right. So the crossbows has been spawned in. And they are long range firing up there. Let's see here, the AA guns are targeting another design. It's a little bit sad that all of the bombers are kind of not having their decals, since the decals had Discord links before. But for those that have a chance of ending up in the fleet, they can, of course, they will be expected to update the design with the new decals, I should say. In any case, this thing has gotten shot at. That's a bit unfortunate. Alright, so we're doing the AC-130 tactics. Just providing some good old long distance firepower. I kinda... Yeah, it has some missiles too. I do think these are not gonna reach though, are they? The crossbows, anti-air guns would be quite likely to be able to shoot them down before they reach. Yes, indeed. They will. Looks like the crossbows has taken minimal damage so far. But ooh, this turret actually got EMP'd. If it successfully EMPs all turrets, they have a reasonable chance of actually disabling the crossbows, which would be quite interesting. Well, let's see here. There is only one of the crafts that are even flying. No, none of them are actually flying. Well, that is gonna be a lot of luck. So we're having a refill wave here. I would imagine that they would be a tiny little bit more evasive. What is pretty cool about this design though is the asymmetrical design. I like asymmetrical designs. Alright. See if the missiles come in this time. No, they are not. So that's the bummer here. The missiles usually get shot down. The two new ones are not very hurt though. But I wonder, let's see here. The cannon that shoots in there, it's pretty accurate, but it doesn't really target a very sensitive area. I think the crossbones is just too big and meaty target for the story Hannah to be able to deal with. I saw a missile popping in there though, but we didn't get a turret hit this time. We need some extremely lucky hits for them to actually disable anything here. But I do suspect that the crossbones crams ain't extremely accurate either, since they are diving up and down with a pretty nice little sine curve, which definitely makes a lot of the cram shells actually miss. Will they have time to hit something important? Why did that not disable the detection? That was so close. Is it, like, do we not want to steal this this barrel design from within here? I think it's pretty cool. This is a proper pirate rum party hall. Alright. Let's see here then. Do we have one story Hannah is intact, two are not very hurt. I'm almost thinking that spawning in the third wave will actually help the story Hannah a lot. Well, damn. Yeah, that one is pretty dead there. Now we only have like dead ones, so whoops. What am I saying? Load in 2 new ones. We shall see how that goes. I do kind of want to remember what ammo we have. That's an armor-piercing high explosive round. That was pretty well aimed. Well, it over-penetrated, but that was just a little bit above the AI compartment. So the crossbows has taken some damage. One turret is disabled, but the general score here is looking like it's gonna be pretty low. I can see it still shoots down the incoming missiles. We're only dealing some slow, steady, but not that serious APS damage. You can see these turrets are still online. Ooh. Are we gonna have a collision? No, we're not. That's almost a little bit too bad. Well, in that case. Nope. None of the turrets had much disabling for themselves going on there. And now we can see. Damn! That's a pretty accurate hit. Poor thing. Well. Now we only have one poor little Storihana left. And that will be the basis for the Huan. So the AA guns are targeting in. I'm kind of surprised the crams are actually doing a pretty good job at hitting the Storihanas. I would imagine that this like sine curve would most likely make it so that they miss, but sadly not. They hit a lot of the time. I think I don't know, maybe that sine wave is just a little bit too bad. Right, so all the Storihanas is disabled. The crossbows is at 89%. So it definitely did some damage. I feel that they would eventually tear down the crossbones. Yeah. I'd say this is definitely a worthy effort of 2 points. But not more than that. It's more than 1 point. Survivability is bad, but damage was serious. Next. Here we have the Starmaid joke by Jono, 1928. This is, of course, the second submission, and this is the Isanth 5, or is it Isanth? Yeah, Isanth 5 from Starmaid. By the way, a lot of people have been posting some community updates for Starmaid, and if we're lucky, we'll have a Starmaid in a universe near us in a foreseeable future. That's like probably at least a year, but just so you know, it's not completely dead. Anyways, this one is going over the limit by a tiny bit, but it's 33, so it's like very close of amounting to 100,000, but we'll do the same for Adnecria's design. We'll spawn in 3 the first round, and then we'll have 2 for the refills. I don't expect this to be a very long battle. The Isanth is pretty terrible at dealing damage because it's not very accurate, and so far they have done a pretty bad job at evading anything. So I'll think the crossbones will make short work of this little flight. You can see one is already offline. Yeah, it's next scramble is coming in. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Poor Isanth 5s. To give it a tiny bit of chance of dealing any damage, we'll spawn in the second wave already. I think it's probably good if the crossbones has many target to target at the same time, because otherwise it's just going to barbecue them so darn fast, which might be the case anyways. I'm actually having so low hopes for these Isanth 5 of needing any damage. So I'm actually thinking like this. The Isanth 5 is kind of a joke submission anyway, so I know Jono won't be sad. We're spawning in the third wave already, and we're gonna see if it is able to deal any damage. But it is cool that we have the Isanth 5 now in from the depth. Jono, you should probably update that thing a little bit so it's a little bit better and throw it up on the workshop, because it would be 5 to have like StarMade Isanth 5 but in from the depth. So when people are searching for StarMade Isanth 5, they'll find the from the depth workshop entry. Yeah. Anyways. Oh, we're actually having a few of them that are somewhat untouched. The AA guns are doing some damage here. Look, when they get damaged, they get less see-throughable, which is fun. 94%. All turrets online and functioning. Yeah. So the Crossbones is having a all-front war and probably winning it very soon. I'm actually pretty surprised it bounced back from that. That must have been a fatal one. Yeah, this one is pretty offline now. Well, we're having another one falling down there. And... oh, no. That one was falling. Ooh! Is that a fatal hit? Who knows? It actually seems to be a pretty bad hit. Look at that poor thing. I think it lost all its engine power. Yeah, that's one. That one is pretty dead. Well, there we have it. Ah. And this one, there I think it goes. No, it has some engine power still. Only those extension arms got hit. Hey, Guns is targeting this one. Ah. Woo! Was it a hit? Oh yes. Almost. There, this one is falling as well. The cram fragments got it until the end. AA guns are keeping this one occupied, but now the crams will pop in and finish the job, right? No, it's up for a few seconds more. The rest, no, we have one left. One alive. Dealing damage, I think not, but who knows? The flak guns, it feels like they've became even less usable since they were renamed anti-munition warhead thing. Oh yeah, that's a... how is this not dead? Oh, the engine. Where is the engine anyways? Oh, there it is. Cool. The rest of them are downed. No, this one is actually technically airborne. But it's a very, very technically. And, oh yeah, okay, so this one is pretty over. Right. So, what do we have here? The Crossbones is at 88%. That's actually more percentages than I would have hoped for. That's actually pretty impressive for what I thought it would do. We can see though that even though we have some important blocks down there being exposed, in general the damage is extremely superficial because it's like wood and stuff only. Inside here we have the AI. It's not close of getting hurt. It seems that all of the turrets are still fully functional. So the damage is minuscule, but it is almost 20%, which is much more than I would have expected. So I'm gonna give it a 2. It deserved those 2. Don't you think so? Next up, we have Light of the World's Star Drop. This is gonna be pretty interesting. It's our only it's one of our very few pack-based systems. Anyways, I just want to say huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. All of you cadets, and most notably, our Admiral Scoobrooks, our Commodore Owen, Lieutenant Ant All, Cravey, Parback Reed, and Vincent Veritas. Your monthly support helps a lot. Also, if you want to join the Ecclesiarchy, you can see them with fancy badges, which you cannot see in the chest here, but the badges are technically in that chest. But anyways, you see them in the comments field. They have fancy badges. So if you want to get them, well, you can join the Ecclesiarchy for $1 a month and you'll get early access to all of my videos. Right, so Light of the World's Stardrop has an insane material per second draw. It's just full. It's absolutely full of what is it called? Like a steam tube, steam engine. So when we calculated how much energy it draws, it turned out to be a lot. Now, this is, as said, a pack-based system. It does some cool maneuvers like that, and it's looking pretty dandy doing it. So we're gonna see it just flops up like that, and it should send in some damage. We don't have any visible damage on the crossbow yet, but there we saw, we got a good little hit. I think it's impact packs too. So I don't know if that's a good or bad thing against the crossbones, but I'm thinking it might be pretty good since it's wood. And even though it deals very little impact damage, the fact that it's doing that impact damage should make the wood crumble pretty well and maybe make it lose important bits when the wooden structure would theoretically be gone. The Light of the World's Stardrop has a material cost of 31,000, so we can fit 3 in one wave. So it's a little bit funny that the previous ones couldn't have full waves like that due to the exceeded material rule break. Like, it looks like it deals a lot of damage, but it's only down by 3%. So I think the damage it does do is pretty superficial. Obviously it's impact. So I think the thing that could make it do like good damage is if it's hitting the right spots and making the like structure crumble, right? So we're having a very exposed superstructure here. I like that little wooden bench, that's nice. Alright, honestly, none of the star drops are actually taken out of play here. They're all producing those impact smashes. Gonna see if it's gonna smash. Nope. It's doing weird maneuvers now. It's kind of hard to guess when they're gonna deal damage and where they're gonna hit, because it's like impact. So when they hit, it's just snap like that, and the damage is dealt. Saw that. So that wasn't a particularly good, not a particularly good smack. You can see this superstructure could be just crumbled down here, and when that happens, well, then stuff can really happen. So the crime cannons are just shooting on random spots, it seems. The star ropes are pretty evasive. I'm actually surprised any of them have been damaged yet. Look at that. So we're only seeing wood. For a target as large as this thing, I feel that a Pierce pack would probably have much better crit potential. This feels like we're doing a pretty slow grind, to be honest. Ooh. I didn't see you getting hit. Well, one star drop is down. And the AA guns are doing their best to target, but the star drops are pretty evasive. This one is wing clipped though, so it's doing a pretty bad job of contributing to the battle. Yeah, I think it's time to spawn in the second wave. That one is down anytime. Okay, second wave launch. Or, if we're gonna be correct, second flight launch. For the glory of the GMODISM Empire. Okay, let's go. It's kinda... Are they not using the missile? But why? But why? Well, the damage party is online here. Now the crossbones is rotating in smaller circles suddenly. The damage party is very much online. Well, crossbone is down to 90%. It is a bit grindy, but the star drops are pretty good at being evasive here. Ooh, there it goes! The superstructure, as we thought it would. Right, so now when it has grinded down a lot of the outer shell, it's gonna get down to the lower levels, and here we probably can see some real damage going on. Maybe if it would, you know, smash away the AI, it could be a pretty cool move. Right. Nope. I'm kind of expecting them to do that little pack smash belly flop thing from time to time. I saw some EMP damage, so I do believe the missile were fired. I just missed their impacts and stuff before. Well. No important blocks yet. But 85%, we're on the second wave, and it seems like we're gonna do some more damage. So we're all just gonna let it run. I think that the stern turret somehow got hit by one of those missile torpedoes that carries EMP, because it just... I just saw it spin a little bit, you know, sad for a while. Oh, about sad. Look at that. That's the other wheel. Well, they're definitely getting there. The second wave is almost untouched. They are going a little bit close. The star drop is definitely extremely vulnerable whenever they get hit. It doesn't take many percentages from them to be almost completely incapacitated. But fortunately for the star drops, it's also pretty rare that they do get hit. So again, the second wave is still 100% alive. Yeah. Well, the crossbows somehow still have the ability to shoot back somewhat, but whenever their cannons are taken down, they don't have any ability to deal damage. You can see that the second star drop wing flight, is still completely alive. And this one bopping up and down in the water, since it's pack, it's actually still able to deal some damage, so that's pretty cool. Well, I think it's really good that the last test is just testing everything at this type of ultimate test. Something with AA guns, something with a lot of cram, something with a lot of health, a lot of size, a lot of bulk, and see how they would deal with a real battle scenario. That really helps us being able to judge them fairly. That's why we go from 0 to 10 on this last battle, this last challenge, the flight. And here you can see more blocks are just falling off. Ooh, that's some rubber. Does that mean we have AI blocks being shot out soon? We'll have to check this out. Oh, look at that! This is this the main AI? Isn't it down here? I think it's down there. This must be the anti-air AI. Wow, if it hits that, the threat is basically over for the star drops. That's pretty cool. Oh, one bird is down though. Well, when those cram cannons hit, they hit hard. Ain't that right? We're just curious to see some really big AI blocks falling out of this thing. I do think the star drops are pretty happy we're not on a land map. They would not be able to do that flop in the water and get up back again for another round thing. If that was the case, but well, fortunately for them, it is not the case. That is the rests of a turret falling off there, or maybe it was. It looked kind of like it. We have one cram cannon active still. Oh no! Our boy is on fire. On a really in a really bad way. Poor thing. So that's probably one of the boilers getting destroyed. Seems like the fire is over, but I do not think that this one will be providing anything to the battle. Indeed not. We're gonna see if we'll have to spawn in the third round, or if the second round will grind them down eventually. In a reasonable time frame, that is. Well, we can't say that the star drops are doing short work of this, but they are doing some pretty good work. I just checked the stats and it turns out that a crossbone is below 56% there. We're at 56%, so, well, we're not many percent away from despawning territory actually. So will they survive long enough in the air to be able to take this home at the second wave mark, or will we have to spawn in next wave because it's too slow? Well, we'll see in a minute or two. Look, we're shedding big steam. Only one propeller seems to be alive here. The crossbones is in such a sad shape. Oh no, but there is only 2 star drops are still in the air, so that's something. Oh, that was a well-aimed one, wasn't it? That's so close to the AI, or is that the ammo? One of them. So we decided to spawn in the third wave. We stayed a little too long of going down from 66% to 64%. Turned out that both of the star drops that were in the air were a little bit damaged both, so that might have been affected the extremely slow damage dealing, but we kind of reached the maximum wait time there. So now we are in full capacity again with the third wave. And I can't imagine that we'll get any other result than it will look already down to 60% now. Then that they will be able to take out the crossbones. This is like slowly but surely grinded down. Man, all of the big crams are actually offline now. That's great. Look at that. Well, good job. Was able to take it out pretty quickly there when we spawned in the third wave. That's definitely the best score of the third wave batch, which leaves Light of the World's Star Drop with a 7 in points. Next out, we'll have one of my personal favorite, Pizza Summoner's Sardalk. It not only has a cool spinny thing, it has cram cannons with lock-on stuff. So we're going to spawn the crossbones, and I would imagine that it's gonna do some pretty good work against or with the crossbones, dependent on how you see it. So these are some pretty fast ones, and they have the most amazing lock-on system. Alright, I think they're going down for the... Look at that. That's so cool. So yeah, that's what it does. It deals some really good cram damage. Look at that. They're penetrating. You don't see the damage from the surface, but this is the opposite to the previous contestant, Light of the World Star Drop, which did impact surface damage. This is penetrative cram. And the really cool thing with the Pizza Summoner's design here is not only the very good decoration, it is that the cram cannons, both of them actually have different lock-on places. Let's see if it's gonna lock on yet. No. This one is a little damaged. Oh darn. Whoa. Whoa, okay. I think we experienced a game bug. What the hell happened there? Holy crap, that's like machine gun crams. That was the weirdest game bug I've ever seen. Unfortunately, we'll have to respawn this. This is just insane. I've never seen machine gun crams before. Will it do it? I'm just so curious. Will it do it again? But yeah, we can't have these results. Look at that. That's only 2. Okay, maybe it just was a fluke, or Pizza Summoner has post-submission hacked from the depth and made some super advanced code. Who knows? Right, so we had to restart this run, right? The Sardalks are diving in here. We'll just have to see if we experience this bug again. That's absolutely crazy. Machine gun crams, never seen the like of it. And there you can see the cool thing is that they divide up and you know, shoot different places. Now they were so close to each other. I don't know if they are avoiding getting collision with each other or not. I don't think I spawned them that close to each other, but you know, that can happen too. You'll have to set up in the AI to be able to make them not make them shoot at each other accidentally using failsafes, and also not colliding with each other. Just using do not collide with your friends option with the right settings. Oh darn. Damn, that got pretty hurt there. The crossbones is down by 8%. They have dealt some pretty good damage, we must say. but it seemed they had a little bit of a unfortunate situation there in the first dive bomb attack. Right, we're coming in for another one. Oh, that one missed. That's a pretty good hit. Alright. No cram cannons are offline yet. All of the Sardalks do have taken some pretty good damage there. One Sardalk is actually offline now. Is this one? No, not falling. We're gonna see when how they come in for this second round, if it's time to spawn in a second wave, or if they are fully combat capable. Right, they're diving in. That's a pretty good hit. Second gun didn't fire. Now we got shot there too. That was a pretty good hit though. Yeah, we have big steam popping out of here. You can see the crossbones don't have much power now. That's definitely some good work. Whew, these Sardalks are suffering a bit though. Oh, it's not obvious that they will come back for another attack round. I think only one of them might be not damaged enough to be able to do it. I think it's this one. Alright. Should be locking on. There we did. Oh! That's a pretty bad hit there. Our boy's on fire. And not in a good way. Alright. The crossbones. We're at 88%, so the first wave did some good damage. You can see that the remaining Sardalks are pretty damaged. This one seems to have no cram cannon as left, so I definitely think it's time for spawning in the second round here. And with a cost of 31,000, almost 32, we can of course spawn in 3 of them. And I think, whoops, we must be inside of it. Right, what happened here? You know what? This is weird. Oh, they have successfully regrouped. Look at that. That's some pretty good damage. I almost thought that they had gotten crazy for a while there, but they have indeed not. They're back, dealing extreme damage. They just need to run away for a little while and get back for another attack. Oh, another one of those awesome dive bomb cram attacks. We'll just have to experience this. Isn't this cool? Oh, yes. Well, Pizza Summoner definitely knew what he was doing when he invented that system. That's so cool. Lock-on systems are always great. Oof, that's some big damage. Well, at this rate, I think the second wave is going to be able to deal pretty well with the crossbones here. It's down to 78%. The Sardalks unfortunately take a lot of damage when they deal the attack bomb dives, but it's definitely worth it. It's not easy to deliver this high of a damage. Oh, is this the one with no crams? Here we have one with crams though. Surge protectors. Oh, there we had a pretty large explosion, and there too. They are delivering here, delivering cramfetti and wood all over the place. It seems that only one cram cannon is functioning, and not very well at that. Are you shooting blank, sir? Yes, you are. Right. Oh no, this is the one without the ammo. Poor thing. Well, it can at least confuse it. Now that was probably not the most valuable spot to shoot at this time. But how could the AI know that? I think the Sardalk probably has the ability to one-shot the crossbones if it just aims at the AI. It's so smart that the cram shots have different targeting locations, because that just doubles the chances of a crit hit each attack run. No, I was wondering, did you hit something there? Alright. You're the one without the guns, right? Yes, you are. Alright. That's some pretty good hits, I think. More cram system, more wood fetty. I'm just waiting for that AI shot here. There we have it. I think the AI might actually... I think it was destroyed there. Huh. That's a blank. Wow. I actually think we did it there. We have to monitor it a little bit, of course. But honestly, I think they've already disabled it. Like, we can of course kill it like that, but no. That side of the AI, okay, it's not over yet. It is over now. Look at that, it's very over. Very good job. That's the second round. That's the second run. We did some pretty good damage there. Well, with being able to kill it at the second round, we're having a pretty good score here, of course. It took a little bit of time. We had some tiny problems with the survivability, but we took him out on the second round, and we did it pretty epically, actually. So that's definitely an 8. Scratch that, I think we actually did it a lot more effectively than the other ones that got the 8. This is a 9. I think this is the second most well executed takedown of the crossbones so far, so that's deserving of a 9. Almost highest score, which is the upper limit for taking out the crossbones on the second round. But I truly feel it has the ability to take it out on the first round if it has some luck, which adds a lot to a design. Critability must be pretty valued highly, because if you have critability, especially with like deeply penetrating crams, you can take on a lot of targets, and you know, with the impact pack, you will not get a lucky hit and kill the crossbones, but with a pen depth cram, you have the ability. Next out, we have Rush's Butterfly Wasp. With 22,000, almost 23,000 materials, we get a wave of 4. I do believe that this design has a lot of some pretty like larger missiles. I think it actually has some pretty good chance of dealing some pretty good damage, if indeed it's able to hit them, the missiles. Because it does have some ability with aiming and shooting at smaller targets. And that is because the missiles had a little bit of a lock-on issues earlier sometimes. But I think that's probably not the case in this area. I think the crossbones is just impossible to miss. But will the missiles go through the defensive systems, I wonder? And there we can see the example when the laser is not able to focus for too long. None of them have been hit so far. They're pretty fast and agile. Rush's butterfly wasp, right? That's what it's called, right? Butterfly wasp, yeah. They're very fast and maneuverable. I do hope that the lasers are set up to aim at teams' lasers, because otherwise we'll have some issues with them losing contact. If they can aim at a teammate's missile laser, then they have just so much higher chances of actually hitting. Oh no! We got full fatality rate here. Oh darn! That one is basically dead, so yeah, okay. We already need to throw in the second flight here, which is a little bit surprising to me. I thought that they would continue to evade those crams and basically grind it down, but that was not the case at all. Oh no. And a lot of the missiles are actually shot down by the crossbones AA. Ah, look at that. So near, but wasted damage potential due to that missile laser not being able to focus at the right place just long enough. We can see there is actually a surprisingly low amount of missiles that reach the crossbones here. That does surprise me. I would suspect that they would do a lot better. But it seems that they indeed do not have very high chances of taking out the crossbones with the third wave. Right. So, well, I guess we're gonna see if it does it or not, but it doesn't look like it's too much to hope for. Like, look at those poor things just falling out of the sky. Whenever they're targeted, it seems to be pretty much game over. Now we have a nice little lock on here. If only the missiles will continue to... Yeah, I kind of forgot about this little missile laser fail here. I'd suppose they do not actually aim at the teammates' lasers. Maybe they do, but it's just not enough then. The crossbones is large enough that a lot of the missiles can hit anyways, even if it kinda doesn't have an updated position of where the crossbones are. They can just, if they just go forwards. But I guess if they're set up to see skimming, I guess they would just do like this and just go horizontally, right? If they're set up to straight firing line, I guess they won't change that, right? So that's definitely something to set up then. Right, we have 2 butterfly wasps in the air. I feel that the damage potential is pretty low. They have not too long to live, I'd suspect. So I'm going to spawn in the 4th wave. No, the 3rd wave. It's just because I mix it up, because it's 4 of them for a wave here. And there we could see some missiles evading, some missiles hitting. Well, now we get some pretty bad weather too, so this is gonna be pretty interesting indeed. Look at that. Ah, wasted damage. So sad. If these missiles just had some EMP, I think they could make some pretty short work of the crossbones, because apparently the crossbones turrets are not the best with EMP insulation, as we have seen from earlier combatants. I think it was the story Hana, right, that took out some pretty good turrets with just a tiny bit of EMP damage. Well, we're slowly getting there, I guess, but this feels like a long one. I just checked the stats here. We honestly only have 2 butterfly wasps alive. Alright, so there... and now there was only 1. Well then. Waste the damage again. So, that's so sad. If they just had been radar guide or something. It's actually easier to just set up the laser to just, you know... have an extra laser, make them always face the enemy, but... that is not the case, and that has been an issue in earlier videos as well. So it's not like I should be surprised or anything. It's just that there is a lot of submissions, easy to forget, you know. Not dead yet. But it's seriously only 1. The crossbones is down to 87%. So they have done substantial amount of damage. That has to be given to it. It seems that some of the turrets are seriously hurt. Not sure if the bow battery is EMP offline or like the LVC has been hurt or not. But they're not trying to aim very much, at least. Generally, the crossbone is not at the worst conditions, that have to be said. Definitely is not. No, and those missiles didn't even get through much, did they? Oh, and there we go. Well, crossbones is at 86%, so that's almost 20% again. That is some substantial damage, but we're not close to disabling it, so this is definitely 2 points. Right, so last out, we're going to have the last little submission for the third flights videos. And this is the absolutely beautiful BY-409 bomber by our MIA Captain Y. So this one looks pretty amazing. It's definitely the best looking design. I think it's one of the best looking designs. It's in the top of the QCB. Let me check here. Yep, it is the best looking design together with Pizza Summoner's A Saradalk. Unfortunately, like the Saradalk, it has suffered a little bit from the Discord links getting disappeared like that. But, oh no, they're absolutely a joy to sit in, and they have some really smart stuff of being efficient and nice like that. They have a low cost of just under 20,000 materials, which means that this is encroaching the upper limit of how large a flight can be. I think that was 6 units and this is 5. So let's get in the crossbone and see if they can do anything against the crossbones. Crossbones have been sighted. We got some diff guns, we got some different mix of things there. Now, it may look very good, but it does have some issues, of course. This and here we got the little sonar buoy harpoon thing there. All right. The AA guns are doing traditional AA damage. Let's see which of them are getting in close. So we actually got 3 of them a bit damaged already. They are doing a traditional bomber run here. So we're having diff guns shooting down here to deal some damage. And we'll see if that damage will be enough. If they can line up and do proper bombing runs. Oof. We got one B409 down. Oh no. We got another one falling down. Poor B409. But they are looking absolutely splendid doing it. That's true. Alright. It seems they are having some issues getting in to do the bombing dives. And not a good ability to avoid those crams. So, it's looking very cinematic right now, but I guess not in a good way. Oh no. Look at that. The engines are down. Oh, very, very cinematic. But not good for the glory of the AOG. Well, it's looking like some serious second round territory here. I don't know if we have any combat ready one. This has only one propeller. This one just got shot at. But it's doing a bombing run, okay. Now it's missing engine blocks. God damn it, shoot those diff guns. No, it... Alright. It's definitely second round. So... Second flight. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're gonna sit inside of this thing and see what happens. And it's like slow motion all over the place. These has just so many mimics on them. I mean decos. They look absolutely splendid. And now we're running away. Well, we're not gonna look at that one then. Oh no. This one is doing the belly flop move. This one is pretty targeted, poor thing. Look at that. The crossbones is only down to 98%. Well, they're just not getting in there to deal damage. That's quite unfortunate indeed. While I don't think Captain Y plays, or MIA Captain Y plays from the depth right now, I would almost want to send the B409 to someone that wants to do an overhaul of it. So if you're into from the depth still and you'd like to do an overhaul of the B409, please contact me on Discord and I'll send over the design to you, and you can make it work better and replace those decals and put your own name in the AI and insert a little extra name in the name of it and stuff like that. And that would be absolutely fantastic, because this airplane is just such a beautiful design, and it's so unfortunate it will just not be able to provide firepower. Right now we're like, it did damage, it has done damage, so, but not a lot, so we're like in the 1% territory. Poor thing, look at that. Well, do we have enough of them in the air that can actually do something? I think it's third round territory actually. And I spawned them in this cool semicircle pattern to give them some kind of tactical advantage. Because if they will be ever able to do any type of damage, I think this is their chance if they'll get some of this... Oh, well, I guess screw tactics were running away. Man, we're having a lot of wings in the air, and the FPS will suffer. The game speed is running. Oh, it's running at 100%? I kind of don't really believe that. It's going down to slow motion so often. Wow, they're just not targeting the poor old crossbones. The poor old crossbones are absolutely mincing these. No, no, no. Beautiful designs getting shredded to tiny pieces. Oh well. Cruel world. Ooh, look at that. We had some fuel in the wings. When all of these were submitted, fire was not a thing. And now you can see fuel engines in the wings, which a lot of my planes have too. Wow, they're just making the entire wings burn down. Is it just me, or it seems that none of them have been able to get in there and deal any damage against the crossbows? One of them did it in the first run, but now they seem to never be able to really line up for a proper attack run. They're like changing their mind when they're getting close, repairing each other a little bit instead, and well, mates, let's just call it a day. Yeah, good times. So yeah, this one seems to be suspiciously disabled though. How would that have happened? Maybe the diff rods do have a bit of an EMP. Now this is golden bomb run, right? And it doesn't fire. Why? We'll need an AOG engineer, maybe it's you, to look at this. If anyone wants to, it's not like I'm... Because I know this will be a finicky project due to all of those mimics. Yeah, this will be a finicky project, and updating my own designs have been a finicky project so far as well. Especially the Gimlo, oh my god, that battle series. It was pretty funny with the Kevin Try's Gimlo Mark II. A lot of people got confused and thought that my upgrade was out, but no, it's very tricky. Ooh, it dealt damage. That's not a lot of damage. Well, 97%, nothing has really happened. We absolutely do not have much crit ability. Not at all. I think we will be joking with ourselves if we assume that this will do any type of crit damage anytime soon. 3%, maybe one turret is disabled, that's something, but it's not enough damage to be more than 1 point. But it is damage, so it's definitely a point. But I hope you have enjoyed this little episode, and if you have, do not forget that shop.gmodism.com exists if you want to get some nice merch. Anyways, I'll see you next time. Join the Ecclesiarchy if you... There we have it. If you want to get the videos a little bit early, do join the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM right here. If you want to get some perks and be able to download all of my files and templates in a very easy way and not have to save them yourselves via things I uploaded to the workshop. Also, we have our Discord community down here. I will have you know that the camera is not mirrored. That's why I'm getting confused when I'm trying to point at things. Anyways, the Discord community, a lot of people think is pretty nice, so maybe you want to ask some cool questions there, I don't know. With enough rambling, I will close this episode off, and I will also have you know that the last and fourth episode will be the last of the battles, and then we'll have to calculate the points and decide who is the winners. So, I'll see you next time. This is your host, GMODIST. We're signing out. Eric of GMODIST. Or Admiral, that's right. Okay, that's enough. Enlisted, commissioned officers, and anyone else who are watching this video, you're very welcome to the last section where we will try the flights against the crossbones. Before we begin, I will just say a huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST from Lieutenant and above, which is Admiral Scubrox, Commodore Owen. We have Lieutenants Ando, Cravey, Parbug Reed, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month. Also, huge thanks to everyone in ECCLESIARCHY. You can see their badges in the comments field. Oh yes, let's get into the battles. Next out here, or first out I mean, we have Shotgun's Dart. This beautiful little build costs 23,700 materials, which means we can fit 4 into a wave, or a flight. So let us spawn in the crossbones at the set distance, and we're gonna see what will happen. Alright. The machine guns are machine gunning on. We're closing it. Okay, the first dart has gone in there. Very nice. Oh, they're flying close. Will we shoot anything though? Or are we going to use... Oh, there we have a missile. Oh no! The missile blew up. I guess that's the flak for you. When you use anti-munition warheads to shoot against your targets, I suppose you will shoot down their missiles automatically too. Look at that. Oh no! Oh no! Is it just me, or are the missiles launched from the darts just exploding mid-air? No, now we got a couple of them, but they have no health whatsoever. Look at that. This thing is barely alive. Oh no. Thank you. Alright. 2 more missiles launched. And they just won't reach the target. The crossbones is at 100%. It's not looking great for Shotgun Dart. I think we can spawn in the other round here. We only have 1 of them functioning in a reasonable way. So, 2, 3, and 4. Here we go. The next flight just spawned in. Where the first flight were completely unable to deal any damage towards the Deepwater Guard crossbones. Right, here we have a big missile swarm coming in there, and it seems that only 1 of them did reach the crossbones, dealing minuscule damage. Well, when your missile has low health, this is what can happen. Alright. I think it seems very likely we'll have to spawn in the third flight. The crossbones has taken some damage. That's good. That means, you know, 1 point at least. Oof. The AI guns of the crossbones are doing a pretty good job at shooting these down. Not sure those crams are hitting anything though. They are just going dangerously close, aren't they? We have we have an entire wing of shotguns darts in the air. It seems they have managed to damage the crossbows AA guns a significant amount. Because now it seems that the tides may have been turning for the shotgun dart. And here we got the tiny magnet bombs. And they're actually them... Yeah, they were actually the ones that are dealing the bulk of the damage, I do believe. They're a little bit difficult to shoot down with AA guns. But here we can see the anti-air and anti-munition guns. They seem to be a bit damaged, to be honest. Look at that. Missiles are coming in here. Is the tide turning? And these small missiles, they'll just not get activated. Oh, they're... removing some small blocks of the hull on the outside there. We still have... I don't know, 1,000... It seems that one... Oh, we have... Okay, that one is down, 3,000 meters. 1,000 meters. They're going pretty far away at times. And then they come back. Don't know why they're going so far away, though. Oh. Does it just go that low, or is it damaged somehow? Hard to tell. Well, will the AA guns... Okay, the AA guns are pretty still efficient. One dart seems to be shot down. We'll have like 3/4 of them in a workable condition. I think the one that are like at 80% or similar are definitely down. Huh. It's good they have shields. Oh. I like how the cram explosions exploding behind or close to a craft basically makes it fly up a little bit in the air. Crossbows is down at 90%. Oh man. Oh man, look at that. Poor thing. Are you not gonna be shot at with crams? Apparently not. Well done. I thought we would see a real cram cannon executioner move there. Nice dive there. Missiles coming in and hitting. When you shoot the missiles towards the target when you're pretty close to them, the missiles or anti-missile cannons can't really shoot them down. Civs will not be able to react when the bomber just shoots them at a very close distance. Which is cool. We have one missile getting in there. Oh, it's actually reaching the target. There we go. 87%. Oh, that's brutal. I was almost thinking the fire would spread to the crossbows, though. Oh, damn. Is it gonna crash into this one too? No, it just misses it, it seems. Oh, well. Will the cram side cannons not fire? Oh, it died anyways. Okay, we have like one dart in the air. We'll have to send in the third wave. 2, 3, and 4. Let's go. Third and final wave of shotguns dart. Loads of missiles are incoming there. I think they have a decent chance of beating it though. Look, if I tilt back like this, you can see my shirt. I think I need a camera that's a little bit more wide angle, don't you? Well, the crossbows is fighting pretty valiantly. Even though it has sustained some damage, you can see that the darts can't really relax yet. Ooh, when it flies close like that, and the cram cannons almost get it, that's like scary. Look at that. They'll just drop these bombs in front of it. I think it's pretty cool. Those magnet bombs are pretty cool. Well, the third wave's damage is progressing. Some of the... Oh, I think this one just got shot down. Man, that must have been a cram hit. Right, we have 2 darts that are unscathed so far. We're gonna see what scoring we'll end up with. It seems it may not be able to take it out on the 3rd round, or the 3rd... Oh damn! Oh damn! Cinematic falling down and burning. Poor thing. Well, it looks like the darts will probably not be able to take out the crossbones. Like getting a little bit stuck in the water too. We'll see though. This one is out. This one is not out, but it's kind of dipping into the water all of the time. Oh, we're having a pretty bad time. Let's wait for the crams to come in. Oh. Well, they're real fast. 130 meters per second. I'm kind of surprised the crossbones guns can hit them at all. And here we have the next magnet activated. Oh, we don't have that. Oh no, never mind. We have all the propellers left. Well, they are fighting to the last bits and pieces, but this battle is soon gonna be very over. Well, I think this one is the only one that is kinda out of the waters. Ooh, that was a close miss from the cram cannons. Oh man. Yeah, I think this is the only one that's not into the water by now. And it still has some damage dealing potential, right? But it just dips into the water, which isn't like the best. Alright, we're going in for another attack. Ah, now we have all of the crams attacking. And this is not a good place to be. Look at that. Oh no, stranded in the water. Oh no! Okay, there we get it. They're all down now. Roger that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, the crossbones is not defeated. It has an 79% health, which, you know, it's pretty damaged. It can eventually definitely damage it, I think. You know what? I think this is a clear 4 in points. It's not enough to take it out in any way, and they had some survivability problems, but it did some serious damage, so it deserves 4 points. You can see that they can eventually grind it down. If you put the shotgun's dart, if you have the same material cost of the darts as you do with the crossbones, I think they can defeat it. So it's not that bad. It's just not enough for getting the better scores. Next out, we have Nilden's Penguin. So Nilden will be showing up a good bit in this little video, and we're gonna spawn the crossbones, and of course we are going to spawn more penguins. We can have 3 penguins in a flight, and of course a crossbones. So, the crossbones has been spawned. We'll definitely need to check into that. Alright. This upwards and downwards, no, not super stable moment is probably super great for not getting hit. Now, I wonder what's up with the missiles here. Alright, I guess we're going in for the attack round here. What are we doing? Oh, that's a very inaccurate bomb drop. They just get shot down by the AA guns. Oh lord, I suspect this will be a forever battle with very little damage. Come on, penguins! Drop the darn bombs! Well, I had high hopes for the penguins. This is a bit underwhelming. Let's see here. Yeah, so one penguin got shot. Are you kidding me? What did it die from? Did it get shot down by flak? Oh no! The crams actually almost hit the penguins. Poor penguins. Well, they don't really seem to deal any damage at all. 2 penguins are already hurt. Not a percentage has been. Yeah, we're gonna spawn in the second wave. And it doesn't do any damage. We're gonna double flank the crossbones. We're gonna spawn in the third wave for Nilden's third submission. Because I wanna see if they can do any damage. It seems that... Well... And now why are you running away? Alright, anyways. So, I wanna see if they can do any damage. If we have all the 3 waves in at once, can we see any particular damage? Because I'm not going to wait for each of the waves of slowly getting shot down while not dealing any damage. That makes a boring video, and when I make boring videos, you'll have to tell me, because then I'm doing something really wrong. I mean, that's the point of doing videos, right? It should be somewhat enjoyable. Well, well. Ooh, penguin! Oh yes! Oh yes! That is an excellent bomb drop! They'll have no time shooting them down. Yeah, there you go. 1% has been stolen from the crossbones. Look at that. The explosives. That was actually a super good hit. Whoa. If that would have hit a little bit differently, it might have taken out the entire cram cannon. Right. So we spawned in all 3 waves. We actually have a serious amount of penguins being downed. Poor thing, look at that clubbed penguin. Well. It's like they're moving up and down in a bobbing motion. It's just not quite enough to outrun the crams. If they just had a bigger sine wave going up and down like this, I feel it would have evaded all of those shots. Alright, so 2%. Some of them are still dropping bomb, but the AA guns are so undamaged that most of them can actually take out. Oh, I wanna see this. No, are you in a setup to not collide? Oh. Sad. No! Oh, they're attaching to the wrong... Oh, well. Right, so the penguins are just very unable to deal much damage at all. So, they do deal damage. So they'll have 1 point, but we're not gonna sit around here more. Nilden's third submission gets 1 point. They're just not able to deal much damage at all. And the penguins are slowly getting shot out of the sky, while basically none of their bombs are ever reaching the crossbones. I think that will be enough. Next out we also have Nilden with a B8 bomber. This one is absolutely fabulous, because it has a bombing cam, which is cool. Right, it costs 32,000 materials, so we'll have 3 in a wave. Alright. And these look pretty darn cool, don't they? It's like a flight of B-17 or whatever they're called, flying into bombing war. Very effectful. Anyways. Oh no! We're getting pretty hit here. Okay. We'll need to check out the bombing cam. It seems that something is wrong with the bombing cam. Or maybe not. It's not doing... Nilden's first submission here isn't doing very well, is it? Oh, there we had some bombs. Well, this is kind of interesting. I did think they would, I don't know, shoot their bombs. Maybe a little bit, you know? Well. They have started to try and deal some damage, but yeah, this is a little bit underwhelming. They just won't work at this scale. Oh man. No. Well, at least it did some damage. Look at them beautiful bombs sitting here in the racks, getting unused. What a waste. Well, we knocked off that wheel. I feel it's definitely time to throw in the second wave. And I wanna be inside of this one. Or maybe not. Alright. They're lining up? No. It's like they're a bit confused. What are we doing? These red and green lights are blinking in a weird pattern, right? Well, I don't know why, but the bombs are not shooting very often. Well, here we had a fall of bombs going on there. Oh man, that looked brutal. And the AA guns are getting most of them anyways. Are we burning? No. I mean, they do deal some damage, it's just not quite enough. Alright. Oh damn. That's burning. That's super cinematic. But man, not good for the Nilden's first mission, the B8 bomber here. Oh well. Shit happens, I guess. It looks like we have a strong case of spawning in the third wave. Now, we do have some ability to maybe see something on... Like, we have to look one time at the bombing cam, right? Look at that, that was pretty cool. This is kind of nice, even though it looks like you're watching a YouTube video of 144p. Sorry about that. But I'm pretty glad the from the depth video screens are not high res, because you don't know how much lag they cause. They cause so much lag. Don't use video screens on your battleships if you're gonna have battles with them. They just cause too much lag. Not worth it. Well, they seem to be complaining a little bit. We spawned them too close, so we're gonna go down to 3,000 meters here, which is the proper spawning distance anyways. Alright. And we're going to get into the battle. Let's see what's happening here then. It's like low intensity exciting. Now the flags pop in. Alright. Oh! Oh, damn! Oh no! Okay. Well, we have a few bombs, which most of them missed. Well, crossbows is at 90%. I mean, that's something. Well, I guess we're gonna see how this ends. But I must say, it is a little bit underwhelming. I thought the Nilden's first submission here, the AUG BU-8 bomber, would actually deal some pretty good damage against the crossbones. Maybe I reverse jinx myself, because that looked like a pretty darn good hit. GMODISM, I don't think that reverse jinxing is a thing. Casually talking to myself, who wouldn't? Anyways, the B-8 bombers have turned this around a little bit. The Admiral, not the Admiral, the Crossbones, the AI is called Admiral, is down to 83%. So obviously, they have started to do something right. I do suspect that they have shot down the AA guns eventually, been grinding them down. Which, in turn, makes it so that the missiles, these ones, reach their target. You look at that! It just continues to deal damage. It's pretty exciting. Except when it gets hit, then it turns less exciting. Look at that, the engine is shot down. Isn't that super cinematic? It is. It's super cinematic. Anyways, wouldn't want to be on this plane. Am I? No. Looks like it's gonna do a classical SpaceX belly flop landing. Not quite. Right. Oh. Wing clipped again. Poor thing. It's like the crams are slowly picking him off. We have like no B-8 bomber undamaged. No, we don't. So the question is... Oh yeah, this one actually deals some damage still. Okay, cool. Question is, will they be able to even take out the crossbones? I hope that for a second, but I think that hope has left me now. Well, look at that. Not half bad. When they come from top down like this too, they're dealing some serious damage. It's just a matter of time when it gets hit by a cram though. But circling above the crossbones like this, it seems to be a pretty decent tactic. Well, Almost thought they would crash for a moment there. When it changes trajectory like that all the time, it's not very often that the crams seem to hit. Right, so we have like 4 Nilden bombers that are technically having a pretty high score. But one of them seems to be circling around here. I don't know what it's doing. Is it coming in, maybe? Well, guess we'll see. This must be pretty unnerving. Just sitting up here, waiting to get shot. Looks like the lost child is back. So now we have 3 V8 bombers chilling around here. It's so smart that the crossbones has area detonation on those crams. Probably makes all the difference. Well, it looks like the boys are moving in and we're unloading. Oh yeah, next one. Perfect. Oh no! Oh no. Well, that happens. Oh man, they're so down. The crossbows is now at 69%. That's pretty decent. 69, the funny number, as Borderwise says. Anyways, they're continuing to deal damage. I feel this battle has a bit slowed down a tiny bit, but I mean, we're gonna wait and see if they will be able to actually take down the crossbones. Are you shooting blanks, sir? You sure seem to be. It's gotta catch him. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Very cinematic indeed. Like having wings you can shoot off adds to the cinematicness, don't you think? It's just raining missiles here. I think that one of the things that really made the crossbones be less good now is that I think its inaccuracy increased a lot when detection and stuff got shot down. So I think that's a huge contributing factor. Man, there is just so many turrets gone here. Look at that, it's so like hollowed out. It's like nothing left. It's just a couple of cram cannons now. 62%. That is pretty good indeed. And they're still being able to shoot down some more missiles and slowly grind down some damage. Well, now there is only one left, flying up in the air like this, circling around. And it still shoots some missiles, so it's technically in the battle here, dealing damage. So we're gonna see, basically, we'll have to check out if this thing will grind down the crossbones by itself, or if it will eventually be shot down. Look at that! Look at that! The crossbones is despawning. Alright, victory for Nilden's first submission, being able to take him out using the 3rd wave. That's super nice. Taking him out using the 3rd wave, that's really good. It took some time. I think it will be 6 points, which is the middle score for taking him out. Taking him out the 3rd round. Good job. Next out, we're actually having Nilden's 2nd submission, which is the Invader. The very, well, I suppose, flying sorcerer looking design. I do suspect this battle will not be too long. They are absolutely not able to dodge the crams. Thus, if the crams aim at the right spot, I think they'll die pretty quickly. But we of course have no idea, and we're gonna check out what happens. If this tiny pack cannon will be able to do anything against it. Right. Poor invaders. That one is very dead and burning. Look how cinematic this is. I need my cinematic filter, which I have somewhere. That one seems a bit dead too. Are we gonna have a... No, it didn't crash on it. Well, that's sad. Right, so I think that might have been the shortest so far. We're gonna spawn in the second wave. You know, I think we can spawn in the third wave while we're at it. See if any damage will be dealt. It's like tiny explosive pack. I'm kind of surprised the crossbones has suffered 1% damage though. Because I think these are, right? These are like... Or maybe it was impact. No, that's explosive, right? Isn't it? Oh man, they're just getting shot down so fast. Well, that's all of them basically. Poor things. Surprisingly enough, the crossbones is down by 2%. So somehow they did a tiny bit of damage, which means 1 point. I'm very glad it was over quickly, at least. That's something I like with crafts with low survivability. You don't have to wait them out and see what they'll do. They will either just kill the enemy super fast and maybe get shot down, or they would just fail to kill the enemy and get shot down, which is like the case this time. But that's why you submit 3 submissions. You can do that. You could in this. The season 2 of the trials you will not be able to submit to. But you could in this, and that's a smart move, because then you can try different tactics and see what works best. Good job anyway. Funny with flying sorcerers. Next out we have a design favorite of many people, which is the Cringe's design. And this is the MB5. Crossbones has been spawned in. The MB5 costs 27,000, which means we'll fit 3 of them in a flight, it's called. Now I'm losing the language. That happens. Right, we got some laser lock-ons there. The visibility is bad in the weather today. Ooh, dodging cram shells. Are we having a projectile avoidance setup here? That's nice. Maybe we're just lucky, but it's nice either way. Okay, never mind. I jinxed it. I'm sorry. Very cinematic though. Look, the wings are just separating and they're burning. Anyways. Do we have we only have 1 in the air, do we? That's surprising. They got shot down a little bit quicker than I've hoped. They look so nice. Anyways. We're going to spawn in the second wave. I'm gonna see if the missiles reach through the AAs. Okay, seems the lock-on fails a little bit there. Well, they are overwhelming it pretty nicely. It looks so nice though. Oh no. Oh damn. Do we have anyone alive? Barely. We have this one, okay. You know, I think we have moved into third wave territory. We're going to warp inside this thing, making sure we don't control anything. Just so we can have the first, you know, pilot's experience. No, okay. We're failing to lock on. Okay, we're locked on. That's pretty nice though. Ooh, we dodged that cram. Absolutely beautiful. You know, that's not half bad. We did do very superficial damage though. So I suspect that the score here will be pretty small, yes. We're like swarming the crossbones with just tiny missiles all over the place. Unfortunately, the cram cannons has this pesky tendency to hit us also. Which is causing a lot of bad times. Reverse propeller planes are so cool. Completely not locked on there. There should be some settings that is like don't fire unless locked on for the laser ones. That would really be something that would be needed. Right. The crossbones, why do I say Gimle? The crossbones is down to 90%. So yeah, we did some damage. It's pretty small. We're gonna see where it ends up. They are like providing damage still. So they are doing something, but it's just all over the place. Overall, the crossbones is in a pretty good shape, to be honest. Pretty good shape indeed. Well, we had, oh no, poor thing. They're just dropping down. One by one, missile swarm incoming. The AA guns seem to have been having some trouble shooting down those missiles. Or it's because they're small, maybe they won't target smalls. I think they do. Who knows? Looking pretty nice. Right. Big swarm. Here you go. Are they turning it around? Like Nilden's first mission? Who knows? Well, we're gonna see about it. The Cringe has a second submission, however, so we'll check that out too in a moment. But we're gonna see where this leads, if when they got shot down or what happens. Honestly, since the MB5s have gotten some damage, they're actually moving less predictably and actually getting shot down a lot less often, it seems like, which is very ironic. Man, this looks so dangerous. It feels like they'll collide with each other like any second. Oh man. They're just... oh no, no! It's just gonna collide. Oh, look at that. That's so... oh. They might have untangled, have they? They're both like damaged, they spin around like this, and they've just been so close of hitting each other so many times. The funny thing is that one of them, from time to time, actually deals some damage. But it's really from time to time, and thanks to that unpredictable movement it has right now, I think it can sit there and do that until it loses materials. I think this one has lost control. Yes. So we're gonna judge the score at about this point, because our boys over there are pretty damaged. 82%, you know, that's decent. So I mean, it's at least 2 points. It technically is still doing some damage though. So, well, I think it deserves 3 points. You know, the crossbones isn't very taken out or anything like that. Look at that, that's a brutal collision. It's severely damaged though, but I don't see them having a good likability of taking out the crossbones. So I will judge that 3 points are fair here. I'm just gonna check. That's the second submission. Now I almost put the points on the wrong one. Right. So now we have the next craft will be the Cringe's first submission. That's actually not true. It will be Sean Reed's second submission. I know, they come in a weird order. Which is the other flying sorcerer, the Djinn, which looks absolutely amazing. Let's spawn in the crossbones and see what happens. They will go up so high. I think they have a decent chance not dying, actually. I really think they do. Scary, scary cramps. I actually think they have a decent chance of winning this. And I think they can take it down, because they will hover just above. I suspect that the most scary thing for the Djinns are if they collide with each other. Oh, somebody's getting targeted here. Maybe I'm wrong. No. Here we can see. And these are heat bombs. So they do like damage inside then. And they'll just drop them down. Which is pretty cool. Just rocket propelled fast forward. I think they're gonna have a pretty hard time shooting upwards like that. They're gonna stay out of damage pretty well, aren't they? They'll just chugging down those bombs. And they'll just get magnetically activated and hit the target unless they get shot down by the anti-munition, the Sivs cannons on the crossbones. That can happen too, of course. But it increases the chances that they are rocket propelled. Almost an RPG. Well, maybe not. So, alright. This one turned into a burning pile of junk. Yeah, I think we're gonna spawn in the second wave here. Sean Reed's second submission. Let's go. I'm not controlling anything, am I? Good. So, the AA guns are actually a little better than I thought they would be, so they are actually shooting them down, eventually. We can see that the tactic of staying just above the crossbones is a pretty good one. Oh, damn. Look at that. Are you not gonna activate? Oh, there we go. It feels so weird that the Oh, that was a close one. Anyways, it's like they reverse go into the crossbones, but it seems that the fragments from the shaped charge is still okay. One would have imagined them going out the other way, but they don't. Well, the crossbones is at lost 3% percentages of health, but I must say the survivability of the gins is not quite what I would have thought. Can see many of them are in varying states of decay, and they're dealing damage so slow here. I think we're gonna spawn in the third wave. I'm gonna follow this thing. Alright. It feels like we're not moving really towards... What are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing? It feels like they should stay on top of the crossbones much better. They have some trouble with keeping up the speed and maneuverability. Now we're just chilling here. Wouldn't it be a good idea to fire those missiles? It's like they fire too rarely. I wonder if they have a super narrow window of firing. I don't really remember from the previous test because this trials has drawn out a little bit on time. At least I'm not a quitter, that's one good thing. We are finishing it. Or I don't know, maybe it's not good. Maybe I should just focus on new projects instead, like anyone else. When they are down here in the water, they have so low chance of being shot down. Man, I think this magnetism is a little bit too far away. Oh, look at that! This cram cannon is actually completely shot down here. I kinda missed that. Ooh! We're dealing some damage. Very nice indeed. Alright. The damage when it comes from below is actually super effective. It actually might be able to take down the crossbones if it hits extremely lucky. That's absolutely crazy. We have a couple of them just hovering around here. Seems that many of them haven't gotten a bad hit recently. Well, slowly but surely, the crossbones is getting grinded down from below. This is taking ages, so I'm gonna read up the cadets of the Army of GMODIST supporting us every month also. Corey Dunn, Austin Wells, Sophia, T. Miles, Modi Ansuz, Gameboy 78, Shark 93, Kovrax, Martin McBacon, and Matthew Stachovsky. I hope I didn't butcher all the usernames there. Anyways, thanks a lot for supporting the channel as a cadet every month. If you want to get a cadet, you can get access to all of my blueprints and all that stuff. And that's continuously updated maybe every second month. So, great. If you want to have some turrets and prefabs and vehicles in a neatly sorted order. If you just want to check out my vehicles, you can just go to Steam Workshop. You can find many of them there. Yeah, you can actually get my turrets too, if you just copy them from any of my vehicles. But if you want an easy access, I guess, and of course, if you have $1 a month you can spare on useless internet entertainment like me, go ahead. You'll have something that's probably worth it very much. Anyways, did you see that? They actually grinded down the crossbones. That's crazy. Slowly but surely, they did it. When they came in from afar, they got shot down very easily, but when we spawned in a larger group of them, they were able to not getting shot down by keeping at the optimal position. That's awesome. Well, good job, Sean Reed. Now, it's possible that they would have been able to take it out on the second round only. It would have taken too long, but it could have happened. So I'm gonna give it the top score for taking it out on the third submission, which is also the lowest score of taking it out on the second flight. Not submission. What am I saying that? So, if you take it out using 3 flights, the high score is 7. If you take it out on the second flight, the lowest score is 7. That will be the perfect score for Sean Reed's gin. Look at this, it looks like a couple of bonfires got stuck in the water. Lastly, out of the flights episodes, we have the cringes. First submission, right? This is the MB4. Another good looker, as you can see here, it has some beautiful interiors. I'm gonna make sure I don't control anything to mess up the score. Yeah, and there we have that. Isn't that looking quite splendid? We're gonna spawn in the crossbones. We are approaching, slowly but surely, shooting our tiny guns, which fire... Oh, right. That's like the tiniest explosive round in existence. Oh, oh no! Targeted by cram blasts. Nice roll. Right. Alright, we're going for a bomb run. No, something went wrong. Okay, the cringe. You can go in for another bomb round here. They are empty, the bays are empty. Must have missed when they fired. Ooh, it looks like second wave territory. Already. Yeah, definitely. Second wave is spawned in here. There we go. I wonder if I'm still in one of them. No? This is like the scariest moment of today. No, I think we lost our engine power here. Well, Rambot is falling down too. Anyways. I like that little bomb shield, that little bombing bay. Fridge-like opening. Very nice. Oh no. It looks like third wave territory, actually. Right. I did think this would perhaps fare a little bit better, but it seems not. Alright, come on now. Open the Bombay. Bombay? Open Bombay. No. Alright. So we just almost crashed there. That's not good. Now we're running away. Why are we running away? Are we too close? Now we're going in a proper bombing round, right? Nothing should be able to stop us here. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Bomb bay has been opened. And here we have the bombs are dropped. Nice. Do they not have magnets on them? Oh darn, I don't think they do they? Or yeah, they probably have. They're just a little bit slow. Well darn. That's that. The crossbones is at 97%. It has taken damage, so that's 1 point. But man, this is like, this is 1 point no more. Look at these poor waves. All 3 flights in the water like this. Very sad. Because they look so nice. While you may technically calculate the result yourself now by watching all of the episodes and writing it down yourself, I'm going to do it here with my scoring board. That will take a little bit of time calculating it. We're up in an hour, so we're gonna have the results in the next video, which will be concluding the well, this. It will conclude this, the season 1 of the trials. So thanks a lot every one of you who participated in the trials. Turn back next week, we're having the results for you. If you haven't seen the other episodes, there are so many of them. It's like 30 episodes almost of the trials. You should definitely watch all of them. If you want to subscribe to my GMODISM channel, you'll find videos like this. You have the Relaxism channel and the silver and the GMODIST at the bronze. On the a couple of weeks ago, I actually released a Relaxing from the Depth video on the Relaxation channel. Maybe you should check that out. On the GMODIST, you find all of my live stream VODs and some extra videos. About live streams, there we have it. Twitch, only on Twitch, so follow me there too. This is your host, GMODISM. Eric of GMODISM, your Lord High Admiral, and I'm signing out. Well, hello and welcome back to GMODISM channel. This is your Admiral Eric, and we are, of course, back with the last final episode of the Army of GMODISM's first trials. It took a little bit longer time than I expected, but then I also didn't expect to spend any time at the hospital, so there is that. Anyways, we are almost basically fine now, which is super good. So one thing that we have been doing now is we have been calculating all of the designs. We have been checking them all out and calculated all the points. Now I don't want to spoil the results here, but here is the scoreboard. I can't imagine this paper is like a year old. That's so insane. More than a year since I started to write on this thing. I must say that the trials perhaps was a little bit overambitious for the first season. It's a little bit more complicated than it probably should have been. There was a lot of tests and a lot of videos and a lot of hours to do this, which is very cool though. But we have our winners, and that will be announced today. Now you could technically go back and watch all of the episode of the trials if I mention the results and calculate the points yourself, possibly. But whatever, we're gonna get into From the Depth. We're gonna look at all of them once again and talk about their pros and cons, and I'm going to give the final score. So let's get into it. Wow, logos. Hate these new screens. So we will be giving out the scores now. We're gonna start from the top of the list and we're gonna go down check all of them, and we're also going to give out some extra awards as well. This is, as you can see, Adnecria's Storyhana. It's a very beautiful build, and it got 4 minus points for being so much more expensive than it could be. So that wasn't great. But what was great was that in the sea trials and in the survivability, well, Adnecrias with the Storyhana got full score, which is very nice. And that means that Adnecrias will get awarded the Distinguished Combat Performance Award, which is a fun little badge on Discord. So Adnecrias, if you check your Discord name, you will see that you will have a Distinguished Combat Performance Award, thanks to your submission here. Yes, indeed. In Army of GMODISM, if you serve it well, you will be decorated. Anyways, all the scores combined will give Adnecrias a score of 24. 24. Next out, we have Kovrax, who is actually a cadet in the Army of GMODISM, and also an elevated GMODIST in the Ecclesiarchy. So thanks for your support. In any case, this is a highly anticipated build, a lot of people's favorite. It's absolutely stunning and very awesome. This is probably the best wood spam thing I've ever seen. It's just so cool that it is like a living being. This is the Manta War. And the Manta War, well, we got really distinguished here in the sea trials. The sea trials, we got full score. And in the tanky design, in the land test against the tanky design, well, Kovrax also got full score. And due to this absolutely beautiful design, Kovrax also got 9 out of 10 for the aesthetics, because this is just so cool. Now, on the flight where 3 of the Manta Wars met the Crossbones, well, Kovrax deserved 10 out of 10, the most effective craft we've ever seen. Now, the Army of GMODISM Quality Control Board, which is you guys having a vote, all the enlisted, and the commissioned officers having a vote also, gives this design 3 plus 5, which is 8 extra points for being very awesome, very unique, and very good looking design. However, the Manta War absolutely botched the submarine challenge. We got 0 score there, and against the quick target, you also got 0 scores. So that extra design points from the AOG Quality Control Board was highly needed. Due to good performance in the sea trials, however, the tank trials and the flight. Well, that means that Kovrax is awarded the Epic Combat Performance Award, the highest combat performance award in this challenge that you can get. So congratulations. The total score for the Manta War is thus 49 points. 49 points. So, well, that is a really high score, and, well, Cadet Kovrax, the Manta War is an amazing design. Next out, we have among of the lowest scores on this Trials Season 1's lowest score. So if any one of you are worried about having a super low score, rest assured that this thing has the lowest score. This is Jono 1928's second submission. This is the Isanth 5. It's really funny because it is a ship copied out of the game StarMade. If you haven't seen my beautiful city, Pandora Haven, please search Pandora Haven on my YouTube channel. You will not regret it. I can promise you that. If you think the Gimli was a big design challenge, that's nothing compared to Pandora Haven. Anyways, the Isanth 5 is a in-game, built-in game build, so, you know. However, it absolutely botched the sea trial, 0 points. The submarine challenge, 0 points. The quick tank, 0 points. The tanks, 0 points. Yeah, somehow it actually got 4 out of 5 in survival. I don't know how it did it, but it did it. Whatever. Total score for Jono's second submission is 11 points. But we all know this is just a funny thing. It wasn't meant to perform super well, so I guess Jono 1928 isn't super sad, and he has another submission. Speaking of which, this is Jono 1928's first submission, the proper submission. And this thing, oh my god, I do not think that Jono 1928 will be very sad with the score of this thing. It's super funny. That's one cool thing. We have the like drill bit thing for the Civs missiles, which is a huge nod to the early Army of GMODISM designs, which always had a unicorn horn. If you didn't know that, we had a period where we added unicorn horns to anything, and Jono was at the channel at that time. Yeah, so that's a huge nod to that. That's super funny. Anyways, this is the AOG Bomber, and it is much cheaper than it has to be, which is 3 bonus points, you know? And Jono managed to get full score against the submarine target. Also, this thing is super efficient. You can see when we let it play out, it has different routines for being super efficient. So this thing got a lot of points for being so darn efficient. 3 + 2 + 5 to be exact, which is among the highest efficiency scores anyone has gotten. Against all of the other challenges, it performed decent while not excelling. However, the aesthetics department, we have a solid 8 out of 10 due to the unique and fun design. Also, the Army of GMODISM's Quality Control Board decided to give this 3 points in total extra. Now, this means that the total score of Jono 1928's first submission, actually this is the first submission, the previous one was the second, I know it's confusing. Anyways, the score is 49 points. Just as many points as Cadet Kovrax got for the Manta War. 49 points. So congratulations, Jono 1928. This is a very nice design. And due to the top score in the submersible ship challenge, we are also awarding Jono 1928 the Good Combat Performance Award. Speaking about the ogres, as we say here in Sweden, Kovrax, I totally forgot to say this to you. The Quality Control Board absolutely loved this design, which means that you will be awarded with the Quality Control Board certification. Yes, that's another little award. Plus, due to your aesthetics being the top, in the absolute top, this thing, of course, also gets awarded with the Exquisite Design Award. I completely forgot those awards there, so that's why we just threw them in here. But indeed, huge thanks to Jono for your 2 submissions. 49 points is really good. This is a very beautiful build. The AOG Bomber is very nice. Now we should be moving on. Here we have a pretty starfish looking design, if we will look at it from here. Anyways, this is of course kinda sexist Eldrosh Koshkosh, and this thing is a lot more cheap than it has to be too. So that means that we are 3 extra points for being a bit under. However, it absolutely botched the score in the quick land target and in the tank land target. So this thing didn't work very well at land, which means it is awarded 0 points for those 2 challenges. So that of course draws down the total score. The survivability too, it got among the lowest scores anyone got here too, so it got 1 point. So that means that the total score of this design, the Eldrosh Koshkoi kind of sexist design, is 18 points. So very nice. Thanks for the submission, but you not badge you too much about this. But both of you both know that if you just removed this block here, the performance would be a lot better. But nothing you can do after the deadline, but you probably learned a lot from that. So yeah, thanks for the submission. Next out, we are having Light of the World's Star Drop, which we're having right here. Now it's also a bit cheaper. No, it's not. It's at cost. Never mind. Sorry, read on the wrong place. However, this thing got 5 negative points during the in one of the efficiency tests, because this thing uses so much materials per second. It just costs a lot to keep all of those steam engines alive, basically. And the funny thing is that it's not really listed like here. It's kind of difficult to see that. You'll have to go into it. Now let's see here. And you'll have to minimize it, and you'll have to add up all of these boilers, all of these generators. You have to add them together to know that. And we did. And that brought down the score quite a bit, unfortunately. But the design looks pretty cool. That is nice. But we also got a we got a full score for the survivability. This thing was really survivable. Anyways, all in all, the total points for Light of the World's Star Drop is 28 points. So not a winner, but definitely in the middle section here of performance. So thank you a lot, Light of the World, for your submission. It was fun to test out. And you would have been top 3 if it wasn't for the next design and some other afters. But 28, very nice. This beautiful thing is the Netrameira's Hummingbird. This thing looks so darn cool. I like it. I like this design so much. Well, in any case, Netrameira was having 9 out of 10 for the aesthetics. How could you not give this awesome aesthetic? It was just had some blocky angles. If that would fix, it would have been 10 out of 10, 100%. It also got full score at the survivability, so that was really nice. And it's been pretty in the middle here for most of the other challenges. It hasn't gotten a 0, which is really good. But for being so darn beautiful, Netrameira, you are awarded the Exquisite Design Award, because this thing looks so darn cool. So congratulations. Your total score, by the way, is 36 points. So, well, you did pretty well, I must say. Huge thanks for your submission, Netrameira. It was super fun to test this thing out, and there are far too few ornithopters in from the depth. Next out, we have Nilden's second submission, which unfortunately doesn't look very cool when it doesn't have the logos. Since Discord did the weird update, the shape you're seeing all the ships now isn't really up to standard. All of the winners will be asked to update their design a little bit, by the way, so that they can input the new decals and stuff like that. So that will be absolutely fun to see. If they haven't fled, then I guess I'll have to do it myself. But actually, for the winners, I will give them a few extra materials and I will let them do upgrades, changes, decorations a little bit. But still, of course, maintaining the main design. Yeah, because I want them to be looking as cool as they can when they are being put in to the second chapter Frontier Fleet, or if they will be put in another fleet, also, who knows. Any case, this is Nilden's second submission. I should not ramble anymore. It absolutely botched the sea trials. It was 0 points there. Otherwise, it has been pretty mediocre in score, except for the flights, where it's gotten 1 point. However, it was very survivable due to its very survivability sneaky tactics. There it got a full score. the total score for Nilden's second submission is 18 points. Congratulations, it was real fun to test this thing out. Fun idea, but it's no winner of the first season of the Army of GMODISM trials, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately for you. Fortunate for those with higher scores, and especially those that end up as winners. Anyways, we'll move on to your third submission instead, Nilden, which is the beautiful penguin. By the way, everyone that's participating here is either a commissioned officer or enlisted in the Army of GMODISM, which is completely free. If you want to enlist in the Army of GMODISM, just plonk down to the Discord, self-assign Matros 3rd class, and you join from the bottom there. Or if you're a commissioned officer, you'll get automatically put into the Army of GMODISM. You have access to everything then. If you become a commissioned officer, you don't need to self-enlist anything, basically. But anyways, anyone that is participating in Army of GMODISM trials is, of course, enlisted or in most cases enlisted. And I think since we didn't have very many trials yet, basically everyone on this list is a Matros 3rd class, except like one, I think. Anyways, and of course, if we exclude the cadets and other commissioned officers, yes. So, to proceed, this is Nilden's third submission. It absolutely aced the submersible challenge. It got 5 points there. It's also super survivable. It is, however, super not very good at efficiency. At one of the places there, it got -4, but it got pretty high on other aspects of efficiency. Anyways, on the tank trial, it got 0 score. But due to it getting full combat performance against the submarine, Nilden, you are awarded the Good Combat Performance Award. Maybe. Anyways, the final score is 28. Congratulations. Very mid-range. I absolutely love this penguin design though. It's so funny. Here we have Nilden's first submission, and by far the best of them. This is the B8 bomber. Yes, it is. And this thing has a onboard bomb camera. It has like a kill cam. That's so cool. Anyways, this design, I think it looks so cool. I like it a lot. Unfortunately, Nilden, you absolutely botched the against the submarine challenge, so you got to 0 there. The efficiency is pretty good, but for the quick land target, you got 5 score, full score. And against the tank, you also got full score. You also had max survivability, 5 out of 5. Very nice. That means, since you aced 2 of the combat challenges, you are awarded not Good Combat Performance Award, but Distinguished Combat Performance Award. So scratch that last badge you get. You'll get a Distinguished Combat Performance Award instead, because, well, your first submission was much better. And the total score is 37 points. So that is so far the second highest. Will you be getting a second place? Who knows? You do know you have a Distinguished Combat Performance Award anyway, so you can be sure about that. The kill cam is awesome. Thanks for your submissions, it was so fun trying them out. Next out, we have Pizza Summoner. This is the Sardalk. It's an absolutely awesome and super cool design cram bomber. That is definitely one of the most cool looking designs of all of them. And I'll tell you, indeed. For the submersible challenge, you got 5 out of 5. For the tank challenge, 5 out of 5. Aesthetics, 10 out of 10. This thing looks amazing, especially when we'll get those badges and decals back. But it still looks very amazing. This, you know, we talked about this in the aesthetics video, of course. It looks super cool. It even have a lock on screen when you sit inside of it and target stuff. It's absolutely amazing. It has 5 out of 5 for survivability. For the flight, you performed 9 out of 10, which is pretty maxed out. It's the second best performance in that challenge of all of them. The Army of GMODISM Quality Control Board also decided to give you an extra point, and altogether you'll have 42. 43. 42 is not the answer today, ladies and gentlemen. The answer is 43. 43 points for the Sardalk. It's absolutely amazing. That places you on the second place right now. And due to the top score in aesthetics, you are of course awarded with the Exquisite Design Award. And due to the epic combat performance, you are of course awarded the Epic Combat Performance Award. So no matter if you'll get up at the winning spot, you'll have those awards. You can see them on your Discord name then. Congratulations, and huge thanks for the submission. It was really fun checking this thing out. It's very cool. Next out, we are having Russia's Butterfly Wasp. This thing absolutely aced the submersible challenge. It got 5 out of 5. It also aced no, it didn't. Never mind. It got mediocre aesthetics. Sorry, I read 5 out of 5 as max. It's of course up to 10 for that challenge. Anyways, the survivability, however, was pretty darn bad. You only got 1 point there. So unfortunately, it has pretty mid-range performance. It's packed with missile and pretty efficient. But we have some low scores at some places, which gives you altogether a pretty mediocre score of 29, which is of course decent. You know, one of you in the comments field actually told me this, which I totally agree about. If you're able to make a bomber that can target to target, fly around without crashing, and do damage, you're pretty good at From the Depth. So I'll agree with that. This is of course a good bomber. All of the bombers that are submitted to this challenge is of course good. This is just a competition, so yeah, and in a competition only the best can win. So when we have, what is it, 24 different designs or something like that, it's pretty obvious that everyone will not be best. And being mediocre in the mid-range of this challenge is pretty good actually. So Rush, thanks a lot for this submission. It was so fun testing it out. We'll now be moving on to Sean Reed's 4 submissions. Now this is Sean Reed's first submission. And yeah, we absolutely, we had some issues with being efficient. We also had some issues there against the quick target. And we didn't have any top score for any of the challenges. So, Sean Reed's first submission, the AOG Daggery, gets a total of 15 points. Not the lowest points, but it's not winning anytime today. So we're gonna move on to your next submission. And here we have the Sunspot, the 4th submission. It got a little extra point for being a little bit cheaper than the requiredness. It's not very efficient, however. But it got the full score in the survivability challenge, and I absolutely love watching this thing fight, because the revolving blast guns and the missiles just diving in from a biplane like this, it's pretty darn cool. Anyways, altogether you get 21 points. Congratulations. We're gonna move on to your next design, Sean Reed's second submission. This is also getting some extra points for better performance, and it has some pretty mid-range scores all across the board, which is pretty darn good. You know, Jonah had some pretty nice scores there and got up to a pretty high score there. So this is also having a pretty mid-range performance all across the board. As if you watch this series, you'll know that. But it aced the survival, and it did a pretty good job against the flight, against the DVG crossbones. Anyways, the total score is 30, which is pretty nice indeed. So, yeah, let's move on. Here we're having the Sean Reed's third submission, which also got an extra point for some being cheaper. We completely botched the submarine challenge, however, so it's 0 points there. It is a bit more efficient, and it aced the survivability challenge, and against the flight, it got 8 out of 10. So against the DVG crossbones, this thing was pretty darn good, actually. One of the best, actually. Altogether, you get 23 points. But due to your top score there, you will be awarded the Good Combat Performance Award due to this submission. So thanks a lot, Sean Reed, for sending in so many designs. That was super awesome to see, and well, thanks a lot for that, and we'll be moving on now to Shotgun's design. And here we have the Shotgun Dart. It's a little bit funny because it actually doesn't use the AUG color scheme, which I've been constantly reminding everyone of so many times that I'm sure you're very tired of me. But that's previous episodes, not this one. I get to say it one time every episode. Anyways, so the Shotgun's Dart here, it has 2 extra points for being much cheaper than it has to be. In the against the tank challenge, it completely aced it. It got 5 out of 5. For the survivability, it unfortunately only got 1 point, so that draws down the total score a lot, of course. But due to acing the tank challenge, well, you are awarded, Shotgun, the Good Combat Performance Award. The total score is, however, 23, so definitely not in the top, but still pretty decent. So thanks a lot for submitting this design. It was fun to try out. Oh, and next up we have Scoovimation. Scoovimation has 2 submissions. This is the first one, and this is the 3-val with the 3 spikes on. GMODIST, what are you doing? Nobody saw that. This is the 3-val. It has a really funny and unique design. So, Scoovimation, you absolutely aced the challenge against the quick target. All across the board, you got pretty good scores, and you also aced the survivability. For the flight, you got 4 out of 10. All in all, it's pretty mid-range results here. But due to acing one of those challenges, you are absolutely awarded the Good Combat Performance Award. Your total score is 31. So that's pretty good. Now, next up, we have a design that I absolutely adore the look of. And that has actually spawned some cool things I'm going to show you. Now, this thing is absolutely horrendous at everything that's due to performance. So we absolutely botched the submarine challenge. We absolutely botched the tank challenge and the flight challenge against the DVG crossbones. It was horrible at survival, getting only 1 score. Yeah, all across the board, it's pretty darn shit when it comes to performance. It's decently efficient, that's one good thing. Anyways, the aesthetics of this thing is, however, 8 points. And the AUG Quality Control Board did award you an extra point. So all of those points that you have gotten for this basically comes from that. So all in all, you have 18 points in score. It's not great, it's not the worst, but it's you would have been the worst if this thing looked bad, basically. But it looks so darn good, it got so high points for the aesthetics that you are awarded the Exquisite Design Award due to this submission. Now, we actually did a really fun thing. Scoovimation wanted to practice building some interiors and making a super cool looking design, because Scoovimation offered me to get the pigeon like gutted out so I could fill it in with my own blocks, and that I did. So I gutted out the pigeon, the rest of the blocks I didn't like, it was gutted out basically. And I made a flamer design. So this thing attacks a target and just flames them to death. It uses all our new flamer blueprints, which all the commissioned officers can access, by the way, if you want to. You can download this thing, by the way, via our Discord too, so you can actually get the turrets there too if you don't want to become a commissioned officer. But of course, if you want to become a commissioned officer for $1 a month, you'll have a lot of thanks for me, because all of the helping this channel helps a lot. In any case, I built this design. I think it looks pretty darn cool. I just like the pigeon general look of the hull so much, I wanted to make it look pretty nice. So here we have it, and we have setup's Sharon table inside of there, and we have my manually loaded 67mm diff gun there. We also have a super advanced thing controlled with a lot of ACBs, controlling these Azipods to make it move around. We have an extra little gun here, and of course it's mainly here for the flamers, and it has some revolving blast guns to back it up. I think it looks pretty darn cool. Well, anyways, the funny thing is that Scoovymation wanted to make a new updated version of the pigeon as well, which Scoovymation did before I completed my updated version. So here we have Scoovymation's pigeon updated, and both of these airships are in the Army of GMODISM second chapter Frontier Fleet, because it's just too funny. And I must say that if we just pause the game here, don't you think that the headlights absolutely should enlighten the AOG logo? Isn't that just completely appropriate? Anyways, Scoovymation made this a utility design. I added some repair tentacles to it as well, because for being a utility design, it of course needs to do some utility jobs, I thought. So this is now a utility design. It has a very cool turret designed by Scoovymation here that's kind of remote controlled, and it has so cool interiors. So Scoovymation really wanted to practice doing interiors, and well, they did. Look at that, it looks so cool. And we have like people hanging around here and standing around, and this one is my absolute favorite. Let's see here. Here we have it. Look at it. It's like a smartphone user. I thought this mannequin design was so funny. I had to steal this this mannequin like setting and save it in my own folder, because I want to use this. I want to hide away a man with a smartphone on my future build. That's so funny. So thanks a lot to Scoovymation, who just for fun also gutted out the pigeon and built a new version of it. It's so cool. And we have a lot of people standing around and doing cool stuff, thinking there. And in the engine room, we can dive down here. We have someone sitting there, and I don't know if they're stealing goods. Who knows what they're up to? Someone checking the time. It's so cool. Also, I got some interiors for my little update here too. I wanted the steam engine exposed, and I did that and had some vents out too. We have a medium steam engine here. We have a operator, and from the outside you can actually like see the steam engine moving. I thought that was a very cool and important touch. Well, I just wanted us to check a little bit on what happens when a marauder comes in here. Whoa. Yeah, so Scoovymation's utility pigeon is doing some weird maneuvers there. And I wonder, like, I did some different saves on the flamer attack pigeon, and sometimes it does some weird commands. But anyways, you can see it here, coming in here and doing some absolute barbecuing, following up by some revolving blast guns. Look at that thing. It's absolutely brutal. Very nice against wooden targets. Well, any case. But of course, these are some extra builds for fun, which we just did through the AOG channel on the Discord. So anyone can join that. But Scuvimation, of course, for the pigeon, for the original pigeon, you are awarded the Exquisite Design Award, and I feel that's extra deserving since you made, well, not this one, that I made the updated version for the fleet that just looks so cool too. So basically, you'll see this design when we are defeating the Nether, as well as my Flamer version. So Scuvimation, thanks a lot for submitting those awesome designs. We're moving on now with American's AOG Bomber. It absolutely aced the sea trials. It aced the submarine challenge. It aced the quick tank challenge, and it has maxed out survivability score. It didn't have a very good performance against the flight for some reason though, but due to those epic scores in the department of the previous challenges, American is awarded the Epic Combat Performance Award. Your total score is 34. That puts you in the upper bracket, but not in the top 3. But in any case, huge thanks for submitting this design. It was fun to test it out, and it has some pretty darn good performance. So thanks a lot. We're gonna move on though. We're gonna move on with the Cringe first submission. It absolutely botched the submarine challenge, and it also botched the tank challenge. However, yeah, it pretty much botched the flights challenge too against the DVG Crossbones. However, you got 2 extra points from the AOG Quality Control Board, and it has some okay results on some other challenges. So yeah, the total score is however 24, which is pretty okay. But we're gonna move on to your other submission. We have a similar plane from The Cringe, which is the second submission, of course. And this thing is definitely a personal design favorite of mine. It's so cool. It's so cool. It could absolutely have some aesthetical updates for some shapes, but the general design and shape of this thing is pretty darn epic. Anyways, it got an extra point for being cheaper than it has to be. It absolutely aced the quick target challenge, and it has a 8 out of 10 score for aesthetics. This thing looks really amazing, according to me at least. It aced the survivability challenge as well, and the Quality Control Board gave you among the highest scores it gave anyone. So, The Cringe, you are awarded Good Combat Performance Award. You are also awarded Exquisite Design Award, and you're awarded the Quality Control Board Certified Design Award thing. Your total score is 38. Yeah, that is among the highest ones. That is indeed so far. That puts us at second highest, isn't it? No, third highest, right? Very nice, very nice. And congratulations to all of those awards. You definitely deserve it. The Cringe, this looks super cool. 38 points and all those awards. I hope you enjoyed those extra Discord roles. In any case, super cool design. It was very fun to test out both of your designs, and I like your building style. It's very nice. Anyways, moving on to Captain Y. Or rather, MIA Captain Y. This is, of course, the BY-409, which is a absolutely epically designed aircraft. It got 3 extra points for being much cheaper than it has to be. It aced the submarine challenge, and it got 10 out of 10 for aesthetics, as I'm sure you can see why. The detail put into this thing is just so awesome. And yeah, it has some pretty decent performance there too. It looks super nice. So huge thanks to our Missing in Action Captain Y for submitting this design. Your score is 40 points. Yes, you heard me, 40 points. So I'm sorry, The Cringe. That chance you had of getting that placement just went away because well, the quality control board also gave Captain Y some extra points, and yeah, it deserves all the design points it can get. It looks so nice. Anyways, Captain Y is thus awarded with the Exquisite Design Award and the Good Combat Performance Award. So huge thanks for submitting this design if you're indeed still lurking on the channel somewhere. So let's move on. Wait, that's all of them. Oh no, I forgot one. Yep, I forgot one. This is Ovo. This is Ovo's White Phosphorus Bomber. As you can see here, it got a pretty sleek looking design here. So this was definitely a favorite for the quality control board. It got 2 extra points for being cheaper. It did pretty good score all across the board, but it especially aced the efficiency scores. Also, we have 9 out of 10 for aesthetics, which is definitely the second highest score for aesthetics here. For survivability, it got 5 out of 5. For the flight, it got 6 out of 10, and it was so impossible to kill the thing. It's super survivable. Pretty decent score there. And the quality control board also gave it 6 extra points for being so cool looking. And in almost all of the challenges, it has decent points, except in the sea trials, where it actually only got 1 point. But otherwise, it has a pretty decent score. And, ladies and gentlemen, I did not forget Ovo. The complete score of Ovo's design is 51. Congratulations, Ovo. You are the winner. This thing has 51 points. So even though you are not getting a good combat performance award at all, actually, you did so good all across the board for all of the challenges. You managed to get decent points on all of the challenges, and sometimes that's what it takes to win. You also made an efficient design, and you made it cheaper than most other people. So that's really good. Also, the quality control board pretty much liked this craft very much. And that means that you are awarded the Quality Control Board Certified badge. You're also awarded the Exquisite Design Award due to this thing looking so darn cool. And you might ask me, will we only have one winner? Of course we will not. We will have 3 winners. We're going to have the top 3 one. Or we're going to have the top 3 scores, which actually lands us at 4 winners. Which I think is pretty good amount considering how many submissions we had. So yeah, huge congratulations to Ovo with the White Phosphorus Bomber. You absolutely deserved your first place here. So nice. And unfortunately, all of the designs, of course, the decals are gone from all of them, which means that you can see the White Phosphorus Bomber really lacks the AUG logos right now. We really feel that. But that will of course be added very shortly. In any case, the first place of course goes to Ovo for the White Phosphorus Bomber, and you also get the Quality Control Board and the Extinguished Design Award. So super congratulations to you. It's so fun to see this thing. Now the second place is actually shared, and it goes to Kovrax, to the Mantawar, to Cadet Kovrax. This thing looks absolutely stunning, as we know, and Kovrax is also awarded the Quality Control Board Certified, as well as the Exquisite Design, as well as the Epic Combat Performance Award. I think this design is made Cadet Kovrax one of the most decorated members in the army of GMODISM. Congratulations, it's super cool. And it shares its second place with Jono 1928's first submission, the AOG Bomber. Also awarded Good Combat Performance Award and Extinguished Design, with also 49 points like Kovrax. Now it's really fun that Jono didn't really ace a lot of the challenges here, but it got some pretty good scores all across the board. Whereas Kovrax absolutely aced a lot of the challenges, but got 0 scores at others. So that's super fun to see 2 completely different tactics, ending up getting the same score. As a third place, we will of course have Pizza Summoner. So huge congratulations to your third place. You're also awarded the Epic Combat Performance Award, the Exquisite Design Award, and you'll end up with 43 points. So to repeat that, the winner gets 51 points with Ovo. The second place is shared between Jono and Kovrax at 49 points, and the third place is at 43 points. So, congratulations to all of our winners. I will ask all of the winners here privately in Discord later, so the winners might actually see this before I do that. But I'll give you 2,000 extra materials for you to update the design in terms of aesthetics, or if you want to improve the performance. I will humbly ask you to not alter the design too much. We want it to be recognizable as the winner, but as Discord had some updates, it means that we can't see the decals and stuff anymore. And I know that Kovrax asked to make the design a little bit more expensive, to have pistons here in the back, and I hope that can indeed be added now instead. So 2,000 extra materials over the allowed previous limit for our four winners, actually, place 1, 2, and 3, to update the designs aesthetically and performance-wise, whatever is necessary. You don't have to make it more expensive. I'm not saying that. It's just that you can if you want to. And the designs will then be installed in the Army of GMODISM's fleets. Well, anyways, huge thanks to anyone who's participated in the Army of GMODISM's Trials Season 1. It was so fun having you there, and I hope to see you in future challenges. If you want to get notified about future challenges, well, then you should join our Discord. You also should join the Army of GMODISM by enlisting yourself, self-enlisting to Matrus 3rd class, or you will be... if you join the commissioned officers, you have access to that too. Now, as we have our winners here, of course, Jono is going to be promoted 1 level for being on the 2nd place. Ovo is going to be promoted 2 levels for being the winner. So you're not the Matrus 3rd class anymore. That should put you to a Matrus 1st class, actually. And Pizza Summoner is at the 3rd place, also awarded 1 step for 1 step up of the ladder in the enlisted officers. Now Kovrax is a cadet, so when it comes to the commissioned officers Army of GMODISM, I'm sorry, but I can't promote you because that means a tier above on the Patreon. So for the commissioned officers, it's you can voluntarily promote yourself or demote yourself whenever you want. It's crazy, I know. Anyways, huge thanks to anyone who watched this entire series. I greatly appreciate that you've been hanging in with us for this pretty long series. It was really fun to do though, so thanks a lot for joining. This is your host, your Admiral Eric, and I'm signing out. Join the Discord so you can get access to our future challenges, because this is your Admiral and I'm signing out. In our Discord we have a pretty popular From the Depth channel where you can get a lot of help too. In any case, we should get started. This is supposed to be the first video you ever watched, so we're going to take it very slowly to make your first boat here. So we don't need to care about these settings or anything like that. You will just want to click Designer mode. Now, Designer mode has some different starting platforms. This is my starting platform, which anyone can download also if you want it. But what you basically want to do when you're getting to Designer like this is you click Escape and you just destroy all vehicles. So you get a clean slate. Then you can click Escape again, you can move around and you have your character here. And you may be noticing that you're falling down. So if you click Tab, you can be inside your character. If you click Tab again, you can move outside it. If you don't want to fall with your character falling down like this, click E,
and then click E again, and you are having a free cam that's unbound to your character. To build the vehicle, look somewhere in the water/air and click the B key. To not let your block fall down and plop down in the water like this, you can click caps lock. You will make sure it's locked in the air. In this game there are different building modes. So if you have the key-based system, you can move around by just placing or removing blocks even. And the mouse is just giving you the direction you are looking at. You'll just move around with WASD like this, space, and Alt to go down. You can double tap any key to go fast. It is directional dependent on where you're looking. So I'm just holding W here, right? Then there is the other building mode that is mouse-based. You'll just click F3 to switch to this. It has a much similar building way to many other games. Now, please learn the key-based system. The mouse-based system is so much inferior, and the key-based system is just so good for this game. You may be unused to the controls at first, but it's much better. To stop building on your boat, click the B key, it falls down. Look at it again, click B again, you can lock it with caps. Now, to all of the blocks. We have so many blocks here, and to cut things a little bit short, wood and alloy are the floaty blocks. So when you're building boats, you want to have it out of alloy and wood to a big part, and then you can have some metal on it too without it sinking. If we just check here, the water area is where all of the different water based blocks are. So here we have your water propellers, sails, rudders, hydrofoils. Here we have a bunch of different types of weapon systems, and we're going to choose one of them. We have dedicated tutorials for that, of course. We have defense. We're not going to go into that much this time. It's not that important here. Sub-objects we will return to a little bit. And down here we have new blueprints. So if you don't want to build a hull for your first ship, you can just take any pre-made hull. And you see this little arrow here? It needs to face forwards towards the front text, otherwise you'll have trouble. And you'll just plonk this down here. And you can actually remove that portion. So now this is your boat. But I want to build my own hull here, so I'm gonna start on a new little project. We're gonna do things very simply here. So we will select a wooden beam like this. We're gonna remove this 1 meter block. It's generally better to use larger blocks, as large as you can, because they have a health point bonus. Now this is the front of the ship, important as said. Watch towards the front and click the N key. Then you will have a mirror. This mirror plane will of course shorten down building time a lot. Now we're going to make a little medium boat here. Like that, and you can see we left some spaces here. Place the block straight like this, watch downwards and click F. This area is now filled. Wood is floaty as said, it has buoyancy. Metal is not, but metal is much better at protecting us. So we will have a line of metal around this boat to protect us from incoming fire. And when you're selecting blocks here, you want to move them around and do different directions. You select a block like this, and then you will hold the tab. You get all these circles, and they will tell you how to turn the block dependent on how you're looking. So that's correct. So we can do like that, do like that. And here you can see we need to join these corners here. So we need to use another slope here. And now we can see we can't place this block in the air. But if we click backspace, we suddenly can. Now you can see if this is being hit by anything, it would just fall off. So this is just a temporary allowance. But when we plonk it down there, you can see it now works. As said, we can use these of course, but it's better to use larger blocks if we can. So we're switching to the beam slope here, turning it around like this, and trying to make a smooth shape of this ship. From the depth is subject to the laws of hydrodynamics. In From the Depth they are kind of weak, but they still do work. So make sure that your builds are pointy and sharp if you want them to be fast. Now you should probably check if your boat even floats. And we have a lot of wood and not that much metal, so we have no trouble floating at all. If you have trouble floating, you can always use an air pump. Just place it in there and it will suddenly be very floaty. However, beware that the air pumps, especially on larger ships, does cause a lot of lag, so for larger ships they are never used, or should be used. If you want to be more floaty in a less laggy way, what you can do is just adding some alloy instead. Alloy and wood, as said, are the floaty blocks. You can see Block's armor class, it's 40 and it's 47 here, and that is because it's boosted by the blocks behind of it. So it's usually a good idea to have 2 layers. Having more than 2 layers won't give you additional bonuses though, but that is a general recommendation. If you're confused about words, please watch my dictionary video that goes through all of the useful words that you'll need to know in From the Depth. Now, you may be pretty happy with the shape of your boat and you may not want to lose it. Click the escape button and save vehicle. You can name it whatever you want and save new vehicle as vehicle. Then you can load it from here whenever you need it. If you need to save it again, you'll just save and save over. In From the Depth, there are some different things we need to understand. We need something called engine power and we need something called materials. So if we go into resources, we have material storage, and that is what is material. That's what we need to care about right now. So they have different shapes and forms, they are all the same. Just choose whatever container you like to look at. Now we have 16,000 materials and you can fill them up pressing the Q button in designer mode. Now we need some type of engine power, otherwise we can't move around. To have that, we will select the fuel engines. Now I have a really good tutorial about everything you need to know about fuel engines and how to make them as best as you can. But for this little thing, we're just going to select one of these pre-made fuel engines and we're gonna put it in the back here. I really recommend that tutorial though. Now, fuel engines, they need fuel. So we'll go into the Resources tab and select the fuel. If you look at the fuel here, you can see 500 mats extractable as fuel per minute. We estimate you require a maximum of 2.5. So yeah, we'll need a couple of more of these, right? Now we have some engine power, so we can add our basic propulsion. If you click the middle mouse button, you get to this beautiful little menu, and here, if you right-click this, you'll get a mirror mode in the center. Very handy. Here I just added these hydrodynamically, so they don't cause more drag than they need to. And we'll go to Water tab, and we're gonna have huge propellers, 2 of them like that. They will need to go to side, so we're going to add a rudder to this boat, turning it around like that, and that. If your rudder is reversed, you can reverse the input inside of here, like this, if that is a problem you'll have. We need to control this boat a little bit here, so we're going to start with some manual control. We have a share. The articulated share lets you not move around very much, which makes it more stable. And then we have a ship's wheel or a vehicle controller. Anything is fine. So how do we use this boat? Well, if you hold you will move around like that, and the boat is now going away. If you want to lock onto the boat with your camera, you can use shift and caps lock to lock on. You can otherwise just be in build mode and you will be on the craft, or you can click tab and be inside of your character, click tab again and move around. It's only when you double click E that you will be detached. So our boat is now moving, isn't that quite nice? Let's use the maximum speed. You can see the main drive in the lower right corner. We are having a good speed of 30 meters per second. H key, you can see we can turn as well. Very nice. If you want to stop the boat, click U and J at the same time and you will have no drive. And you don't have to use rudders if you want to turn and move around. You can actually use propellers as well. So I just add this here and we go to water. And we're gonna select the small propeller. If you want to have this thing aim the direction you're looking at, you're just clicking the G key and it will aim the direction you are looking at like that. Very nice. If you want to select a block you're hovering over, you can click R key and you can get that block. Anyways, you can't block propellers outputs because then you can see not enough free room behind. So here you can see this little propeller. If you go into it, it's set to automatic control. Now if you leave everything at automatic control, it usually just works, but personally I think automatic control messes things up a lot of the time. So I will select manual control, and I actually want to turn off automatic control for all propulsion. So then we need to set up everything manually. So if we click Turner preset there, and Turner preset there, and see, yeah, they're all Turner presets, and they're green. That means that they are the right way around. So if I do like this, you can see we are now turning sideways like that. And if I go back here, I'll need to make sure they are set to pusher preset and pusher preset. That means they will respond to the command they were before. That means that they are working as propulsion. Sometimes the pre-selection for the manual control is wrong and it may think it's a pitcher or a roller or something like that. Now, for many boats, you probably want to have a manual control sometimes and an automatic control at other times. To have that ability, we'll need to add something that gives us a stabilization for manual control and automatic control, and that is PID general purpose. We're gonna have two of them. Inside of it, we will set propulsion pitch, check this box, and input signal will be pitch. The other one will be propulsion roll, and the input will be roll. And we can leave them as is for now. Now what we need to do is to add some stabilization. And we're gonna have some circular propellers here and here, and these are set to pitcher presets, which is nice. And we're going to have here and there, and they are pitcher and they are pitcher. Then we're going to go to around the middle of the boat where we expect the center of mass to be later. Now the center of mass is a little bit to the right, but it's not going to be after some time. And now we need to check roller preset and roller preset. And the same on this side, roller preset and roller preset. Right, so when we put this boat down into the water, they will already start working and make sure that we are stable and nice. So what you can do is basically go around here, and the propellers will actually try and keep the boat level. If the effect of the stabilization is a little bit too weak, you can go in here and you can increase the gain to something more appropriate. Test around with different values and see what works the best. Then you should have a stabilized control, so you can go left and right and move about with your boat and still being pretty stable. Now this is done easily with the AI as well. Problem is when you do it with the AI only, when the AI is not controlling the ship, it's also not going to stabilize it. That's the problem. That's why we need to add these. About that, it's time to add the AI. And the AI we can find on the AI tab, and we're going to select a little preset here. So we're just gonna select the medium little preset, place it down here. Now this is a wireless transmitter to other block. This is the main frame, and here we have aim point selection cards and AI routine cards. Now it's not set up yet, so we can move around and add some cool stuff here. And here on the aim point selection card, you can see we have some different values. This ship is going to target the thing with the most firepower as for now. And here we can make it target, for example, blocks above water. Maybe our weapons aren't very well designed to shoot at underwater. Different settings there. Anyways, we go into the AI, or click the C menu and click on the AI here. So we're gonna add a behavior here. A lot of ships use broadside 2.0. Some are pointing at, and very many ships are using circle at distance. So we're gonna set our combat distance here when it's gonna engage in combat. And here you can see the max roll to target. This should be 0 if we want to be a stable ship. And we should ignore altitude, because circle at distance can be used for aircraft as well, of course. Under adjustments, we are setting this as on water. We're gonna make sure it doesn't collide with anything by leaving the settings as is. And this vehicle is a sea vehicle. It probably needs at least 19 meters or whatever of depth, otherwise it will not work. And if you set that to 0, it might run into the ground and destroy itself. Turning circle, probably a little more, I don't know, 160 meters sounds about nice. Right, now we can go to maneuver. We're gonna add a maneuver. This is a ship or tank. Under here, we should use pitch controls and set the idle pitch angle to 0. And if we want to change the AI PIDs, we can do it here, but the general PIDs we already added are actually overriding these values, but they kind of look the same in the setup. And you can name the AI. This is, for example, Montrose 3rd Class your name, because maybe you are joining the army of GMODISM by self-assigning that role in the Discord. Well, then you can. Here we have it. Now, when we are not controlling this ship, we can see that the AI has already taken over control. We can then take over the ship and use it whenever we want to, and the AI is going to take over as soon as we let go of our controls. Even if we have an AI, our AI is basically incapable of doing much because it can't detect the enemy. So, to detect the enemy, we are going to add some type of detection systems. We're just gonna do a little simple tower where we're gonna have some AI connectors, and these are just connective pieces. Under that, we're gonna have a wireless receiver. This will be connected up automatically to this thing, the wireless transmitter. So we can have a piece of AI up here as well. Now, there are so different type of detection components you can use, but the most important thing you definitely want is the laser rangefinder and a 360-degree camera. That's the most important one. To get some extra accuracy, it can be a good idea to have a camera or tele gimbal tracker. Then we're gonna do this little weird thing here where we actually build up like this, and on top of it we can add a radar. And you might think, doesn't the radar, we're gonna have the 360 radar, doesn't the radar block the view of the camera? No, because the camera is looking in this direction exactly and this direction exactly. Yeah, and even if this is here, it's not actually blocking any of the view. I know, it's weird, it's just how it works. So now we have some decent detection. Different detection components are using different amount of general processing power. Please refer to my dictionary video. But in any case, to cut things short, these use GPPP, and if you have too little GPPP, the detection will be very inefficient, and to get more GPPP, you'll add general processing cards. They're expensive. Now we have a cool looking boat, but we obviously need some kind of firepower, right? And we're going to go to simple weapons. Here we get some basic firepower. The Age of Sail cannons together with a laser and a shard cannon. These AA guns and the 40mm ones here, and the 30 and the 60mm cannon, they're really simple, you don't need to configure anything. So we can just add one of these in the back as some type of extra AA cannon. Now, to make this even work, we need to have something called a local weapon controller. To make your life easy, just select the all-in-one local weapon controller. If you go into this, you can select that, for example, have some limitations. This is not going to be able to shoot at things underwater, so we might set it to not target that. And it's probably not going to reach more than like 2000 meters or whatever, so we can set it at that. Other than that, this is absolutely fine and should be working. We now have a working gun. And if I walk to this gun, I can actually control it. And shooting it by holding control. However, to use guns, we need something called ammunition. If you don't have ammunition, the ammunition tab is going to go down and you are going to not be able to fire for a while. So you'll just add some ammunition here. You can see that our weapons require 19 and we now have 1200. But we're gonna add some more weapons so they can be here for the time of being. Do know that these are pretty explosive. If they got damaged, they will blow up pretty spectacularly, so don't put them too close to anything that's very important. About that, our boat was a little bit destroyed here. If you want your boat to repair itself, go down to miscellaneous and select repair bot. You can add a couple of repair bots here. Don't have too many, but maybe 2 or 3 is an appropriate amount. And if we destroy something here, you can see that the repair bots, they come flying and they will repair the damaged. Also, your character is equipped with repair tentacles. To be able to manually control guns without walking up to them and controlling them because they are near, you go to control and select a fire control computer and just have it close by to the bridge, and when you have that you can control all the guns. To make a little bit of a more fancy cannon, we go down to sub-objects and we select a one-axis turret here. We can plonk it down here, and this is a different object. So when we're building on this, we can't build on the floor here. So if we want to build on this, we click B and click B again, and if we want to build on this, we look at it, click B, and we can build on it. On this thing, we can also place an all-in-one local weapon controller, and then we can have some weapon systems. Onto this thing, we can even use some prefabs. Now I'm gonna use my prefabs here. All the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST have access to all of my prefabs and whatever if they want to use them. A lot of them are of course uploaded on the Steam workshop, where you can get many of them as well. Anyways, I'm just going to add a quick little cram cannon here. It's kind of not what this video is exactly about, but we'll need something here. Now you can see we ran out of materials because it's tried to reload. We can make sure, yeah, we have enough ammo. Good. Protecting your turrets with some armor is of course a smart idea. And there we have that. We're gonna add some missiles to complement. So we have a fly swatter interceptor array. We can use this little prefab, and this is going to add some interceptor missiles, which is going to target incoming missiles and cram shells and hopefully shoot them down. We're also going to add some extra cluster VLS missiles, because why not? Right, so I think we have a pretty solid setup here. This boat has everything it needs to have, which means we of course need to finish up this armor a little bit. And we can fill here and fill there. Protect them here. Add some nice wind protecting glass, very important. So you may see that we have been a little bit careful at covering up this, and that is because you can go down here. This is a D11 turret. This is kind of the pattern where the turret will be blocked or not, where the alloy represents the turret and the metal represents the hull of the ship. So we'll need to leave that space to not make it collide. Basically like this and like that. That's as tight as we can do it. We of course need to add the glorious flag of the army of GMODIST, which is flag post. I have some other videos showing you how to get your own flags from the depth. Here we go, very nice. You can also select the color here, and when you're building you can even build with your fleet colors. This is what I usually do, but if you want to, you can also color this afterwards. So for example, I can paint it like this. If you want to test your ship, you can click the X menu, and it's a tradition that we always test everything against the Marauder. And the missiles are getting there. This is so funny. And there, isn't that quite beautiful? Alright, look at that. Oh, that was totally over-penetrating. Well, enjoy your first ship. Your ship should be absolutely functional. And if you're not happy with what the AI is doing, you can always take over the control yourself. Ram! Army of GMODIST, Invictus. Victory is ours! Yeah, so enjoy and do whatever you want with this. This is Eric and we're back with instant tutorials. It's time to talk about armor again. So if we're building here on this little structure, we can go into blocks. And armor is of course blocks we use to protect our crafts from incoming damage. To put it simply, armor is a combination of health and armor class. If you look at this wood block, a square meter of wood has 200 health points and 8 armor. So the armor on the block here, the 8 armor, is called armor class. For weapons, they usually have a AP value. And if the AP value is higher than the AC value or equal to it, it will deal full damage. But if the AP value is lower than the AC value, it will not deal full damage. We're gonna go into that a little bit more in detail. If we look at heavy armor, it has armor 60. Well, that means it's a lot better to protect you against armor-penetrating shells than wood. It also has a lot more health. But if, for example, we have a shot that has more than 60 armor points in dealing its damage, well, at that point, our 60 armor won't really help at all. So if the armor doesn't help, it's actually more cost-effective to have wood as armor, because this wood blocks costs 1 material and this heavy armor blocks costs 25 materials. If you're anything like me, considering you're watching this video, you probably need a visual representation to understand this. Let's move over to this weapon platform. When we are making armor, it is important that the armor is as cheap as possible and as effective as possible. So that means that using heavy armor is usually not the best idea. This little slab of heavy armor costs as much as these 5 meters of metal, the most common armor. And that costs as much as these 25 meters of wood. And the funny thing is that health points per materials, wood is the best one of them all, absolutely the best one. But they have some drawbacks, of course. That's why people don't use it that much. So to understand armor, we will first need to demonstrate this. This is a gun testing station, of course, and we're going to check the APS here. If we scroll down here, we can see this is a pure sabot head. Now, we won't go into that in this video, but sabot heads and pure sabot shells is of course the most armor penetrating shell. You can see that the expected armor pierce, the AP value, is 107. That means that the benefits of having heavy armor is absolutely useless. And wood should perform much better under these circumstances, since we only need cheap health points. We're going to shoot a 150mm shot against these armor targets to test our thesis. The expected kinetic damage is 7000. So let's check that out. First, against the wood, in the upper right corner, you can see the damage dealt, which was 6000. So let's shoot against the metal slab. 6000 again. And finally, against the heavy armor. Here you can see that the heavy armor was the only armor that was penetrated during this test. You can clearly see here from this example that in this case, the wood did the absolute best. More than half of the metal armor was penetrated, but not even a third of the wooden armor was penetrated. And the heavy armor, well, it's breached. So now we're switching to a heavy head for comparison. The AP, armor piercing value, is lower. It's at 28 instead now. However, the kinetic damage is a lot higher. So let's check that out. And for a quick little reminder, wood's armor class is 8, metal's armor class is 40, and heavy armor's armor class is 60. Wood. 14,000 damage. Didn't get through though. Metal. 7,000 damage. Also didn't get through. So lastly, heavy armor. 5,000 damage. Didn't even get through. From that, we can conclude that when the enemy is using weapons that are really deeply armor penetrating, you will need to use blocks, a lot of blocks, that have the most health points per material. The best one is wood, the second best one is stone. But when the weapons don't have a very high AP value, well, then you can really get protected using armor. High armor. While wood may be technically best for a lot of scenarios, you can see that having 25 meters of wood is really thick. So you might understand that it's not really practical to do so. So that is something you should keep in mind when choosing armor. Do you have the space for it? If you have the space for it, you don't need to choose the most dense armor. But for things that has to be dense, like turret heads and turret necks and stuff like that, well, heavy armor is the obvious choice. Now we're getting back here to check some other armor basics. So, you may notice that a lot of From the Depth builders try to prefer to use the 4-meter beams as much as possible. And that's no coincidence. It's not only because it's easier to build that way, it is also a very simple fact. You see this block? It has 350 health. So, the block that's twice as large should have exactly 700 health. It does not. It has 770 health. And at the bottom there, you can see extra health from being bigger. So, the game rewards us for using bigger blocks, because if we have too many blocks, the game will lag so much. If you're building a ship that has more than 100,000 blocks, it will usually lag too much for most people to have like 2 of these ships facing each other. So the 4-meter blocks, the largest block, is a 20% health bonus. And that's huge. So you really want to try and use the biggest blocks that you can. 4-meter, this one, 20% bonus. Now, this is a little fun secret I realized in a Gimli battle recently. This block, the 4-meter offset, it has a 5-meter length, so it gets 25% bonus. Yeah. Now, there is another fun thing you can do too to add some armor. If you go into air and go into ducts, there are some really large ducts here. And these ducts, well, they are so large, so they are a little bit sheety in a way, so you don't get that bonus, of course. But having a heavy armor duct like this, it weighs a lot, it does, but it will give you a health of 37,500. That's a lot. So you can see that these ducts actually come with a little premium cost. If you see this heavy armor duct 3x3, it has a material cost of 350. And if you look at this 3-meter beam and take this times 3, well, you're not getting to 350 at all. That is because the game don't want us to only use the ducts because stuff looks funny. However, if you need to create a sheet that is protecting something from incoming damage, like if you have a front-sider and, for example, you're facing an army of GMODIST vessel equipped with the Arcoballista Invictus, as you probably have seen in the Game of the Battles, well, then it can be a good idea to have a sheet of super high health ducts like this, and that will protect you from being penetrated by the most heavy APS penetrators. Let's go through some armor basics. So, if you go into your Z menu, as in zebra, you will see the Health and AC tool. Drag this down to your toolbar. If you choose this tool, you will get some stats when you're looking at different blocks. You will see their armor class, as we went through before, and their health. Armor is essentially whatever protects your system blocks. They are mostly found in the blocks menu. Lead is one of the worst blocks for armor, of course. It's very heavy as heavy armor. It's pretty cheap, but it doesn't give you enough health points and armor for that cost. In that case, stone is better. Wood is, as previously mentioned, the most amount of health points for your materials, and in some sense the best kinetic defense armor. However, since your structure becomes very big, if you want to use it, stone is usually a better choice for this, because it is as heavy as metal. As you can see here, at least at this update of the game, it might change. As always, check your numbers yourself. But it has a much higher armor class than wood. Now, armor class doesn't only matter when we're talking about kinetic. No, we have some other stats to keep in mind too. When we're dealing with explosions, when we're receiving explosive damage, having armor is really good. And then, when someone is using fragmentation damage against you, like for example crams with frag pellets. Each of these frag pellets, as of now at least, have only 4 in AP value. That means that even wood provides some defense against fragmentations, and of course, stone a lot more. So both when we're talking kinetics and when we're talking explosions, well, armor class matters. Like armor class, we have something that was added with the fire update. We have fire resistance. Wood's fire resistance is 10. I think the default flamer's value is 20, so it's way above that resistance. However, stone's fire resistance is 50. So that gives some pretty good protection. Stone is the best block to protect against fire, for example. Alloy also has 50 fire resistance, which is nice, but it also has a 25% flammability. That means when a fire destroys this block, it will add fuel to the fire. Metal has a lower fire resistance, but no flammability, which makes it a good protection against fire as well. Heavy armor has a very high fire resistance, but it also has a big flammability. That means that because they are so dense, they can contribute a little bit to the fire, but they're pretty resistant too. Rubber is the most flammable block at 100% flammability. Wood is close behind at 80. So that's also a stat to keep in mind when we're choosing the armor. Armor that is below water will of course be much better protected against fire. Moving on, we have alloy, which has an armor class of 35. However, the alloy block is very light. You can see its relative buoyancy is plus 32, which is a lot more floaty than even wood, which is weird. But it has a weight of 5, so it has half the weight of even wood, which is the next most light block. Stone and metal is at the same weight, and heavy armor and lead is at the same weight. Be careful with that heavy armor, your thing might become very heavy. Metal, the most useful armor block altogether, has 40 armor class, which is a good bit more than alloy, but they have the same cost. So using metal, if you can take the weight, is always better. Heavy armor has an armor class of 60, which is of course amazing, but the cost makes it so that you should use it very carefully. The only block that has some decent armor class that's not super expensive is the applique panels. Applique panels are pretty volatile, they only have 125 health. That is about half the health of a wood block. However, they have 50 in armor class, which means that they provide a decent defense against fragmentation, heat fragmentations, hash fragmentations, and explosions in some sense too. Applique panels is pretty shallow too, so it can be a great thing to add to things that need to have a lower profile, like aircraft or whatnot. Metal and alloy plate should be more seen as decorations. Of course, they provide some bit of protection, just like applique panels, due to them having a decent armor class. But they have so little health that people usually say that they will fly off when you sneeze on them. Now we come to a little interesting aspect. Most armor blocks can be stacked. You can see here that the armor class of this is now 48. But you know from before that the metal block's armor class is actually 40. It adds armor because it's structurally sound. Adds armor to other structural blocks, it says. So if we add another one, it's not changed. Only 1 meter behind it boosts the armor in front of it. That means that we can take a really strong block and back wood with. So if we look at heavy armor backed wood, we have an armor class of 20, which is of course a lot more than wood, since wood usually only has 8. So if you want to have pretty strong wood, well, you can back it up with heavy armor and you have some pretty sturdy wood there. Honorable mention is of course reinforced wood. It's basically a weird mix between wood and metal, but honestly it's really terrible in every sense, and it's only if you can't have the space of having 1 layer of metal under 1 layer of wood that you would use reinforced decking. Reinforced decking is of course a nice decoration block that's a little bit more sturdy than wood. Now, alloy plates, applique panels and era don't really add to the armor behind it. So they can be added as an extra layer of course, but they won't boost anything. Era armor is explosive reactor armor. If you shoot this, it explodes, but it can instantly delete heat and HESH shells, which otherwise can be very scary. Now we need to talk a little bit about angle. The angle a projectile comes at the surface matters too. Here we have a very simple 52mm armed with a heavy head. Let's shoot this slope. 26. Because it comes at an angle, the damage dealt is less. If we instead turn this block around and shoot it again, it deals 86. So when things come into a slope, they deal less damage. You remember the AC versus the AP value. If we're having an AC value that's a lot higher than the armor piercing value, well, then we get an interesting phenomena. Watch this board behind. You can see it bounces. Sometimes it will bounce, and sometimes it will be absorbed into that slab. However, those times when the shot is absorbed, like now, it deals minuscule amounts of damage because this AP value is so much lower than this armor class. So that you can make it ricochet off surfaces and thus dealing so little damage. Another little point we will cover briefly is fire resistance. So we're gonna start some example fires. We can see here that the fuel is of course being decreased when the stone is burning up, but of course the stone doesn't add anything to the fuel. The fuel on the metal is also not being added any, so you can see here on the alloy it has more fuel left. Here on the wood it actually almost has as much fuel as when it started. Now you can see that while it hasn't destroyed the first heavy armor block yet, it's pretty interesting because you can see that the intensity actually decreases or increases dependent on what block it's burning down. And here, one block got destroyed, but fortunately for the fire, it just escaped adding that fuel to the fire. In any case, looking at this, you might think that heavy armor is a fantastic fire defense. And do you remember that heavy armor is pretty expensive though? So if we compare that to metal or stone, which is even cheaper than metal, metal and stone is actually the fire resistance champions, not heavy armor. Now, what's the most effective defense against fire? Well, that's an air gap. Fire won't jump distances in the air. For some reason, I don't know, it's just how it works. Now what we need to cover is a little bit about EMP defense. So when we look at different blocks, we can see that this local weapon controller, for example, has an EMP susceptibility of 100. Here we have a surge protector. They can be placed down to absorb surges from EMPs. This has also a 100% EMP susceptibility, and that basically means it can be hurt by EMP. Example of these are AIs, weapon controllers, laser systems, and many others. EMP is really scary because it tries to deal the most amount of damage it can deal with the path of least resistance. Some bit different blocks lead EMP surges a lot better than others. Like wood and stone are decent insulators, and metal is a very bad insulator. It just leads them away. As well as heavy armor, it just leads them very easily. Rubber is the only block that provides proper EMP insulation. So rubber, you need to insulate important parts. Here we have a couple of weapon controllers, and here we have a couple of insulated weapon controllers. If we put an EMP surge here, you can see it goes and attacks this block, which now has been damaged to about 50% of its original health. An EMP can be a little bit weird to understand. If we have a smaller jolt, like 17,000 EMP damage, you can see it goes to destroy these blocks on the side. Now these are insulated,
and EMP wants to choose the least part of resistance, but because there is nothing other, it will jump that rubber insulation anyways. So it's important to have some EMP surge protector as well. But the weird thing is, if we have a really big EMP surge, it will actually just bypass these and go down into the main structure because there is some other blocks inside of here, like these surge protectors built into the structure that of course have a lot more health points to hit for. So it's kind of weird. EMP is kind of conscious. The smaller charges try to go for smaller targets, and the big charges try to go for the biggest targets. That's something to keep in mind. When you're building your system, you always want to have surge protectors on some strategic places. Like if we just have a tiny little surge protector here, so if you have a pretty big EMP blast here, and we send it going, it will actually go for this tiny little surge protector. And the funny thing is, when EMP has gone away, it can't go back. So you'll need to think on how you can isolate it in a point and make it absorb at that spot. We have some tutorials that go through EMP more carefully though. Now let's look at some practical armoring examples if we were making this little boat here. So most boat hulls are built out of metal or alloy. This one is built out of metal. Only when you need a really fast thing, you can of course having alloy as well on the outside instead. But generally, metal is very awesome. So for the outer layer of your armor, you usually want 2 layers. You can have 2 layers of metal if you want to have a sturdy construction that can take a lot of beating. If you, however, are looking to get a little bit of a better weight and more floatiness, you can instead back it up with alloy, like this. Then we get a nice passive float. If you instead want to back up your armor, but you need to save some costs, you can always back it up with stone instead, and you get a little bit of a cheaper option. Now, if you need to protect yourself against most different types of damage, you have your plasma, you have your HESH, you have your heat, and other type of shape charges. Well, you need to have an air gap. And for plasma, and also fire, you need a proper air gap, not like a fake air gap. Some people like to have some spall catchers, they're called. So when heat is coming in, you want them to catch that spall, and thus you can have beam slopes is the most and best used thing for this. But if you want to protect yourself against plasma too, you'll need to leave this space in between. So we have a free space. The best spall catcher there is actually the beam slope of heavy armor. It is a little bit expensive of course, but this thing can take HESH and heat beatings all day. And the best thing to back it up with is of course a full block of heavy armor. Now this is only for very heavy armor and is where you should have your heavy armor if you're not coating it on the front side. You can back it up with alloy too to get some structural stability, but still more of that health. Most people, however, do some spall catchers using just regular metal beam slopes. They're fine for that. Another option, if you want to have a good bit of armor, but you can't really afford that heavy armor, well, you can have a layer of applique as a spall catcher instead. You can also add applique to the surface of your ship to make them detonate on the surface too. But for that application, it's actually better to have the ERA. Now, the ERA slopes and the ERA work the same way. They have exactly the same stats, except that the slopes are half the cost. So it's actually more efficient to only use slopes than the full blocks. They don't provide anything extra. If you want to protect yourself against armor-piercing fragmentation, you can add ERA backwards on the inside of the hull like this. Under the first surface on the inside, you can add a layer like this, and any shot that's coming in there that's armor-piercing payload or heat or HESH will just not deal a lot of damage. That can be a good addition too, but of course remember, they're destroyed when they're shot at, so they're kind of single use. But worth it sometimes. There are different combinations to piece together. but you usually want to be cost effective. So if you, for example, have double metal or metal backed with stone, you can then add an air gap. An air gap is always good to have, and just back that up with some beam slopes. So say we have this, and if we have the way to do so, we can back this up with some stone, or if we don't, we can back it up with some wood, because wood is a really good health points for that cost. Having an air gap is always advisable though. If you back your metal with wood, you get some weird secondary effects we will talk a little bit about in future videos, but what it boils down to is that you have metal, which is good armor, and then you have the best health point sponge behind it. So you can even have this in several layers. Having checkerboards is not advisable anymore due to explosive damage being trapped in small spaces and dealing more damage. Thus, it's better to work with sheets than checkerboards. If you realize you need to change your ship, click the V menu and go into Armor Refit. A lot of people like to build with alloy and heavy armor. So, if we, for example, want to make this lightweight, we will change metal to alloy. And if we want to make it super lightweight, we can actually change stone to wood. And now we have a pretty lightweight design here. So working with a lot of alloy gives us a lot of weight to add to work to. Then, without being too heavy, we can add alloy, have some wood where we save costs, or just have alloy altogether. Like that. Now we have a super light alloy ship. Now we can use heavy armor where we need to use it to provide maximum protection, and back that with some more alloy to keep our weight in check. This is the most popular way to build things in from the depth. However, I would argue it's not the most cost-effective way. To build cost-effectively in terms of armor, you will want to work with a lot of wood, stone, and metal in different configurations, and alloy where you need to. I, for example, love to use alloy as interior armor, because it adds float, low weight, but still decent armor class. If you, however, love to build things as fast as possible, I would definitely try to use as much alloy as possible, and then use heavy armor or metal only where you need to use it. Because then you can get away with the smallest footprints, the least drags, the sleekest shapes, and thus the fastest speed. I believe that will be everything for this little episode here.
From the Depth Instant Tutorial.
This is Eric, and this is your one-stop shop for fuel engines. We covered it before on Instant Tutorials, but we had a weird texture pack, so I think we assume it's outdated. So we're just gonna cover everything a little bit quickly, a little bit more compactly in one video. Everything you need to know. This is a really tiny bad engine producing 109 power. Engines, they basically burn materials, they use materials and make power. As you can see in the lower right corner of the screen, we have the power metric. Now, to be able to use materials, they'll need fuel tanks. The fuel tanks, they are basically converting materials to fuel as we go. So the more engines you have, the more fuel tanks you have. Only having this tank will basically make 100 fuel per minute. Each tank adds 50 fuel extractable per minute, and a vehicle has 50 by default. So if you have a really small engine, like on this craft right now, you don't actually need a fuel tank. You can see it works fine with a material box here. The handy thing about fuel tanks is they will tell you how many materials are extractable as fuel per minute. And under that, you'll see an estimate of how many fuel tanks you are estimated to require. If you have 2 little fuel tanks for your vehicle, you will see the fuel access bar down in the lower right corner go down to 0. One thing that's good to know is that when a fuel tank is destroyed, it will create a fire. If you have a naval vessel, it's a good idea to have your fuel tanks under the waterline, because then the fire will spread much less. So protect your fuel tanks, or at least don't place them inside the AI core so that it will burn down whenever they catch fire. To see the stats of an engine, And to see how it works under full load, we'll need to test it. Here is a big injector engine. What we can do to test the engines is to use engine power. Go to Defense and find the Signal Jammer ECM. You can place it down anywhere. This will use a lot of engine power. So we're going to drag this up to 20,000 and add another one so we're sure we're using more power than we can produce. The next step is to go to Resources and to Fuel Boxes. Here we can see how many fuel boxes we'll need to add. If you add one, we can see it goes down. We'll need to add more. We are estimated to require about 2,000. You'll just add/remove fuel boxes until your materials extractable per minute as fuel is higher than the estimate requirement. If you run out of materials, just hover over a fuel tank or material box and press Q a couple of times in designer mode. In the lower right corner, you can see we're using all the engine power we produce, which is the goal for this test. Now we can see how many materials per second this thing is burning. We can see how much power it generates also, which is 16,500. If you press Q on the engine, you can go into it and we can see some stats. For example, we can look at stable output, 100%, we can see power per material. This is 430. The higher power per material we have, the more efficient the engine is. So this is a stat you will want to look at when trying to build efficient engines. The fuel generator is the main block of an engine. The arrow indicates in which way we can build the engine. Crankshafts are the pinnacle of the engine. This is where the cylinders can be built around. The cylinders generate the power on the engine. They can be built all around the crankshaft. To generate power, you either need carburetors or injectors. Carburetors can connect on 5 different surfaces, only excluding the top. Injectors can only connect to 2 cylinders. If you have carburetors or injectors on an engine without having any type of cooling, they will overheat. To make them not overheat, you have 2 options which you can combine. You have pipes, exhaust pipes, or you have radiators, which you can place on cylinders and crankshafts and even connect to each other to provide some type of cooling. Each cylinder will tell if they are overheated. On each cylinder, you can see how much power they generate. This one with a carburetor generates 122. Same with this one. This one without any carburetor or anything will only generate 15. This one with the injector will generate 436. You can see injectors produce a lot more power than carburetors. But carburetor engines can be made to be super efficient. The most power-dense engine are injector engines. However, injector engines are really easy to overheat. You can see it's not enough with having 1 exhaust per cylinder when you're having an injector engine. You'll either need to add more than 1 exhaust per cylinder, or you have to have a lot of radiators. Now, radiators are a one-time cost that will cool the engine, but you can need a lot of them if you have no exhausts, and they're pretty expensive. When you have too few fuel boxes, it looks like this. Add more fuel tanks, it even says. Very easy to understand. To make injector engines cheaper but cooler, you'll need to utilize some smart plumbing techniques. Exhausts can namely be combined to 1 single output. So we have connections all around this little engine and we can drag them out to this thing. Now each cylinder has at least 2 outputs, and that will make sure the engine doesn't run too hot. To make it run even cooler, you can add radiators in the spaces that are left. In case you need to use your engines to charge a battery, for example, then you go in here and you set battery charge fraction to whatever you want. If you set it to 1, it will only work with charging batteries if batteries can be charged. Under the priority of the engine, you will set priority to 1 for the engines that are most efficient, 0 for the neutral engines, and -1 for the least efficient engines. The engines with priority 1 will be used before the engines of priority -1 or 0. This is an injector engine. It's the least efficient engines of them all. It will be set to -1 so that this engine is only used if it really has to be used. This is useful when you're having several engines. If you're only having one engine on your craft, this doesn't matter. Now we're instead going to move on to a lower power but higher efficiency engine, a carburetor engine. Now the carburetor can be placed under 5 different directions, as said. They can also share superchargers. The superchargers will make this engine more efficient. So here we have a pretty compact design, and we can even add superchargers there and there. But it needs, of course, more cooling. So we'll set up some nice exhaust plumbing. And remember, the more connections you have per cylinder, the more cooling they will provide. If you really can't have exhausts on your build, you can of course spam radiators all over the place. There we have it. Everything is connected together and all the gases can escape in these 2 pipes. As you can see, the power per material is now 465, compared to the injector engine's 400. Now, this is not much better at all, especially considering that the power of this engine is only 1800 and the injector engine is at 3800. This is because the supercharger engines only really are efficient at lower RPMs. So what you can do is to lower the RPM to something around 0.4, 0.3, 0.4 up to 0.5. Around that range is recommended. When we do that, you can see that the power per material has gone up to 820. Under this little stable output chart, you can see the power per material at different RPMs. 25, 50, 100. So, if we want it to be efficient, we'll need to limit the RPM. But it's a big difference. This engine has doubled the efficiency of this engine. So, it will take more space, but having efficient low RPM engines can be a really good long-time investment for slow ships and stationary forts and something that's not in combat and doesn't have to be compact in engine power. For stationary efficient engines, it can be a good idea to add the radiators, because as you can see, they lower the temperature, and lower temperature means higher efficiency for the engines. So all the engines will actually be more efficient having a couple of radiators, but the radiators of course have a high price tag, so use them in moderation. Power per material goes up. If we remove it, power per material goes down. If you're making some pretty exotic engines, there is an adapter, and the adapter can be used if you want to have cylinders on a little bit of extended or moved away configurations like this. Well, but there is another option of course, and that is having several engines. Then you don't need to limit the RPM. Make sure your inefficient engine is set to priority -1 and set the efficient engine to priority +1. Now you just need to make sure that the efficient engine is large enough. Then let's say that our standby cost for this vehicle is 1500 for just chilling about. That will mean that this engine is producing 1500 power exactly and not anything more. And even though we set the max RPM to 1, you can see this is still running super efficiently because we are not requesting more power. And this is the real beauty with fuel engines. They will only produce as much power as you need, so they can be super efficient since they are so adaptable. And that basically means that this engine, even though it exists, doesn't even take 1 material per second. It's not even used. But then let's say we get into combat and we are suddenly requesting 7000 power because our shields are requesting it and the weapons and all. Well, then this engine will kick in and save the day. So, what engine can we use if we want high RPM and high efficiency at the same time? Well, like in the real world, it's really a waste of materials to throw away exhaust. Yeah, indeed, it can be reused into turbo engines. So, we have turbochargers. They can only be attached to carburetors. To make turbo engines, you'll need to use the turbochargers. The turbochargers are one of the most finicky systems in the game. So what you need to do here is the simplest way is to use the cylinder turbocharger. And this little hairdryer thing connects on the top to the carburetor, and this little base part is connected to the cylinder. And they are in 2 configurations as well and get mirrored automatically. These of course need to be connected up to an exhaust system, preferably a combined output for simplicity. Just like that. Now the exhaust is leaving here and it's connected up to all of the turbochargers. Now in the turbochargers you can see that this engine has a power per material of 644, which is pretty decent. If you look at this one, it's again 400, so it's much more efficient even though we just have these simple ones here. So basically the exhaust from the cylinder is getting funneled into these turbochargers, going back into the carburetor, back and forth in some way and out there. Very handy. However, do keep in mind that if you add exhausts to an engine with this setup and not having them all connected up to turbochargers, you will kind of make the power per material efficiency lower. So don't do that. Now we have the excellent opportunity to look a little bit more at exhausts. Exhausts are really weird, and if you block the exhaust like this, you can see not externally vented cooling reduced to 50%, which is a big hit for engines, so you'll have to make sure they are externally vented. Externally vented can mean some different way, like for example, if this is the hull, what you can do is you can go to the exhaust and install a hull pipe like this. And now the exhaust is being delivered on top of the hull. The other option is to, at the exterior of your hull, go to air, go to ducts, and have a duct instead. This will let the exhaust through. Now exhausts are weird. It doesn't matter how far away you're blocking the output. It can be 2000 meters and it's still not externally vented. So just make sure that it's a 1x1 meter line that goes out forever. And that line can't be blocked for the exhaust. It's very weird, but it is what it is. Now the cylinder turbochargers are a little bit easier to work with. You can of course have max 4 per cylinder if you really cram them in there. And if you have more, you will have more efficiency. Then there is the other option of the carbureted turbochargers. This is one of the more complex things in the game, but they're pretty cool so you can use them. And they work kind of the same way, except you can't connect them up directly to the cylinder. They will have to be in a configuration like this. So one of the sides are connected up to the carburetor, and the other side will decide one will be an input and one would be an output. I'm just moving some stuff around here. You can see the hairdryer part going there. So now we have 2 of them per carburetor here. And the more you can fit in, the more efficient it will be. Now, what we'll need to do here is to have exhausts from the engines. And we're sealing them like that. We have exhaust all around the cylinder just to make it as cool as possible. And then you can see we have the exhaust popping in here. So now we have, just like the cylinder turbocharger, the same way basically, we're using 1.25 out of 6 exhaust per one of these. So the power per material is basically exactly the same for the previous engine. Now, why do you even use the carbureted turbocharger then? So the exhaust was colliding a little bit with the engines here, so I just aimed them upwards. These are only for decoration. So what we can do is to make this a lot more efficient. And what we basically can do is we can steal gases from other engines and reuse them to make this engine more efficient. So we can basically Frankenstein together some engines here and make the end result very, very efficient. So when we connect this thing, we're using all of the gases from the inefficient injector engine. We're funneling them through here and connecting them up here.
Now you can see that the carbureted turbocharger here and here is using 6 out of 6. This means that the power per material is much boosted. You can see that on the smoke too. This one didn't have the connection, so we'll make sure to connect these. And now, these ones are also getting 6 out of 6 exhausts pressure, which makes the power per material for this engine 811, which is even better than the current configuration of the efficient engine. So there you go, that's why you may want to use the carbureted turbocharger, even though it can be a hassle to set up. If you want to take that to its extreme, here is my Centauri trash bin. This basically has an input on the green and an output on the red. This is basically a max efficiency recycling. I connected up 4 of these on each of the carburetors to make sure they recycle a lot of that power and give us a well-deserved power bonus. Well, that's pretty nice, I'd say.
From the depths, instant tutorial.
This is Instant Tutorials, and today we're going to do a new general tutorial about APS. APS and advanced cannons are the exact same things, if you didn't know that. It is called APS because previously it was also called Advanced Projectile System. When starting to work with advanced cannons, the task may seem daunting, but it actually isn't that complex. Many of the components you see right here in front of you are actually completely useless, and I'm only gonna show you what you need to learn to be able to build with these things. For example, the ammo controller parts down here are built in, so you don't have to use this. I like to use them so that I can save a particular shell when I save a turret, for example. But if you're making a turret and setting up a shell, well, you can just set it up inside of the APS settings. The ammo controller and modules are actually not needed anymore. As for the other pieces, we have the advanced firing piece. The advanced firing piece is of course the main firing chamber. That's what fires the shot. That's what loads in the shell and fires it. This is the most important block for an APS cannon and is the block that is required for all APS cannons. Then we have mantlets. Mantlets are optional, but usually good to have so that you can have your barrel aiming at different directions. Then we have barrels, and the barrels can be attached directly to a firing piece, but it's good to connect them via a mantle for said reason. Gauge increasers are used to make the caliber of the gun to be able to be larger. Cooling units, they make the gun cooler, and not cooler in a way that's super cool, but cooler in a way that it doesn't overheat. If it's not cool enough, it won't fire. The cooling units, however, come in straight pipe, weird shapes, who cares? The only one you need to use is the Gauge Cooler 5-way. It has no drawbacks of using only that one. The other cooling, you don't care about them, it's completely unnecessary. If you're using 6-way connectors, you probably made something wrong, you don't need them. You can use gauge increasers or cooling units to connect things instead. 6-way connectors are mostly useless. Recoil absorbers help you to make your gun accurate when firing a lot of shots, because the recoil makes it less accurate. And if you have these, this won't happen. Autoloaders is a very important block for the APS cannons. On the autoloaders, you can add ammo clips, and the ammo clips on the autoloaders, they will make them reload faster, basically increasing your firing speed. The more autoloaders you have, the faster the gun will shoot. However, autoloaders are pretty expensive, so you can instead put magazines, ammo clips on top of the autoloaders, and that will make the autoloader reload faster. Instead of having a lot of autoloaders, you can decrease the amount by having an ammo clip. The ammo clips doesn't care about how long they are, they only care about how many connections you have per autoloader, and the max you can have is, well, 4. The ammo input feeders, they are put on the ammo clips or the autoloaders to be able to make the gun input ammo to it faster and reload faster. The fall of shot predictor is a pretty useless block. For this tutorial, you don't need to care about it. The laser targeter is really good for some very specific use cases, but it's outside this tutorial. You can also make railguns and rail-assisted cannons. We'll go into that briefly too. To make an ammo, you can just click Q on the ammo controller. You can add a new shell or edit the current shell. And here you can change whatever you want this shell to be about. You can switch out some different parts, and the different part have different properties. You can then click to assign to all intakes, and that will change the shell. If you're having some shells in the magazine, you can hold Q, click designer mode, click refill, and APS shells. And they are now reloaded to the new type of shell. We're gonna design a very simple APS turret to go through the basics. We're gonna have a 1-axis turret. On that we need a local weapon controller. We can select the all-in-one type and add it behind the turret block. EMP insulation can be used if we have the space. Click Q on this thing and you can see we have some different stats. It's completely useless to shoot at targets you can't shoot at, so this cannon are not able to shoot at things underwater, so I will set it up. The range of this cannon is also probably gonna be below 3000 meters or something like that, depending on how we set it up, so you can limit it to whatever range it effectively works at. If you have multiple mainframes, make sure that you select whatever mainframe it's going to listen to. So the built-in ammo and the ammo controller, it's basically the same thing, the only thing is that this one can be seen. And the annoying thing with this thing is that it also can be destroyed. However, I will just show you this because we can actually see them. So we're going to create a little shell here. The top of the shell is actually the bottom of the shell, and the bottom here on the list is actually the top or the head of the shell. So for this we're gonna scroll down to nose. Different types of shells have different types of damage types. Now we're just going to have a regular kinetic shell for this one. So we're gonna have a heavy head. Down here we're gonna have some solid warhead bodies. That's basically how to make a proper lead slug. This is going to be a 150 millimeter shell gauge, so I'm going to put that into the stats here. So now we can see the expected muzzle velocity, detection range and stuff like that. What we need to care about is the muzzle velocity. The faster the shell are, the more likely it is to hit the enemy, but it doesn't need to be faster than it needs to be. And it depends a little bit on what shell we use. Kinetic shells generally need to be faster, and chemical shells actually need to be slower, because then you can pack more firepower. If you want to know all about the different words I use and you feel confused, please check my previous dictionary video where I go through all of the common phrases. So, inputting our stats here, we have some important things to look at here. This is a kinetic shell. We are looking at expected kinetic damage. Here we can see 3800. And if we, for example, add another gunpowder casing, you can see that the expected kinetic damage goes up. If I add another one, you can see it goes down. So it is about finding the sweet spot here for the best amount of kinetic damage and also the AP value we want for the shell. If we have a chemical shell, for example, and we don't have a penetrating head, well, the kinetic value here isn't very important at all. If we have a combined shell, it might be important, of course, because that is going to limit your penetration capability. If we have a payload on this shell, for example, we have a high explosive warhead body on this thing, it's going to penetrate a bit into the target and then it's going to detonate. For APS shells, you do not need fuses. Then we have some optional parts we can use if we want to. A base bleeder will increase the damage, but also increase the inaccuracy. The visible tracer increases accuracy of shots when fired in a series. Gravitational ram is weird and usually not used by very many players, and cavitation base can make you shoot at things underwater. For example, the Arcoballista Invictus is using the super cavitation base to be able to shoot at things underwater. Now, we're not going to have any of that, and we're going to rely on our gunpowder thing. If you have some issues with your shell not really fitting into the outloader, you can decrease the propellant amount here, and that might make it fit. You can see that for this particular shell we have developed, we are requiring a 2 meter outloader. Clip length required says to you how big of an outloader you have to fit this shell. And if you play around with these different values, you can see that you can change around some stuff here. This is the ammo we have selected for this gun. Also, we shall look at barrel length for full propellant burn. we need to have at least 5.4 meters, or otherwise we just have too much gunpowder in this cannon. The muzzle velocity will be 850 meters per second for this shell. And if you don't set this little millimeter value here, you will get the wrong stats for your shell. This 150 millimeter stat here doesn't actually matter at all. We actually will need to set that up in the APS cannon. This is just for calculation ease, nothing more than that. And when setting up the shell, you can see that this is what the shell looks like right now. And if you haven't seen my dictionary video yet, well, this is technically a SAPHE shell. Semi-armor penetrating, high explosive, isn't that fun? So, as we already decided what shell we will have, we can start building on our turret here. We already know that we'll need to have outloaders that are exactly 2 meters or larger. Having larger outloaders than you need is of course completely wasteful and unnecessary. You don't need to do that. So we're building this turret from the bottom up. We are adding 3 outloaders in line here, and they can be attached simply. So we're gonna have some ammo clips here, and you may notice that there are clear ammo clips like this, and there are solid ammo clips like this. These solid ammo clips are just to make the game lag a little bit less. Now, an autoloader and an ammo clip can be interchanged with each other. You can, instead of having outloaders with ammo clips, instead have just outloaders instead. For this example, we could have had 9 outloaders, and the reason we are connecting clips to an outloader is just to save cost. If this was 9 outloaders instead of 3 outloaders with 2 clips each, well, it would have the same reload time. So using clips is to save costs. I added an ammo intake for each clip and each outloader. This is the proper ratio. So if you have some outloaders with fewer clips and fewer ammo intakes or more or less or stuff like that, the gun will basically shoot uneven after some time and it will be very annoying. Now that we have decided how the turret will look like, we can add our firing piece. The firing piece will not be connected to these automatically. We'll need to use a gauge cooler, and as said before, the gauge 5-way cooler is the thing you need. When adding this on top of here, things are connected, as you can see. In front of the gun, we need a mantlet. Having a mantlet will increase the accuracy of your cannon, even though you may think you don't need one. So having at least an omni mantlet of 1 meter is recommended. This is on a turret block, which means it has side-to-side movements very easily. In this case, it's best to add a elevation mantlet of any kind that may be fitting this particular cannon. In front of the mantlet, we need to have some barrels. Barrels are best used the longer they are, they have more health. There are heavy barrels with slightly more health, but do keep in mind that the heavy barrels will make the gun move slower as well. And if you remember here from the ammo we're going to use, we need a 5.4 meters of minimal barrel length to be able to use full propulsion. One of these is of course 4 meters, so then we'll need to have 5 meters at least. But if we have it longer than that, our accuracy will be greater. The longer barrel, the more accurate cannon. So we have that. For small vehicles, recoil can be very annoying. And if you want to mitigate recoil, you can add any of the muzzle brakes in front of your cannon. Muzzle brakes will make sure that the vehicle isn't being pushed back at all by the shot that it fired. But if you don't need it, don't use it because it adds inaccuracy. As well as the bore activator, it doesn't stack. A bore activator will give you a little bit of a cooling bonus. It's usually a good idea to have for most cannons, and they can be put in front of the cannon too, so that's nice. You may notice that this cannon has a gauge of 60 millimeters. We're going to go into the APS and we're going to set the desired gauge. You can see it doesn't have what we want. We have already decided we're going to do a 150 millimeter gun, so we're gonna write in that. However, as you're seeing here, we don't have that yet. What we need to add is something called gauge increasers. Having a gauge increaser brings it up to 120 millimeters. We will need another one to bring it up to 150 millimeters. Now it will actually be larger than this, the capacity, but we've already set the gauge in the APS piece, so it will only go to 150, even though we are adding more. Now, we will need to go and set up our cannon. So we go into one of the intakes, and you can see ammo controllers on the main construct. We already built the shell and it is on the main construct, so we're going to use that. We can of course add a etherical shell inside of the structure that even can't be destroyed. The annoying part with this type of shell is that this thing can actually be shot off. I use it because I like to have my shells installed on my turret. We're assigning this shell here, and we're going to select Assign to all intakes for this gun. Now it's starting to load a 150mm shell into our gun, which we also can fire. Different calibers have different gun sounds. If you want to watch a video that goes through all of the different calibers sounds, I already made that video. Please check it out and select your favorite gun sound. This gun is very unbalanced. The rate of fire is 7 seconds per shot, 7.7 RPM, as you can see in the stats. But the outloader limit and the ammo intake limit is of course balanced. As I told you before, we should be able to reach 17.9 RPM. The cooling limit, however, is the thing that's limiting the firing speed. Now, what we can do to add some cooling bonus is actually to increase the number of barrels. If we are having more barrels, we are going to have a much faster cooling limit because we are getting a 2x cooling multiplier with 6 barrels. However, you can see here that we are suddenly 54mm. If we want to have 6 barrels with 150mm, we need to add a lot of more gauge increasers. However, the issue with having multi-barrel is that you can see that the inaccuracy is increased by 0.08 degrees just by being a multi-barrel system. This is of course not fun at all, so for most APS cannons you should only have 1 barrel. In order to fix the issue on a proper note is going to add more cooling vents. So we're adding a cooling vent here. The cooling limit is at 10, adding another one, it's at 12, adding another one, it's at 14, and here we're getting the weird Tetris. So obviously I probably need at least 2 more, so I'm gonna add 2 more here by replacing the gauge increasers, and then I'm going to place my gauge increasers here instead. Now the cooling limit is at 19 RPM, which means that the rate of fire is secured at 17.9. The really funny thing we can do here is give a tiny boost to the RPM, and that is, if we want to, we can add a ammo intake directly onto the APS firing piece. And if you're only having a cannon that has ammo intakes on the APS firing piece, that is called a diff gun. So we're going to assign this here, and now you can see that the RPM is 18.9. To make pure diff guns, I have other tutorials for that too. Now, we have some issues left on this system. You can see here that we have some inaccuracy here. 0.24. And we got some from recoil. That is not good at all. And the more we fire, the more inaccuracy we get from recoil. On recoil down there, you can see we have 598 per second. But the absorption is only 110. To fix that, we'll need to add some recoil absorbers, can be attached to cooling vents for example. And if we add that, we need to make sure that the absorption rate is higher than the recoil. We don't need to add more than that of course, but it just needs to be just above. And 590 is of course a little bit too little, so it has to be 710 per second to counter the 598 per second that the recoil is generating if this system is firing constantly. So just make sure that the absorption rate is higher than the recoil rate. Then your cannon will be able to fire in full force all along with no problems. Now we have a pretty functional cannon. But what if we want to make this shell speed even faster? What can we do? Well, we can actually add more gunpowder, but there is another way too that we can make this shell faster. And that's by using railgun parts. So, if we have a railgun, we can just add it here on top of the firing piece. And then we go into the APS system, we go to railgun, and we are going to look for maximum energy per shot. The maximum energy we can have per shot is, as you can see down here, 7,156. Keep that number in mind. Now we're going to select how many magnets we need. Each magnet will give you 5,000 energy capacity to the railgun. If we want to have full capacity for each shot, we need to have 2 railgun magnets, because that gives us a capacity of 10,000, and that will be able to cover 7,000, whereas 5,000 would not have been able to cover that. So then we are needing to charge this thing. For that, we need to have railgun chargers. And they are super cool, but they are so expensive. And they're not only expensive like this, oh no, they will cost you energy. So you'll need to make sure that your vehicle is producing battery power, like electrical power, that are stored in the batteries here. And that you can do in many different ways, as I'm sure you know, otherwise refer to my other tutorials. So if we go into the railgun and we set this to anything above 7,156, that will be the max, and we go and check the settings here, then the rail use requires 2,137 per second. And while we're covered with the capacity, the recharge rate is not quite there yet. We'll need to make sure it's above 2,200 per second. Now we're there. Now we are balanced, we have a proper rail-assisted gun. This will make the shell go really fast. But it's usually not a good idea to have full rail support. Rail is pretty expensive to boost the shell with there. And perhaps 2,000 energy like that will be enough to make this shot fast enough, which will bring it up with 400 meters per second faster speed than it would have had otherwise. That will also require us to have a lot less railgun chargers, which is going to bring down the cost for this cannon a lot. Like that. Do remember, however, that different shell configurations have different rail draw. So you can't just change the shell midway. You should probably decide the shell before making the cannon. Otherwise, you might get into some big problems, especially when working with rail assist guns. By the way, if you're having a rail assist gun, you can also use that energy to make it more accurate, if you want to. But what if we are actually not wanting to shoot a kinetical shell, but we want to have an interesting little fun chemical shell with frag, EMP and high explosive? Well, this is gonna be real dangerous. So, here we have some scary shells. What will happen if they will, for example, would be shot? Bad things. This issue needs to be fixed. We need to add the EED. Then we'll need to go into each of the outloaders and we need to add a ammo ejector to each of the autoloaders. Just like that. And if we have done that, you can see the little defuse there. In case some evil player would shoot at your ammo, well, it won't blow up anymore. Well, thank me later for not being ammo racked. This is one of the most problematic beginner mistakes in From the Depths that makes people's turrets just go up into smokes and they basically just wasted 100,000 materials on a mistake. So that are the general metrics you'll need to keep in mind when building an APS turret. So now you should have an APS turret that can work independently and shoot at your enemies in different types of ways and in different types of configurations. Stay tuned for our future tutorials, of course. We will be going through how to make some specific APS cannons like sandblasters, probably diff guns, munition defense guns again, some more civs cannons and all that jazz. We have some previous tutorials as well, and you can probably check them out as well if you want to see what that is about. And with that, I will say thanks a lot for you to watch this video. Leave a like and of course subscribe to the channel to catch more videos. If you want to get all my videos with early access, the Ecclesiarchy is down there for you. And if you want to get some very cool perks, the Commissioned Officers is maybe something you want to become in the army of GMODism. See you next time, and you must check out the Real Accessism and the GMODIST channel as well. This is your host Eric of GMODism signing out.
GMODism.
Well, hello, it's your host Eric of GMODism here, tuning in to this little video in my disposable robot suit. As you may or may not have noticed, there is a lot of weapons in From the Depth, and well, today I'm gonna show you the small task of making every single one of them weapon systems. So brace yourself for a long tutorial, but if you follow me through this tutorial, you'll be able to make any of the weapons in the game and should get you Kickstarter as a beginner. Or something like that. It's, you know, with my 2,000 plus hours in the game, I know some tricks. So anyways, we're gonna begin with some real simple stuff. This is the simple weapons tab. Now, simple weapons are kind of boring and you won't be using them that much, but I'm just gonna show you a little bit quickly how to set them up if you're really new to this game. So check my other videos if you want to know about AI and detection. Assuming you have good AI and detection, we just need to add a local weapon controller. Now, it's a little bit more expensive, but generally everyone is only using the all-in-one local weapon controller basically, and so should you. So place one of these down. And make sure it is connected up to whatever channel the AI is set up to. It's gonna be channel 1 unless you change something. It has a built-in failsafe. You can tweak these settings, but you don't really need to. In the local weapon controller, the only thing you need to set up here really is so that it doesn't shoot at stuff it can't shoot at. Like for example, most cannons will not be able to shoot at underwater targets, so let's say we can probably decrease this to -5 in altitude, so we don't even target things underwater. If your cannon or a weapon system doesn't shoot very far, it might be a good idea to set the maximum range bracket to 4,000 or how far your weapon reaches. This is basically trial and error, so you can set that up when you are testing it. So the only thing you need to do when you have your all-in-one local weapon controller is basically go to the simple weapons, and you see all these turret variants. Select, you know, any of the turret variants, plonk them on top, and they will target and shoot at incoming crafts. Fortunately, they will reach one block further, so you can place them one block up like this, and then you can have like some type of floor material, so if you have it on the deck, you'll have it just like this. And when you spawn an enemy, you should see it is shooting at the enemy and just generally working. All of these simple weapons are very simple, except these 4 guns below here. If you choose any of them, you will click Q on them, and you will notice we have some type of APS selection. And then you basically have to set up your own shell. More about that in the APS section. It's basically a compact APS gun, but much more boring than a real APS gun. And now, what if you are an Age of Sail person? There is this super cool little trick that I'll just have to teach you. So, when you have the local weapon controller, this is really stupid, but there is no way to tell which is front and back and left and right. So what you basically do is you press the G key, as in GMODISM, in the direction you want to place it, and then you plonk it down. You go into it with a Q menu and you switch 2 cells in each directions to 4 cells left and right. And then you hold Control and click C to copy, and then you can apply this again. Now it will actually control all of these 4 cannons, which means we can add 1, 2, 3, 4, add one of these, paste, Ctrl V, paste the settings here. You can see they control these 4 weapons. 1, 2, 3, 4, and of course 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can add a last one over here and paste. Can of course be smart to cover them up a little bit to make it, well, less prone to destructions, but this is basically how you can add up several levels of Age of Sail cannons like this. Pretty neat! When it comes to the melee weapons, they're a little bit more simple. Like the ram, for example, it just works with, well, velocity basically, and force. So you'll just come into your enemies as fast as you can with a as heavy vehicle you can basically have, and it's going to deal damage proportionally to, well, the amount of newtons you're coming in with. Then we have drills. We also have drills under the Steam menu here, so you can build the drills yourselves there. But under simple weapons we have drills. They kind of work the same. We have a drill unit, we got some extensions, and we got some drill bits, and yeah, what they basically do is deal damage dependent on your engine. On the drill you also need a couple of power input and it will start spinning up. And you don't then need to have a high speed in order to deal damage, you'll just need to come close to them and you just use your engine power to deal damage instead. Something along these lines. The more powerful engine and drill you have, the faster you will be able to drill through your enemies and deal a lot of damage. From the Depths is a crazy game, and tactical nukes happen to be a simple weapon. The easiest and most common way to use tactical nukes is, well, I don't know why, but they explode on contact, yeah? Somewhat like this. Have a longer stick and you'll not get hurt. Simple but effective. Alright, so we should make some of the other weapons now, and when you build weapons you can naturally go in and build like fixed weapon into your crafts that are like not on turrets. But if we're gonna be realistic, like 95% of all people's weapons are on turrets, except missiles. But for those that are on turrets, you need to build in a specific shape in order for the turrets to be able to spin around. And when you go to sub-objects, you have some pre-made templates. They look like this. You can spawn them and basically the turret will be on the alloy and the turret well thus can be on the metal. Now, I made the process pretty simple for you. If you go and get the Mark III of the platform, you can just go and click this little button here. You have the turret templates and you have the blue button. You'll switch to big turrets if you're into that. So in any case, if we're building a turret with a 5 meter of diameter, you will basically have a square turret well. You'll just need to cut away the corners of the turret. If it is a 3x3, it's the only shape you can have, like a square and it will actually spin around fine. Most people don't build turrets above D17, but yeah. So basically the turret here are designed to be on the white here. The red ones are open space and the green one. If you want to have a turret well, that's how it works. So we are going to build a little turret, and since we are gonna go and make a pretty small little system, we're gonna build a D5 turret right there. Now I do know how to build this by heart, but what you basically do is you go to sub object and then you have 1, 3 and 5 axis turret, so you can select one which is appropriate for the size. So in the game there is something called EMP that can hurt stuff. So when you're building on this, what you basically need to do, if you're building here, you can see we can place a block here and here.
And this is a little bit confusing because you may think you can build on the turret like this. You can't. If you aim the turret, however, and build, you can see that you can build inside of here. That means that we are on the turret sub-object, and we can even build stuff inside of them. You can see we can have like 2 layers. And obviously these will collide, so we're gonna remove these 2 on the platform, aim on the turret, start building again. Now we are actually building on the turret. So we need a all-in-one local weapon controller, and of course EMP is a thing in From the Depth, so it's a little bit for another tutorial. I already made that, but basically you can surround it with rubber like this and you'll make sure you won't die. Now, as said, this is a 5x5 turret, so let's say it looks like this. We have a little turret base for it. So this is kind of the turret we're gonna build, and we could have a square turret well around this to protect it. And again, set up here, if you wanted to not shoot at underwater stuff, we can set it here. It can reach 5,000 meters, pretty unlikely to set it to something lower, dependent on weapon system. So, we can then build our turrets. We've basically gone through the simple weapons, and now we should build actual weapons. So first out after simple weapons here, and naturally you can put simple weapons on a turret, but I mean next we have basically cram cannons. So cram cannons, they kind of work like this. We have a firing piece. A firing piece is an output for the gun. So we can have several ones per gun, but we have some considerations to think about when we do that. In any case, here you can see we have different types of barrels. The motor-driven barrels will make these little guns be able to kind of aim inside, like move around. You can see max barrel elevation. We have a little stat there, and azimuth. So basically, these works as a kind of mantlet. If we go in and aim here, you can see that they are like aiming inside of these. And this is great to only have like motor-driven barrels for systems that are, well, let's say you're building fixed guns. You need a lot of motor-driven barrels. If you're building on a turret, however, you should add a couple of elevation barrels. And the weird thing is you can't only have elevation barrels, because then the barrel rotation speed, you can see 6 degrees per second, and here we have 50 degrees per second. So you kind of need a mix of both pivot barrels, that is motor-driven barrels. I don't know why they are called 2 different things depending on where you look, but that's From the Depth for you. So you basically need to mix these pivot barrels or motor-driven barrels, with elevation barrels. And you don't need like a lot of them, but you can basically see the max elevation you can reach, how many you need to add to that. So 65 degrees is a lot. The longer it is, the less elevation-y it will be. There is something called heavy barrel. They have a higher health, but I also make it move a lot slower. Good to know. So if you add a couple of other barrels like this, you can see that we are having a pretty slow movement speed. Now we're back to 6 degrees per second, but thanks to the amount of elevation barrels to motor-driven barrels ratio, we can still move it real good. Anyways, we don't need that many barrels. 10 degrees per second should be quite enough. Cram cannons don't actually need barrels at all in order for the shell speed to be 300 meters per second. Whatever you do, cram shells will always launch at 300 meters per second, except if you go into the cram firing piece, clicking Q, setting it to something lower, but there is no reason to do that. Alright, so here we have your cram cannons, and the cram cannons are very far away from the local weapon controller, but that doesn't matter because it is being automatically controlled because we have a all-in-one local weapon controller controlling this turret axis. So because it is controlling this turret axis, it also means it will basically control all the guns that are present
onto this turret. If these were fixed guns, however, we would have to have local weapon controllers beside the firing pieces, just like we did with the Age of Sail guns. In any case, now we basically went through the barrels. You can suppress some recoil and you can suppress the flash. And this is only if you want to make a bomber, you can use the bomb chutes, but otherwise you don't need to know any more of that. Cram cannons have a gauge of 1000 meters per default. That is the smallest they can be. If you connect up gauge increasers to the system somehow, you can increase the gauge a little bit. So now you can see we added some there. And now we have 2 cannons of 1200 millimeter. Now, if we add one here, they will get really confused and sad. So if you're gonna build tight like this, you'll need to make sure that you'll have a gauge increaser that can't like connect to the other side. So here you can see we have a missing connection there. So then we can add it to this and we can do like this. So you can basically puzzle together like this. So if we have this, as you can see, we'll have a higher gauge than this. Yeah, that's what you can do. When we are talking about cram cannons, the interface screen and the predictor, they are pretty... That's really not something you'll need to use. It's just some simple tools for predicting where the shot will go if you aim it manually is the predictor. And the interface screen is if you're too lazy to go to the firing piece, you can have that as a shortcut. All of these are just gauge increasers of different shapes and sizes. The laser targeter has a very specific use scenario. We can spawn one here to just showcase that. And you'll need fusing boxes for most cram cannons. So we could, for example, make this a hollow point fuse. It will basically explode on contact. This fuse, we can set it to timed fuse. You don't need to think much about what time to set it at, because we have a laser targeter. You usually use timed fuses with laser targeters, and it will basically detonate on the target. All right, so there are all sorts of fancy ways to build cram cannons, but the basic thing